Towel friends on the Towel YouTube. It is great to see so many of you, ladies and gentlemen. It is great to be a towel, and it is my honor to welcome you on this Sunday, June 15th, 2025, for a special Sundays with Hank videos that will include a comprehensive overview of what we are waiting for tomorrow morning, Monday at 9 a.m., the resumption of jury deliberations in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, ladies and gentlemen. Now give me 1 second while I fix your towel comments. That is the towel comments being like that. There we go. Good morning. Now it's Sunday, ladies and gentlemen. As you know, Sundays with Hank it became a tradition over the past few months during Towel Stream and during the pendency of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. It's something that the Towel friends like very much. It's something that I like very much, and it gives us an opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to kind of answer your questions, talk with each other. It's one of those days where we really have an opportunity, because there isn't a flurry of activity in the courtroom, to get caught up on your requests, to get caught up on your questions about the trial, to get caught up on any thoughts you might have about deliberations. And that's why I like these Sundays so much. It's a lower pressure environment than when there's court occurring and we only have a sporadic amount of time together during the day. So I like it very much. So yes, little towels, as people kind of mosey on in on this Sunday morning, I want to let you know we're going to start with Hank's closing. Okay, we're going to watch it again. I know some of you have watched it 5 to 6 times. Some of you have watched it 3 to 4 times. Some of you have watched it twice. Some of you only got to see it once. So we had a lot of requests yesterday for Sundays with Hank to start with the closing. But if you have other questions, ladies and gentlemen, now is absolutely, or other requests for videos, now is absolutely the time to get it in, to get those questions in. It's only going to take us about an hour. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, an hour and 20 minutes to watch Hank's closing again. And in the version we're going to watch, which is the Sync Karen Cam version, there's a 24-second audio overlap where I grabbed the wrong piece of audio from the wrong clip. Don't worry too much about that. The hour and 22-minute clip is overall very, very good. The Hank Cam falls out of sync a little bit, but that's nothing that can't be really remedied. It only falls out of sync by 3 seconds by the end, which was pretty good for an hour and 22-minute clip. But that said, good morning. Thanks so much for joining me, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It is just after 8 a.m. on Sunday, June 15, 2025, here in what is going to be an increasingly more muggy and oppressive in terms of the heat, Boston, Massachusetts. We are expecting a warm week, ladies and gentlemen. Temperatures are going to rise. Anxiety is rising in regards to the deliberations of the O'Keefe and Reed retrial. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, I think we would be remiss if we just pretended we lived in a little towel bubble and there was not, the world was not on a precipice of a wider conflict. Now, I think you all will remember that Friday afternoon, I don't know how this happened, but I just got this sense that something, we can look back and watch the footage, but before the situation started unfolding in the Middle East, I said, and I'll never forget Ange Wittick's reaction as I was saying it on Friday. It was probably around 3 or 4 p.m. Eastern, maybe a little bit after, when deliberations ended. I said, you know, we have this cycle, we have these cycles in human history where there's periods of economic expansion, and then right as economic contraction occurs, there's a lot of domestic protectionism, and then that domestic protectionism is kind of like a futile effort to ward off the economic contraction, along with quantitative easing and fiat lending, but we don't have to go into that. It's complicated. It involves fractional reserve lending. You can Google it. Sorry, I want to get to the end of this sentence. And I was saying on Friday, I think we're heading to war because there is just, history is very cyclical, and in particular when you're analyzing the domestic American economy and socio-political apparatus, you can very much see the economic bubbles that get caused and then the contraction. And I think what we're seeing now is an effort, and I think it was kind of predetermined for there to be a world war. I saw it on Friday. I just saw it coming. I don't mean to wake you up with this, but I just want to let you all know I think we would be remiss if we didn't point out that this is not like one of those situations where you have a tete-a-tete and maybe a few missiles get lobbed back and forth during this ongoing regional proxy conflict that's now a direct hot war. No, ladies and gentlemen, this is something much more serious. there's a lot of incentive for a lot of different interests right now for there to be a direct world war. I'm sorry I have to start with this, but we can't just ignore it. We ignored it a little bit over the past few days. But overnight, it became absolutely undeniable. There were, and obviously our prayers are with the people of Israel and any civilians impacted by this conflict, wherever they may be. There's something called a hypersonic missile, okay, and it operates at speeds between Mach 5 and Mach 10. And the difference between that and like a ballistic missile is that a hypersonic missile leaves the atmosphere and then comes back into comes back and hits the Earth. A hypersonic missile, you can't really intercept it with Israel's Iron Dome because it what Iran has been doing is said they learned it from the Russians in Ukraine. They're lobbing missiles, like conventional missiles from maybe 10 years ago, that the Iron Dome knows how to intercept, and they launch them in waves. They have a lot of them. And then what happens is the Iron Dome targets the conventional missiles, and then they launch these things are very expensive. They launch what's called a Fatah 5 or a Fatah 10 hypersonic missile, and this is what happened overnight. This is why, for the first time ever, we're seeing images. You're going to wake up and see images on your screen and get alerts on your phone that Tel Aviv was hit. They tried to hit Jerusalem. I'm not sure. I think that was protected. And then there were other cities hit as well. I think it started in the north in Haifa like 48 hours ago. And then overnight, Iran penetrated the Iron Dome with these hypersonic missiles in Tel Aviv. And this is very bad because the Iron Dome is basically consistent throughout Israel, and Iran sending a message that they're going to do tete-a-tete. Now, Israel has air superiority over 800,000 kilometers in western Iran right now as of overnight. So Israel is just striking at will in Iran, and they're tactically taking out Iran's domestic infrastructure, okay? So they're taking out Iran's like oil facilities, their fuel tanks, they're taking out the top commanders in the Iran Revolutionary Guard Corps. They're penetrating the Iranian nuclear facilities with what are like basically miniature MOABs, mother of all bombs. They're penetrating them with miniature MOABs. And they're not working, though. Israel's only managed to take out 2 of 7, and they barely even took them out. They damaged them. 2 of 7 underground nuclear facilities in Iran. One of the important ones was struck but not taken out, and another one that was struck and not taken out, and there were 5 others that weren't hit. So basically, Israel's in this position. It's kind of, I heard a very informed commentator, we'll watch the clip in a second, last night on Al Jazeera. I know this man. He's a colleague of mine, Ali Hashim. I'll show you. He follows me on Twitter. I follow him. We've known each other for years. And just so you understand, Towell, before he got into covering the Reed case, covered the adult and medical use regulatory apparatus in Massachusetts and the civil criminal courts on the state and federal level, regionally, nationally, etc. But I also primarily in October of 2023 was utilizing my international reporting skills to cover the evolution of the conflict after the attack in Israel on October 7, 2023. So I don't mean to overwhelm you. I just have to tell you we've ignored it for a few days, and we would be remiss today if we didn't talk and take stock a little bit. Hello, friends. Good morning, Deafwater. Good morning, Macy. We would be remiss if we all, we as much as I would love to just jump into Sundays with Hank, we have to take stock and talk about this. One, because on Friday, I think I just knew, like in my soul, like I could kind of sense that Israel was telegraphing that they were going to do this. It wasn't just going to be like what we saw last year, like this kind of minor strike and strike back thing, like to ramp down tensions. What I heard it referred to by Ali Hashim last night on Al Jazeera, and I agree with his analysis very much, and he is on the ground, so in all those areas he knows much more than I do. Ali said this is like going to penalties in a soccer or football match. Someone has to win, and both sides are POC committed. Now, Iran has never launched its new Fatah 5 or 10 missiles at Israel before, so the Iron Dome being penetrated overnight in the way that it was, I mean, literally strikes on apartment buildings in Tel Aviv, just devastation. Strikes on strategic technological infrastructure. They even hit the Dianoia nuclear research facilities or nuclear facilities under the desert there. It's very bad in the Negev. It's very, very bad. And Israel's now in this position where they're going to have to get American help because Israel can't penetrate. It's complicated, but the facilities where Iran enriches uranium are underground, and Israel can't use the current weapons it has to penetrate into those facilities. They need the U.S.'s capabilities, and those weapons can only be delivered if you have something like a C-5 or something like a very big American plane. You can only deliver these kind of bombs that you need to take out the Iranian facilities with the U.S. assistance. And so there was a plea last night. We don't know how President Trump's going to come down on this about U.S. Direct engagement in the conflict. If that happens, it's a formal world war. So, yes, people are in a lot of danger. Okay, we can do this. I need to go. So I need to get my energy drink if we're going to really do this. So I do need to play something that's at least 20 minutes long before we really do a deep dive, Macy. But let me just show you. I'll listen. First of all, this is outside of the realm of my normal analysis, but it's so serious, and I'm not understating this. It is so serious that if I just ignored this before we began our day, and I don't mean to rile any of you up, trust me, there is just no way to not talk about this. Good morning, Mandy Strong. If I ignored this, it would be dereliction of duty to my wider commitment to protecting the vulnerable and civilians. I have covered this conflict for 2 to 3 years. I know a lot about the regional proxy groups, Yemen, Lebanon, South Lebanon in particular, Syria, Iraq, the Iranian proxy militias. I understand Israel's strategic influence over Jordan and Iraq and other areas, and Saudi in order to buttress, especially MBS's rise to prominence in Saudi after that regime change battle there related to MBZ. It's complicated. Might involve the Vegas shooting, actually, but I don't have time to get into it. But you have Israel, who has spent decades preparing for this. They've tactically protected themselves. If you look at the map, all the countries except for Lebanon between Israel and Iran are basically either a proxy state for Israel or the West, or directly under Israel's control, like Jordan. And then, but you have the situation where Iran doesn't need to use conventional air-to-air combat to deliver its weapons, because it has developed this. And part of what sparked Israel to launch this offensive is that they saw Iran ramping up production of these Fatah 5 and 10 hypersonic missiles. And I'll show you one of them on the screen in a second. But by ramping up production of these missiles, like, Israel knew what was coming. And so when Israel launched its attack a few days ago, I think it was Friday night, and they always do this Friday night, like local time, or Friday local time, because it's a day of prayer in the Islamic world. So Israel usually will launch its offensives very early in the morning, under the cover of darkness on Fridays. And that's when if you track the patterns in the Israel-Gaza conflict, that's generally when Israel will do its most intensive strikes. Friday mornings between like 7 and midnight Eastern time, so like 1 to 6 a.m., 1 to 5 a.m. Normally like 2 to 4 a.m. is the sweet spot. If you're anticipating an Israeli attack, normally 2 to 4 a.m. local time, wherever in that area of the world is, on Friday is when it's going to happen. So anyway, I don't think Israel anticipated, or they had to know the Fatah 5 and 10 were in play here, but I don't think they anticipated what Iran was going to do, which was Iran launched traditional missiles in waves to trick the Iron Dome. Israel should have saw this coming. I'm sure they did and couldn't do anything about it. And then when the hypersonic missiles came in after the conventional missiles, the Iron Dome couldn't. Now, you will see this hypersonic missile. It's unlike anything you've ever seen in your life. I know it's going to be a little bit hard to watch, so prepare yourself. It doesn't show anyone actually like close up. It's far away. This missile, I don't know what to say. Like, if we get into a war with a country that can fire these missiles at us or get close enough to do it, they're going to be able to hit us. They're going to be able to hit anyone. I don't know how to explain this. Good morning. Hello. Thank you for tuning in, folks. Listen, I feel kind of a moral duty to take a second to talk about what's happening in the world right now. We are going to do Sundays with Hank. People are also just coming in. We normally wait till about 8:30 to fully get ramped up. But listen, I need to show you something, okay, on the screen. I want to show you. So let me just show you an example of the difference in speed between the missiles, okay? And I know it doesn't show any casualties, but I still want to give you a heads up that we are about to watch. Of course, I'm happy to answer your questions, Macy Towell. It's your stream today, folks. You ask me anything you want. There's a lot going on. We are here together. Well, I'll talk you through it. We'll get through it together. I can't make any promises. Just know that we are here together. Look at the missile on the right. Okay, so see here are two missiles. Okay, now look at this missile on the right. Now watch when it's closing, it's reaching terminal velocity. Watch the speed of this missile. Okay, ready? Look at those two missiles. Okay, because this is in Tel Aviv. The Iron Dome is going to stop the two on the left and the left in the middle. Watch the one on the right and watch its closing terminal velocity. Watch this. That's incredible. That is absolutely, and listen to the delay in that shockwave. And that is downtown Tel Aviv. I mean, it's horrifying. I feel I cannot put into words the impact of this, because this is what these missiles are capable of. They have very long flight ranges. You can deploy them in a number of different ways. And this is Iran, who is a very hostile state to Israel and the United States with this capacity. If the Iron Dome can't intercept these missiles, we are in a lot of trouble. The world is in a lot of trouble. The closing speed is just unbelievable. And look at that shockwave. Look how wide that shockwave goes out. It's just the amount of, that shockwave is incredible. That missile, that must be like 5,000 pounds of munitions, maybe 10,000. That's just horrifying. And it's traveling at Mach 5 to Mach 10. And if it's hypersonic and if it's the 5 or 10, that means it can actually be controlled in flight at Mach 5 to Mach 10, which is 5 to 10 times the speed of sound. It's very concerning. It's very, very concerning. But yes, the reason I cover this is because I'm so concerned about the impact that this is going to have on civilian populations and the tactical future of the United States and the tactical future of the Middle East. This is a zero-sum game, and I'm only reporting on this because I feel if I didn't, then it would just be like me saying that it doesn't matter, and it matters very much. And also, we are going to do Sundays with Hank. I just have to show you one more video. So this, let me just show you how bad it is. So you know what the Iron Dome is. It's a series of missile launchers in Israel, okay? And I'm going to play you this clip. This is an example of these hypersonic missiles, and I just want to show you how fast they go, okay? This is going to hit a missile. Oh my dear goodness. We're going to play it one more time, and then I'll slow it down. Oh no. I'm going to really slow that down, but even if I do it manually, which is basically a frame per second, that missile, it's traveling so fast you can't intercept it, and the Iron Dome can't get them. They're very expensive, obviously. It's the Iranian dead man switch, but look at that. I am doing that at 1 frame per second, 1 frame at a time. So that passes through the camera in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 frames. 6 frames it passes through that camera, and then the impact is just, it's horrifying. So that's what's going on. If you're wondering what makes this such a big deal, it's because the missiles, the way that the missiles are being fired by Iran have this capacity to penetrate the Iron Dome, and so all of Israel is now vulnerable. But Iran has air superiority over all of Western Iran, like 800,000 kilometers. So Israel's just striking at will in Iran. They can hit anything they want. And then Iran is now capable of striking anywhere they want in Israel. And the thing is, there's a disparate balance of power. Israel has technological superiority, but Iran now has these hypersonic missiles, which is endgame, because Iran doesn't need nuclear weapons if they can just fire hypersonic missiles at will in Israel and strike anything they want. That is endgame. I mean, that's the endgame. So there's one more video I want to show, and then I want to play Ali's analysis, and then I want to go into the Hank closing, because I'm not trying to make you nervous. I just think if I ignored this and it goes where it's going, it would be me just giving up on the people who are being slaughtered, the civilians across this area. And this has geopolitical ramifications for every country in the world. If we it's not the type of thing, it's not like Iraq or other countries in the Middle East. Iran is a very serious power that could actually engage in a hot war and bring in allies to the hot war, and then Israel has a lot of allies. So I think it would be derelict not to just talk about my feelings about this for a few minutes. And yeah, it's not really a political thing. Let me say this. Iran is a rogue actor that hates America in general. The only reason President Trump or other presidents were trying to do a nuclear deal is because American geostrategic interests will be harmed in a war. Yes, there will be long-term American economic recovery, but there is just no way, ladies and gentlemen, there's no way for this to not end very badly. And so that's what I'm trying to say. Now, I want you to listen to this analysis, okay, because this Ali Hashim, take a look at him on Twitter. Ali is a really important on-the-ground voice, very impartial, okay? Ali will call out either side, no matter where he's reporting. He just is a political analyst. He's someone I deeply respect. I feel like I'm walking among giants when he reposts my clips of him on Al Jazeera. I don't even know what to say. Like, it's like a professional honor. But let's just listen to this, and then we'll watch closings with Hank. And thank you for indulging me, because obviously this is a very serious situation, and Ali will explain it better than I can.
Our senior correspondent Ali Hashim joins us now here in the studio. And something that Tawhid said, Ali, that I don't think we can underscore enough. This is not a war of rhetoric anymore. And we've been seeing this rhetoric for decades. Now it's come to action.
Well, it's the first time they came face to face. In the past, Iran was fighting through its allies, through proxies, through arms in the region. And Israel was also launching a kind of a shadow war on Iran. And this time it's different, it's face-off. And Iran and Israel are, for the first time, this is the first time ever, they're standing in front of each other and using whatever they stocked weapons over the past years to fight, to war. This is what's making this whole confrontation a very dangerous one. Because, for the past 47 years, since the Iranian Revolution until this moment, the war of rhetoric has been accumulating. And we've been seeing several chapters in this book. But we're coming to a conclusion. I don't know if there's going to be another book, but at least for this book, we're coming to the final chapter, which is the face-off. So what are they going to end it with? The problem is that the way the Israeli Prime Minister and Iran are currently confronting, it gives you the feeling that there's no possibility for a draw. It's just like you go for penalties. Someone should win. Now, we don't know how this is going to end and whether there is going to be a possibility. And the only party that is really capable of ending this is the United States, because they are the ones with strong influence over the Israeli government and Israel in general. Neither Britain, France, Germany, all these countries, they cannot do anything with Israel. The only country that can impose something like a ceasefire or to stop cessation of hostilities is going to be Israel. And we are seeing it's going to be the United States. And we are seeing the regional powers here in the region, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, they're trying to talk to the Americans, to the Iranians, in order to kind of create the atmosphere or a strategic environment for the Iranians, at least, to accept something. But it remains to see what are the Israelis aiming at. What's the end game? Because for now, over the past 48 hours, we've been seeing different objectives. So we've seen the Prime Minister talking about ending the Iranian nuclear program, then the ballistic missiles. But in general, what we are seeing is that an attempt to collapse the whole establishment in Tehran.
And today we're seeing a new objective,
absolutely.
which is hitting the energy infrastructure. So where does it end?
Well, hitting this is just adding to the effort to collapse the state. I mean, whenever state doesn't have energy, the state is infrastructure is hit. Whenever there is war, you're turning the state into a failed state. But the issue is that with the Iranians, I mean, regardless of the unproportional attacks, because the Israelis, they have the upper hand with the advanced technologies. The Iranians are overwhelming the Iron Dome and different layers of defenses in Israel in order to kind of sneak in 10% or 5% of whatever they are launching towards Israel. And whatever they're hitting is also just like 10% of what the Israelis are able to hit in Iran. Iran is vast, and Israel is, for the moment, covering, let me say, from the northwest to the southwest, which is like 1/3 of the area of Iran. Iran is a 1,750,000 square kilometers.
It's vast.
It's a continent itself. So this western part of Iran is, like around 800 or 600,000 kilometers. So if you're going to take it, Israel is covering this whole area with its attacks from north to south. And the issue is that right now, no one knows what's the end game. This is the big question. We've been repeating this all the time. I don't know the end game.
No, we don't, but we will be following every event and every development very closely. Ali, for the moment, thanks very much.
I mean, so that's why I wanted to play that clip, because I know some of you were saying we don't want to tread into politics. It's not politics. It's this is a public information service, obviously. Good morning. We're about to watch Hank Brennan's closing again at 8:30 from the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. It was excellent. But this is a public information service, so it's designed to educate, inform, and entertain the public. And it's important to me that and I've never broken in with unrelated news developments. From time to time we'll cover them, but this is not a regular news development. It would be wrong of me to not try to tell you all that this is going on. It's a serious situation. I appreciate those of you weighing in, and I just want to let you know it is not partisan for me. I want to play one more video for you this morning because I truly care on this Sunday. I just want to let you know where my heart is at. I truly care for the civilians and the vulnerable impacted by this. This is a very serious situation. If this is a formal war between two countries who have a lot of allies, and we all are going to be impacted by this, every single one of us, and that's why I played that. But I want to play one more uplifting video for you this morning, not of Karen in handcuffs, but I want to play this video of a woman talking about why she went to see the Pope yesterday. And listen, this is not to say any religion is unwelcome here. I happen to be Catholic, but I just thought this woman's words about, she was asked, like, why are you here to see the Pope when the White Sox are so terrible? And she turned it into a wonderful answer.
Jesus wouldn't be part of the winning team, I don't think. He'd be part of the lowly, the humble, and here we are. I think we were Sox last year. We're in the running for last place. Or no, Sox set the record of the most games lost last year. Yes. This year, I think someone's about to beat that record, but where would Jesus be? He wouldn't be at the top. He'd be with the lowly and the humble, and here we are, and we love it. And of course he would be here, That's
beautiful. Awesome.
I love it. I love it.
Jesus wouldn't be
even on a day like today, folks, if you can't find inspiration like that. And listen, I don't proselytize, okay? But it's Sunday, and I'd like to read one thing for you. Every Christmas Eve, there's a passage of the Bible I really like to share. And on today of all days, where all of us are praying for some kind of off-ramp to this, and if we do go to a formal world war, I want to let you know I will continue to be with you. We'll find something to cover every day so that you don't have to be alone. I won't abandon you, and this isn't the kind of thing that will just go away. It will become omnipresent in our lives, and I want to read this for you all before we start Hank Brennan's closing, because if we're going in this direction, we can't just stick our heads in the sand. We'll be there for each other. It isn't the kind of thing that we can pretend doesn't exist. We can't engage in escapism. We have a duty to the people who are going to be impacted by this to understand what's going on and follow it. And that's why I appreciate you. I don't know how to fully express the impact or the gravity of this. I don't mean to pull you into it, but we will watch Hank Brennan's closing, I promise. I just want to take one moment here, because what do you say in a moment like this? What can you possibly say? I know where this could go. I don't want to understate it for you, and I'm deeply concerned. So this is Matthew 25:31 through 46, and if you're not religious, please don't take this as a sermon. I just think the ideological values or the principles expressed in this passage are very important, and I want to read them to mark what could be a very unfortunate day. So, but yeah, I'm not going to actually read them. I posted them on Twitter, and I hope you appreciate them. I want to watch Hank Brennan's closing. Okay, I think that's the best way to kind of settle into today. Please put your requests for what clips you'd like to watch. Thank you for letting me do that intro. I said we'd do it till 8:30. We've done it. It meant a lot to me. I know a lot of you in the chat were happy to allow me to discuss, and now you will be happy to know we are going to watch Hank Brennan's closing. Please do not take my comments there as anything but just the same kind of compassion and concern that I have for anything that I am covering, and individual people, not to mention large groups of people, mean so much to me, and that this kind of thing agonizes little Towel's heart, and I need to talk to you as much about it maybe as some of you feel you need to talk to others. So good morning, Marianne. Good. See, this is why we start at 8:30, ladies and gentlemen. I don't want anyone to come in, and some people, especially on Sundays, get a slow start and have missed what today is about, which is rewatching Hank Brennan's closing. And then I'm going to take your any requests you have, ladies and gentlemen. You just put them in the chat. We're going to watch this closing. We'll talk about it again. I know some of you want to rewatch it again and again. We'll watch Karen clips. If there's a specific cross that you really want to rewatch from Hank Brennan, you let me know. If there's any hearings you want to watch from the entire pendency of the Reed and O'Keefe case, you let me know. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We're in this together, ladies and gentlemen. We are hugging each other. We are going to watch Hank Brennan's cross. We are going to continue our steadfast resolve to, in light of even the most overwhelming and intense circumstances, whether they be the tragic loss of John O'Keefe's life, allegedly at the hands of Karen Reed while drunk driving early in the morning around 12:32 a.m. on 1/29/2022, while Karen backed her car up to 24.2 miles an hour in reverse, and then John's phone stopped moving after an alleged sideswipe impact between Karen's Lexus and John's body. John's phone stopped moving at 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds for the last time. Whether it's that kind of overwhelming emotional event or something that might be going on to you personally or the events of the wider world, we will continue to ensure that our tripartite structure of being informed, of being engaged, of being entertained, although that may not mean in this context the same level of levity that we have previously had on this stream, in order to ward off what might be very insidious forces functioning within various sections of government, whether that be the judicial system or otherwise. Okay, that's why we do this. We have to compose ourselves sometimes. We have to think about the emotional impact of the events unfolding around us. These are not games. These are real life events. And this trial involves the loss of someone's life, John O'Keefe, a very wonderful, caring, dedicated, selfless human being, as Hank Brennan will explain in his closing we're going to watch now. And sometimes the weight of those events may wear on us, and that is okay. It is okay to confront overwhelming sadness, anxiety, and fear. It is okay to have those emotions. That's why we're with each other. That's why we chat here, because even on the most difficult of days, one of the most important things to do is know that you are not alone. Oh, God bless you, WD-4777, a fitting tribute to Hank Brennan's closing, which we are now going to watch. And I appreciate so many of you joining me today as we do this. And as Hank Brennan's socks, and as Discerning the Truth say, Hank Brennan likes to wear black and white checkerboard feet towels, which are socks. And that, I think, represents an insight, as Eva Towell has pointed out, from Balinese dualism. And I think that dualistic battle between good and evil is ever present in the human condition. But on this Towel channel, ladies and gentlemen, and perhaps in the mind of Hank Brennan, small acts of service, erudite and informed participation in the public sphere, and a firm knowledge of the facts and the law as to this trial can engender the kind of cogent public discourse that leaves a legacy worthy of the emotional weight of these moments. And I think we can rise to meet that moment in spite of the anxiety, in spite of the agony, in spite of the cacophony of chaos unfolding on history's fickle pages, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, Mr. Brennan, Hank, I should say, take it away.
John O'Keefe was 46 years old. 46 years old. He spent his life helping people. He's described as a good man, kind, generous, thoughtful. He was a Boston police officer. He worked to help the community. Everything you've heard about this man, he was a good man. He helped people. When his niece and nephew had nobody, he took them in. He took them in. John O'Keefe seemed to be the type of person who would help anybody at any time. And on January 29, 2022, John O'Keefe needed some help. He needed help from somebody else. You see, John O'Keefe had just been hit by Karen Reed in front of 34 Fairview Road, and he lay on the ground dying. And he needed help. Someone to reach out a hand, someone to knock on a door, someone to make a phone call to 911, even anonymously. Not take responsibility, just to help. And there was only one person in this entire planet who could help him that morning, to give him a chance. Maybe it was a 33% chance if he met the Isaac Wolf of the world. But to give him a chance. And that one person who could help him that morning was this defendant right here, Karen Reed. And she made a decision. In her Lexus with the shattered taillight, debris field all over the front yard, and John O'Keefe lying helpless like a child on the front yard. She made a choice. She didn't call 911. She didn't run to his aid. She didn't knock on a door. She made a decision about herself. In her Lexus, she drove away. She was drunk. She hit him, and she left him to die. She was drunk. She hit him, and she left him to die. Before I go through and detail the evidence, let's talk a little bit about the evidence as a whole. She was drunk. She was drinking that night. She was drinking McCarthy's with John. She was drinking at the waterfall. Her blood was taken with samples of a retrograde analysis, almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. She was drunk. She hit him. The timeline in this case is beyond dispute. You can accuse, assault, characterize, malign, twist. The timeline doesn't change. It is data. Data is data. The black box, the forensics from the SD card, we know exactly step by step where they were. We know in that window, she hits him because he never moves again. His healthcare data, the temperature on the battery of the cell phone, the physical evidence, the debris field, the DNA, the hair. And then she left him to die. He had a basal skull fracture, counter coup. You've heard all about it when the back of your head hits the ground and the brain comes forward. Dr. Wolf told us the reason why they have level 1 trauma centers around the country is because people can survive this injury if they get help. That's why they have this care. That's why they have these hospitals. But you gotta get help. You gotta get help. And if you don't, you develop symptoms, ecchymosis, raccoon eyes, your brain swells, and you die. She was drunk. And that night was a recipe for disaster. But before we get to the drinking, in some ways, the fate of this night was sealed well before that night, because John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were in a toxic relationship. This relationship was crumbling. We hear lovey-dovey, and it was crumbling, and we know it. And we know it because a month before, his niece Kaylee talks about when they went to Aruba. It should have been a wonderful event. It was discord. It was fighting. It was aggravation. And when they got back, the discontent was palpable. Miss Reed reaches out to Brian Higgins, text messaging. John O'Keefe, the relationship is crumbling. And you heard a little bit about what that relationship was like. Kaylee, his niece, told you, when there was an argument, John would do what John does. He would walk away. She described to you one time, to get away from the scene, he walked into his bedroom. But the defendant wouldn't let it go, pounding on his door, having to get the last word, never letting go of the fight. Kind of mirrors what happens on January 29, 2022. And maybe outwards appearance, they got along. Maybe sometimes quietly they got along. But behind closed doors, relationships have up and downs. We have a bird's eye view into the relationship on January 28, 2022, because we have the text messages. Not so lovey-dovey. The relationship is almost over. The tensions are simmering beneath the surface. They are not getting along. She believes Mr. Keefe is already halfway out of the relationship and he's not into it anymore. You will read them, you saw them. This relationship was unstable and at its end. And so fast forward that night. That night, after this discord, after the arguing, they go out and what do? They drink. And they drink a lot. So he drinks a lot, and Karen Reed drinks a lot. You've seen the McCarthy videos. You can call it 6, 7, 8, whatever you want to call it. You can see the shots into the mixed drinks. More shots into mixed drinks. Count them yourself. Over a half dozen mixed drinks in just a few hours. Sober? And then at the waterfall, a shot, a mixed drink. Now, it was brought up the waterfall that there was some type of discord between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. They knew each other. They were friends. Brian Higgins' conduct of speaking to Karen Reed is not honorable. It's not. But they were friendly. There was no adversarial relationship. There was no anger between them. What we heard is they barely greeted each other. Could we have slide one, please? At the Waterfall Bar, when you see John O'Keefe come in, here's him barely greeting him. That's him and Mr. Higgins. Barely greeting each other. Reality sometimes is different than argument. This is a celebratory mood. Take that down, please. Celebratory mood. A bunch of friends. They're playing around. They're hugging. They're grappling. This is a fighting technique for a murder 2 hours later. Is that the story? They're practicing their moves to murder John O'Keefe. In the celebratory mood, you don't see any aggravation or animus between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. Inevitably, the next morning, Karen Reed is brought to the hospital and they take her blood. Now, the government doesn't have to prove that she was drunk. It is either that she's over the legal limit, 0.08, or she had enough alcohol to affect her ability to operate a motor vehicle safely, but you will know that she was far beyond the legal limit. After the retrograde analysis, almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. Almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. Now, it's been intimated, not Trump said, that maybe she went home and started drinking after she got home. No evidence, mind you, no evidence. And that somehow that is why she had a high blood alcohol level. It's not appropriate for me to comment on the credibility of another attorney's argument, so I won't do that. But Karen Reed will do that for her. So if we listen to slide 2, she'll tell you exactly what she thinks about that claim.
My alcohol intake's probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they reported me at more parties, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest at the time. It tasted just like old soda water with lime.
Slide 3, please.
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 I mean, it was quiet. The roads were very quiet. You can see on the videos. And I was going, when I've had the drinks and I drive, I always very extra slow. So I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't have been driving.
Thank you. Do you think she drank when she got home? When they leave the Waterfall Bar at 12:12, you see a video, you have it in evidence, there's a still photo of John O'Keefe holding a glass. Not from the Albert's home. He didn't sneak into the house in the cupboards and grab a glass. From the waterfall, you see him with a glass, and in it is a straw. Take a look at that picture. And now from 12:12 on, we virtually have a historian in the data that tells us exactly where he went, exactly step by step where he went. And how do we have that? Well, we know the defendant's car had like a black box, and Judd Welcher, Dr. Judd Welcher, took the data from the black box and downloaded it so you can see the movements and the triggering events. And then Shannon Burgess, well, if you don't like what he says, don't attack the data, attack the man. He can be mocked for his LinkedIn profile or his unupdated CV. But what he did is he found a key, critical piece of this case that did not exist before. He found a recent link, and it was that SD card. The SD card that everybody missed, including the defense expert. Everybody missed it. So as much as you want to make fun of him, Shannon Welcher found the key so that we could have the time and date and location coordinated for an impenetrable timeline that can't be broken. That's what Shannon Burgess did. And so we know on the way from the waterfall to 34 Fairview, John O'Keefe was 46 years old.
Just want to apologize for this. There's a 20-second overlap. I'll fix it.
Good man. It's on Waze. High location data, as Ian Whiffen would say. And it tells you second by second the speed, the location, the movement. That's what it does. And he has healthcare data on that phone. The healthcare data separately shows his movement. And that is critical. It is critical because it not only shows his movement, it shows when he does not. It's on Waze. High location data, as Ian Whiffen would say. And it tells you second by second the speed, the location, the movement. That's what it does. And he has healthcare data on that phone. The healthcare data separately shows his movement. And that is critical. It is critical because it not only shows his movement, it shows when he does not move. That healthcare data is critical. And it's not subject to bias. It's not in dispute. There's no other contrary evidence. It is data. On the way to 34 Fairview, alcohol fuels tension. We know that. And we know from those text messages the tension in that relationship. And then there's a trigger. There is a trigger on the way because they're lost. And when John O'Keefe calls Jen McCabe for directions, Jen McCabe says something that triggers what's going to happen next. Could I have slide 4, please?
Very close to the Alberts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the Alberts when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John had hooked up prior to John and I dating.
And so they travel to 34 Fairview under the duress of this crumbling relationship, fueled by intoxication. We have triggers. Now, we know on their way there, we know from the data, where they went, how they moved. If we look at slide 5, Ian Whiffen showed you a guide. You could enlarge that just a little, please. And it shows you with the healthcare data, it registers as flight's climb, but it doesn't mean someone's climbing upstairs. What it means is there's an elevation, and he breaks down the data, the red, the green, if you could move down, we can still in. And then the bottom left, that's 34 Fairview. You can see second by second the circles of their route, even the 3-point turn on Cedar Crest. That's what you see. At that point, they've left the bar. Remember, the battery temperature was 82 degrees. They're now in a car. It's now 77 degrees. Think about how accurate the battery temperature is, that it reflects the difference between being in a bar and being in a car. They take a 3-point turn at Cedar Crest. And because of Shannon Burgess and because of Judd Welcher, we have the data, and it's a triggering event. Remember, if there's an acceleration past 30%, it registers data on the car, and that's exactly what happens. There's a 3-point turn, and it all lines up with the cell phone after you synchronize the times. It's that simple. It's nothing complicated. There's nothing tricky. There's nothing devious about it. It's data. They do the 3-point turn, and you can match the cell phone clock with the Lexus clock, and when you do, you can reconcile the difference. There's been a lot of talk, a lot of argument, a lot of fights. Shannon Burgess says 21 to 29 seconds. Mr. DeSorga comes in. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to actually do anything. He wasn't given the invitation to test the data. He just looked at the report and made criticisms like a Monday morning quarterback. But even he, looking at the data, says, well, it's 3 seconds off or 2 seconds. Same window, same time. We can have all the arguments we want. They're there, they're together. The data matches up perfectly, perfectly. And so they make their way down to 34 Fairview Road. They don't stop. They don't stop at the driveway. They don't stop. And John O'Keefe gets out of the car. They go to the flagpole. We know for 2 reasons. One, the data. And secondly, Mr. Nagel and Ms. Mason at Cedar Crest, at that intersection before it goes down to the right, they meet, they let Karen Reed go first, they follow behind in the truck. Now, at this point, Mr. O'Keefe has about 8 more minutes before the beginning and the end of his life. And he's in that car. He's in that car for most of it. Because Ms. Mason and Mr. Nagel don't see anybody get out of the truck. Nobody crosses the lawn. Nobody goes to a garage. Not just because they didn't see it. They didn't. Not because they didn't see it. Because the healthcare data on the phone shows that John O'Keefe is not moving. The car is stopped at the flagpole. The healthcare data stops. The battery stays at 77 degrees. The data is the data. You can't change it as much as you want to. It's data. And they sit at that flagpole for minutes. It's 12, 24, 33 when they get there. They're there past 12:30. Remember, Ms. Mason and Ms. Nagel said they're there about 5 minutes and then they go. It's not exact, but about 5 minutes, they said. So there's about 2 minutes left for John O'Keefe. And what are they doing in those 2 minutes? What are the last 2 minutes of his life that he can remember that would be open to him? They're arguing. They're arguing. They're arguing. And we know they're arguing because Ms. Reed tells us through first responder Becker. She was sad. Remember, he sees her in the back of the ambulance and he's trying to calm her down? She was sad because her last moments were arguing. They're in an argument. That's why they're not going in the house. But John O'Keefe decides to get out of the car. And we know because the dome light goes on. That's what happens when you open a door. Whether he's bent down, he's standing outside, or on the other side, the dome light is on. And then you see the data. John O'Keefe begins to move. 12:31:56. It's the first time he has moved since they got to the flagpole, and it will be the last time he moves in his life. And he moves to 20 seconds. Ian Whiffen said that the satellites, they move, they reconnect, they pull information. He's no longer on high-frequency data because waves are shut off. Now it's more random, it's low-frequency. We would never suggest, and Mr. Whiffen did not claim, based on location data alone at that point, you can tell exactly where John O'Keefe is. What he said is it was readings all night. The bullet is always near the flagpole. That doesn't mean he was always near the flagpole. He could have moved. He could have moved in the circles and come back. Location data is consistent with him never leaving the flagpole, but that in itself is not enough. But there's more. There is more. There is the healthcare data. There is the temperature of the cell phone battery. And so he moves to 20 seconds. It turns west. It does not say he walks to the house. That's not what the data says. It doesn't say that he goes straight line and he walks over to the door. In fact, could he even get to the door in 75 feet? Could he get there? Because when the investigator for the defense testified, he measures from the driveway. He never stopped at the driveway. He never measures from the flagpole. He never measures from the flagpole to the garage door. So this fantasy that somehow he walked in the garage, even though there's no evidence, there's no witness, there's no data. 20 seconds of his life, and he moves. And healthcare data registers his steps. It could be pacing, it could be a straight line, it could be shaking the phone. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know everything. We don't know every little detail in every little second. We don't have to. That's not doubt. That's not reasonable doubt. We know for that 20 seconds, he's moving. And in that 20-second window, when he moves, he has his phone and he looks down, 12:32:09, he sees a text message from his friend, John McCain. And he looks at the text message and he closes it. And then it happens. We know from the uncontroverted data from that black box, we know that Karen Reed, after he gets out of the car, drives away. She drives for at least 33 feet away from him. He's back near the flagpole. She's gone. It's over. Whatever argument is over. Whatever anger and flame has been dispassioned, she's moved on. He's separate from her. He's safe. And then she makes a decision. That's what this case is about. Then she makes a decision. She could have driven home. She could have broken up with him. They could have talked about it the next day. Or like knocking on the door, like Kaylee said, getting the last word. She doesn't drive away. She takes that 6,000-pound Lexus and she makes a decision. And the decision is that she steps on the gas after banging it into reverse. Before we talk about what happens next, I want to talk to you a little bit about the charges in this case. And I hate to digress, but it's important so we really understand what we're talking about here. I have no authority to talk about the law in this case. The Honorable Judge Cannoni will do that. But I want to talk to you a little bit about the charges. Don't rely on my interpretation of the law. It's the judge who has that special power. But I want to explain to you a couple of things so when you think about what happens next, you can really assess the facts of this case with the charges against Miss Reed. She is charged with second-degree murder. It sounds ominous, it is. It's a serious charge, second-degree murder. When most people think murder, they think shooting or stabbing somebody. It's natural to think that. Second-degree murder is different. It's not first-degree murder. I told you at the beginning of this case, I told you that we were not going to suggest or try to prove that Miss Reed intended to kill John O'Keefe. That was never part of this case. We're not claiming that. I told you that we were not ever going to try to prove that she even intended to hit him. We never suggested we would try to prove that, and we're not trying to prove that she intended to hit him. We're not. What we are obligated to prove and what we have proven from the evidence in this case, in second-degree murder, is that she intended an act, and that is putting the car into reverse and heading back towards John O'Keefe. She intended that act. The question then becomes, did her conduct create a clear, plain, strong likelihood of death? Late at night, dark, beginning to snow, under the influence of alcohol, knowing where she stopped and left him after an argument, heading back in reverse to the exact spot or right near where she left him at over 24 miles per hour, accelerating at over 75%. You need to ask yourself, are you convinced if somebody does that, does that create a plain and strong likelihood of death? And if there's no doubt in your mind that she intended to hit that accelerator in reverse, and that that conduct will create a clear and plain likelihood of death, then she's guilty of that crime. Whatever the label is, she would be guilty of that crime. Now think about this. Let me give you an analogy. If somebody, maybe a teenager, someone young, impulsive, is on a bridge, and they see cars going by, and they have a boulder, and they want to throw the boulder off, they're not looking to hurt anybody. They're not meaning to kill anybody, but they throw the boulder off the bridge because they want to see the car break, the thrill. And when they throw that boulder off the bridge, and it comes down and lands on the car, and there's somebody, passenger, child, anybody in that car, and it then goes through the roof and kills the person in the car, did they intend to kill that person? No, they were trying to have a thrill throwing the rock. Did they have the malice to want that person dead? No, they didn't. But that would be an example of second-degree murder. When you take a boulder and throw it off a bridge, there's a plain and strong likelihood of death. When Karen Reed, in the midst of that tension and fight, after she drove away and was gone, disengaged, when she came back for the last word, in the darkness, the beginning of the snow, under the influence of alcohol and decided to stop her Lexus, decided to put it in reverse, decided to accelerate 75% in the exact same direction of where she left him, and then hit him, and he died. I suggest to you that is second-degree murder. The other charge, operating under the influence of alcohol, manslaughter. It's different. It's a totally different and separate charge. Was she under the influence of alcohol? And then secondly, did she operate her Lexus wantonly and recklessly in a way that would very likely result in serious injury? When you're under the influence of alcohol and you drive a 6,000-pound Lexus in the heat of the moment at the direction of where somebody is, whether you intend to hit them or not, I submit to you that is wanton, it is reckless, and any reasonable person would think it's very likely that serious injury would result. It's not a matter of intending to kill. It's not a matter of intending to hit. It is the conduct of the operation and the risk that is created. And so those two charges are two of the three. The three is leaving the scene knowingly, causing death. And we'll get to that. So now, sadly, we need to get back to 34 Fairview Road where we left. We know from the tech stream data that she drove 33 feet at least, because it only picks up a 10-second window. And when it starts to pick up the data, we know she's driving at a speed. So it's more than 33 feet. We just don't know. And then when she comes back, she covers the 33 feet and 50 more. 80 feet. 80 feet. Over 80 feet. Now, nobody has ever suggested, even Dr. Welcher, when she collided with them. This data doesn't tell you collision. It's a 6,000-pound Lexus. It's a 216-pound man. It's not going to show a blip. It could have been in that 10-second window. It could have been 2 seconds after. It could have been 4 seconds after. But it's in that pocket of time, and we know it. We know it because when you reconcile the data with the phone, that 20 seconds is in the same window of that 10-second window coming back. So even if it's a couple seconds later, 4 seconds later, whatever Mr. DeSorgo wants, he stops moving. John O'Keefe stops moving. Forever. Forever. Next slide 6, please. You'll get to see this more closely, and you can probably see it where you're sitting, but there's important data. Data doesn't lie. And you will see acceleration, 75%. You will see speed, 24 miles per hour backwards. You will see distance, over 80 feet. That's what you're going to see in this data on that night. Anger, although not necessary in any of these charges, anger can be inferred for somebody to come back that hard, that fast, that reckless, that obvious, likely to create a plain and strong likelihood of death. That data tells a story that can't be changed, can't be attacked. ARCA, they did some crash tests on me. You know what else they do? Extreme data. There's nothing about that data that is uncertain. Nothing. Take that down, please. When Miss Reed hits John O'Keefe, collides with John O'Keefe, we don't know if he went in the air a foot. We don't know if it was how much of a clip it was. We don't know if he stumbled back, but we know there's a collision. There's no doubt there's a collision because her taillight's all over the yard. It's all over the yard. And when he falls back and he hits the back of his head, his basal fracture, he's then lying there helpless. When Miss Reed leaves, she leaves behind tons of her taillight all over the yard. All over the yard. It's called debris field. And you've seen videos. You can't replicate the exact contact. You can't because you need where the person was hit, how fast the person was going, but you know what happened because when you look at the debris field, when a light is broken, it's no different than what was on the front yard. It's no different. She leaves him behind. She leaves her taillight behind. She goes home. And on her way home, you know she's still angry. You know she's still angry because she starts leaving him voicemails. Slide 7, please. Healthcare starts at 12:31:56. 12:32:04 to 12:32:12 is the data which is adjusted when you reconcile the box and the Alexis. 12:32:09 is when Mr. O'Keefe closes his phone after looking at Jen McCabe's text. 12:32:16 is his last steps. If the disorder says that red range should move a little bit, 2 or 3 seconds, they can move it 4 seconds, 5 seconds. It doesn't matter. It's all in the same window. It doesn't change. We could have slide 10, please. Play that, please. Thank you. Each one of those pegs represents 10 feet. You can't place that car where it was in front of Fairview. You just can't. The data doesn't tell you that, but that tells you the movements of that car. Now, as John O'Keefe sadly lays on the ground, abandoned, you're going to have to ask yourself a question for charge number 3, leaving scene knowing somebody was injured and then died. You're going to have to ask yourself, is there evidence that Miss Reed knew that she had hit him? Don't need to prove it for murder 2. Don't need to prove it for OUI manslaughter. But for the 3rd charge, Commonwealth has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt she knew she hit him. We weren't there, but there was an eyewitness. There was a guide. And that eyewitness tells us that she knew. And that eyewitness is Karen Reed herself. She tells you that she knew. We have slide 8, please.
Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
How could that have been?
I don't know what that could have been. It was howling wind. I had YouTube blasting on the stereo. And I thought, did he somehow try to flag me down, which was the reaction I was hoping to garner as I slowly pulled away from the house? Did he come out and maybe trip or bend over to pick up his cell phone and I ran over his foot and then he passed out drunk? I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him?
When she left Fairview and left John behind, she didn't think he was mortally wounded. But she knew she hit him. She knew she hit him. And so when she made her way back home, not only did she leave debris field all over the front lawn, but she took evidence with her too. Hair, DNA on the taillight, and she drove back to John's house. And she started calling on the way back, 12:33, just a minute and a half later. And then her messages show her anger. You see, this was John's fault. This was John's fault. And her phone calls tell you about the tone and the destruction of that relationship. 53 phone calls that night. 53 phone calls. Not one to 911. Not one to Jen McCabe, please go outside and try to help. Not one to a hospital. Not one to anybody but him. 53 calls. Slide 12, please. Can you play voicemail 1, please? Calls keep coming. Cell phone temperature 72 degrees. He's been outside now, not moving, on that cold, hard ground with his cell phone under him. warmth of his body, the cold ground, 72 degrees. It tells you the story. As this temperature plummets and that cell phone battery is compromised, so was John O'Keefe. And him and his cell phone alone on that yard. 66 degrees at 12:45. It is plummeting. Ian Whiffen's taking a phone and putting it in a freezer, not a same analogy. The idea that means that John O'Keefe went in the house, absurd. 66 turns to 61 is 12:53. 48 unanswered calls from the defendant. He's not in at a party. He's not wrestling with Brian Higgins. He's not in a fight. If he's in a fight, his cell phone would be moving. There would be healthcare data. There'd be steps. If he got into the house in 20 seconds and his cell phone is found under his body the next day, then how would he get back outside? There would be more steps because this phone is working. The data is the data. There's nothing wrong with it. It's registering everything. The temperature, the movement. He doesn't go in any house. He can't go in any house. His phone never moves again. Voicemail number 3, please. Listen to this.
John, I'm feeling a fucking kid. Nobody knows what the fuck you want, fucking pervert.
Did you hear that? Nobody knows where you are. It is 12:59. John O'Keefe has been on that lawn for about 27 minutes. She hasn't called anybody else, hasn't spoken, has no information. Nobody's called her. You'll see her phone records. And she says, nobody knows where you are? She knows. She knows. Nobody does know where he is. Except her. Except her. Why is she asking nobody knows where you are? She is starting to get panicked because she knows she hit him. Not suggesting she meant to kill him or for him to die, but she knows she hit him and now he's not responding and she's getting nervous and she's getting anxious and she's leaving call after call after call. He's not answering. He's not calling back. He's not even picking up the phone. And we know what's happening at this point. Panic, drunken denial, it's setting in. And so then we see the healthcare data from Miss Reed's phone. She doesn't move after 1 o'clock. She could be sitting, she could have fallen asleep, but she doesn't move for a while. But she wakes up. She wakes up early the next morning. Take that down, please. And when she wakes up, she doesn't call Jen McCabe and say, "Where's John?" She doesn't call Brian Higgins. Has his number, has been texting with him. "Hey, was John at a party with you? Did you see John tonight?" She knows exactly where she is, and she's frantic. So she wakes up Kaylee, that young girl at the time, and she says, she's panicked, she can't understand where she's saying, "Call Jen McCabe, call Jen McCabe." Why is she calling Jen McCabe? She calls Jen McCabe. You know what she doesn't say when she calls Jen McCabe? "When did he leave the house? What happened last night?" No. She calls and says, "I left him at the waterfall. I left him at the waterfall." See, now it's gone from panicked to self-preservation. "I left him at the waterfall." And Jen says, "Left him at the waterfall? He saw you in front of the house." Click. Hangs up. Hangs up. So then she calls someone that she doesn't know very well. She calls Carrie Roberts. But now she has to pivot because someone has seen her in the exact spot that John will be found soon. Whether she's the first one there or somebody else, John will be found. Maybe Lucky missed him. It's a snowstorm. You can't see. But someone's going to find him at some point. So she calls Carrie Roberts. It's no longer she left him at the waterfall. She pivots. And she calls, "Carrie, Carrie, Carrie. John's dead. I think he got hit by a plow." Why do you think she chose those words? Why did she choose those words? Because she knew that there was a collision with a large motor vehicle and she had to substitute her 6,000-pound Lexus for another big vehicle. I think he got hit by a plow. And so now we have the introduction of Jen McCabe and Kerry Roberts. Phone calls that they probably never, ever wanted. A worse nightmare to get a call like that. For what's going to happen, what they're going to see, what they'll never be able to forget. But because the defendant is John O'Keefe's girlfriend, they wake up in the middle of the night, in a blizzard, out of their kindness, their loyalty, their devotion to John O'Keefe. And when she calls them and tells them that she wants them to come out, this soccer mom with a perfectly normal life gets drawn into this whole farce, and she answers that call. She gets out of bed. The spirit and kindness she displays to put herself in that position because someone asked for help, because that's what good people do. Kerry Roberts didn't know Jen McCabe. They both knew John. They met each other once years before. Kerry Roberts separately at that time answers the call, gets out of bed, drives to go help, because they have a common denominator, a common bond, John O'Keefe. And so you hear and see at 5:07, the defendant leaves Meadows. She leaves. And Kaylee is behind waiting. And you see her back up, and Judd Welch has showed you all of those demonstrations where you could see the unsettled snow in the back, and after the bump, you can see the pieces missing, no taillight. There's no taillight on the ground, all the white snow. There's no crack, there's no break. It's a nudge. It's a nudge. But the taillight has already been broken, because when you look at the video, not one little piece, it's still framed, little angle with the light, the brakes are, you take a look, you'll be able to slow it down. You'll see the exact same piece is missing, because it's back at Fairview. That's why it's missing. It's not there, it's back at Fairview. And then she leaves at 5:07. She gets to Jen McCabe's about, 5:35. 28 minutes. It's about a 10-minute ride. Where did she go in 28 minutes? Where did she go? We don't know. We don't have data for that. But we know when she gets to Jen McCabe's house, she is panicked, frantic, out of her mind, screaming, waking everybody up. Jen McCabe comes down, can't understand her, going out to the car to try to console her. Why is she so frantic? Why can't she speak? Why can't she say a word? Because John went out and had a drink and fell asleep on a couch? Because John would maybe be cheating on her? What is causing this extraordinary duress? Did she stop somewhere on the way by? Did she just see death? Kerry Roberts comes, take charge kind of person. She pulls him behind, she sees the broken taillight in Jen McCabe's driveway, and she decides she's going to commandeer this. We're going back to Meadows, you're going to follow me, leave the car, I'll drive. At this point, Jen and Kerry don't know each other. They've only met once. And they go back to Meadows, they obviously don't find John because he's back at 34 Fairview, and then they start their way towards 34 Fairview. They start driving towards 34 Fairview, and they're looking, and you heard from Kerry Roberts, Jen McCabe, they're looking out the window, they can't see a thing. The snow, the blizzard, the weather, the darkness, they can't see anything. And they're driving, and they decide they're going back to 34 Fairview, and this is remarkable. This is remarkable. When they start their way past towards 34 Fairview, they get close. And when they get close, they can see nothing. But the defendant screams, "Stop, let me out." And they look around and they say, "What? Let me out, let me out." She does not see John O'Keefe. She knows where he is. She knows exactly where he is. She knows where to find him. She knows where to expect to find them, because she knows where she left him. She tells us. Slide 13, please.
Charlie and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I've described this to everyone, so you probably know this before, but
weird-shaped lump in a blizzard, and you equate that to John O'Keefe? A weird-shaped lump, not like a bush, and that is John O'Keefe? She tells us she knows where she left John O'Keefe. And so they go over to Mr. O'Keefe, Kerry, and Karen. And she's upset, there's no doubt. I am not for a second trying to deprive her of the unrest and the trauma that is happening at this scene. Doesn't change what happened before, but I appreciate the trauma. And they're trying to help him. And guess what happens when they first move him around 603, 604? Ian with him. Data. The cell phone battery gets the cool air, presses on the battery, the cell phone battery drops. Healthcare data, he has not moved since that 22nd, hasn't moved. They start shaking him, you're gonna see, when you look at the records, that healthcare data starts to move. He's been there all night. All night. Nobody else. Her. And so when they try to help him, she says something that is remarkable. She says, there's a piece of glass stuck in his nose. She plucks it out. And she says when she plucks it out, blood spurts out. We'll talk about that in a couple minutes. Remember that. Piece of glass, pulls it out, blood spurts out. That's what she says. As they try to help John, Jen is calling.
All right, we're pausing, ladies and gentlemen. You are here for the moments. It is an honor. It is a distinct privilege. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We have just reached 2,000 subscribers on Towel Channel in real time. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor. I'm so glad to be with you for this moment. Thank you so much for being with me at this moment, 9:27 a.m. on June 15, 2025. Together, we, as in the middle of Hank Brennan's closing rewatch, Towel Channel reached a humble 2,000 subscribers. I would just like to mark the moment and take a second to celebrate with you all. This community is a wonderful place with so many friends, and so many connections have been made here, and so much kindness and compassion has been shown here. It means so much to me to be able to mark this moment with you all, ladies and gentlemen. Amber Am, MJ Baker, Marianne Nolan, Holistic Psychology, Claudia Montano, Laura, DJ, Miss Lisa, Alicia B, Donna, Soleil Nina, Mary Adams, oh, ladies and gentlemen, Linda, the AC Ninja, Caroline, I saw lovely Sphinx up there, Leslie Mack, Alicia B, Justice Jane, oh, ladies and gentlemen, Nancy from the 508, Christina Towell, Discerning the Truth. It's so wonderful. Emily Joyce, this is really a moment for you, ladies and gentlemen, as much as it is for, and lovely Sphinx, and Barbara, and MJ Baker. I'm so happy, ladies and gentlemen, that we got to mark 2,000 subscribers on Towel Channel during a Sundays with Hank moment. God bless you, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor, Claudia Montano, to be friends with so many of you. This is different, I think, than a lot of channels on YouTube. I'm not saying that in a good or bad way. It's just a very unique space. There's a lot of friendships that have been made here. We are warm, fluffy towelettes, washcloths, hemp towels, soap dispensers, electric hand dryers, flannels, hemp towels, beach towels, paper towels, microfiber towels, and otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, and feet towels, of course. Oh, Lisa, hello, WD-40. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, at the moment, Towel Channel reached 2,000 subscribers. It is truly a distinct honor and privilege. 5MEODMT is here. Hello, my friend. I'm so pleased to be spending and marking just a few minutes. 2,000 subscribers is not a small milestone, ladies and gentlemen, for a humble little towel. And we, ladies and gentlemen, have bonded together in the fluffy mosaic of the towel universe to reach this number together. And I am honored in so many ways to have been able to take a few minutes as we pause Hank Brennan's closing, which we will continue shortly, to say thank you so much to all of you who have come together to give Towel such a sense of purpose in his life, to make sure Towel is able to go day to day, and to make sure each other are able to go day to day. A channel defined by an ethos of small acts of service rooted in unconditional love may be rare in a world centered on self-interest and greed, but we will prove, ladies and gentlemen, that engendered, cogent public discourse can ward off usurpations of our representative forms of government around the world. We can pray for peace together, and yes, ladies and gentlemen, we can even show that those small acts of service and acts of compassion and friendship to each other can ripple outwards throughout the universe and hopefully overwhelm the forces of darkness and evil, therein bringing about a new age of Aquarius with the water bearer waving a towel, ladies and gentlemen, and centering the human being and the compassion we all share for each other at the root of an emerging digital epoch. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is a special place to be. It is Father's Day. Perhaps it is a moment that we all will reflect on, and Towel in particular, having just lost his father earlier in May of this year. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot tell you how much I appreciate being able to be here with you all. It is very overwhelming to actually think about it. 94 different countries on this channel. I think it's 97 now, ladies and gentlemen. Whether you are in Canada, all 50 of the United States, Mexico, Guatemala, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama, Honduras, El Salvador, Argentina, Chile, Brazil, Costa Rica, I may have said that already, whether you're in the Bahamas or St. Kitts and the Nevis or the Faroe Islands or Bermuda or France or Ireland or Northern Ireland or the UK or Iceland or Greenland or Norway or Finland or Sweden or Italy or I think I said France and Germany or Egypt or Israel or Mozambique or Ethiopia or Zimbabwe or South Africa or India or Ukraine or Australia or New Zealand or Malaysia or Singapore or Vietnam or Japan, just know that I memorize all of the countries you're from, and I try to memorize where you're from, and I try to know you as individual humans. And so they need, or Portugal or Spain. Can't forget about our friends in Portugal and Spain, ladies and gentlemen. God bless so many of you. You're all humans to me. We've made connections here. Angel, hello. Hello, Dulce Far. I'm going to add you as a super towel. Dulce Far Niente 2 Sailboat. I love it. Wonderful username. We are thrilled to have you with us at this moment. No! How dare you? How dare you take us away from 2000? Nope, too late. The moment already happened. We reached 2000. We will eventually go back up above it again. That is hilarious. Nope, too late. It already showed on the screen. I love it. I love it. That makes it even better. Oh, that's so wonderful. That is great. See, I love people with like a sardonic sense of humor. So something like, no, I'm going to make the number go down while he's live. I love it. Whoever you are out there, just know you made Little Towel giggle, and that's what this world is all about. Oh, yeah, don't forget, you can like and subscribe to this stream, ladies and gentlemen. You can do that in real time. Apparently, it helps the video. We're going back to Hank Brennan's Cross. I'm going to leave this counter up there just because it's going to go back up again. I love it. I love it. I love someone with a nuanced sense of troll. I love it. I love everything about it. All right, so we're going to go back to Hank Brennan's close. We got about 20 or 30 more minutes here. Everyone, look, Crime Cricket. Oh, my goodness. It's Crime Cricket and John DePetro, who were here for the moment that we went to 2,000 subscribers and then went down because someone hilariously trolled Towel, which I actually love, and it made me giggle. Hello, so many of you joining in. We're going to finish Hank Brennan's Cross. I know. John DePetro, it's funny. I don't know how busy you are today, but after Hank Brennan's close, if you have 20 or 30 minutes and when I fix my Zoom issues, if you want to pop in and chat with us, please, I'll send you a DM on Twitter. Don't feel any pressure because it's Father's Day, it's Sunday. But you have a few minutes, pop in, 5 minutes even. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this close. I know you and I are in very serious alignment about the historic nature of the close, and I don't think even after 2 to 3 days, 48 to 72 hours, people have truly internalized the historic impact of this close on the legal profession, on this case, on the jury. So, yeah, John, Absolutely. Don't feel any pressure, but consider it. I'll send you a DM over on Twitter. We're going to finish this close, though, and I thank everyone so much for being here with me in these moments, especially when Towel got trolled, which was hilarious, about 2,000 subscribers. We still made it. It showed on the screen. Still counts. I'm putting it in the record book. Still counts. All right, let's go back to Hank Brennan's close.
911, they would like you to believe there's a conspiracy. That the glass that's found in Mr. O'Keefe's body is somehow from inside the Albert House. The glass, well, you will hear in the clips, if we don't play it, you'll have all the clips with you. She talks about the fact that he took her vodka. He took the glass. She says it. So the Albert House, they don't need to give glass. He already has the glass with the straw that's later found on the street, by the way. That's what happens on an impact. Things move. The glass comes with him, lands near his body. Debris field moves past him. Shoe, hat, straw. Jen McKay makes a call to her sister, and they say because it registers 29 seconds, a cell record is not the same as a call detail record. There's no evidence there was a conversation. No lights go on. There's no conspiracy. You can call somebody. It can ring. It can go to voicemail. They have no evidence, none, that there's a conversation between Jen McCabe, the person who was ripped out of her sleep to come help, and her sister for some grand conspiracy. And so what happens next is traumatic. Kerry Roberts and Jen McCabe see their best friend prone, lifeless, frozen, on the ground, and they're living this torment because somebody brought them into this. When they're trying to help John, there is not one suggestion from anybody that John ever went into that house. There's no reason to go into that house because John was never in the house. Not one time has anybody said, what time did he leave? I thought he went in there. Not even a whisper of it because it never, ever happened. When they find their friend John, he's not 20 feet off the side of the road like Mr. Rentschler or Mr. Wolf thinks. He's right there by the side of the road, close by the curb. Could we have slide 14, please? You can see there's Kerry Roberts' vehicle, and then on the left, you can see where they're working. Right off the road, that's not coming to you. That is a clip, a stumble, and a fall. And remember when John O'Keefe fell, there wasn't snow. It was just the beginning of the dusting. It was the cold, hard ground. And remember what Dr. Isaac Wolf told us about cold, hard ground? Causes this type of injury all the time. All the time. If we could go to slide 16, please. Remember the glass in the nose? The glass in the nose. See on the bottom left, that's where the Canton Police Department found the glass. Eddie took from the car, from the waterfall. And then exhibit 195, matching glass. On February 3rd, the matching piece of glass was found on the street. The matching piece of glass, the glass that was found with Mr. O'Keefe, was found on the street. He didn't fall back 8-10 feet from the road. It broke, and then it shattered and went to the street. I would suggest to you it broke at the time of the collision, and he carried the glass with him, leaving the evidence behind, a trail to memorialize what happened to him that night. Remember the straw? I asked you to take a look at that picture. We're leaving the waterfall at 12:12, the black straw in the drink on the street. Collision, glass, nose, straw, back, hits his head. Could you play the clip on the left, please? 59.
So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
169, please.
So John's laying there, his left and his right, and I approached John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like perched on his nose, like just wedged like a splinter would be. and I just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face.
Thank you. 911's called by Jen McCabe. She's not hiding from anybody. She's trying to help. She's bringing attention to the situation. And when 911 comes, we have first responders. These people are heroes. Some of them, you've heard from some of them, they were born to help people. That's what their life is about. The detail on all their mechanics, getting to work 2 hours early below the blizzard so that you're there on time so you can help people. These are the core of our community. Mr. Nuttall, this is what he does. He rushes to go help. He's the first person on his knees. He doesn't know this person from anybody. But to him, it's another human being. This is his passion. Katie McLaughlin, first responder, this is not just a profession, it's her life. Yes, she knows Caitlin Albert. Do you think she went there that night at a party and set up a murder and came back? And so they tell you what happens at the scene. Some things hard to remember, some things people will never forget. When you're in a traumatic incident, sometimes it's something you'll never, ever forget. And Timothy Nuttall remembers speaking to the defendant. I hit him. Remember, he's on his knees. What happened? I hit him. I hit him. She is now coming to terms with the moment. Her fear is realized. She hit him. She clipped him. She didn't think he was mortally wounded. She panicked. She can't come to terms with it, so she has to bring people with her to face it. And now she's facing the reality of what she had done. And her emotion is overwhelming. I hit him. I hit him. She speaks to Miss McLaughlin. I hit him. Not did I hit him, could I hit him, perhaps I hit him. That was earlier. Now she's recognizing what she did. I hit him. And these people are making it up. Anybody that says anything adverse or inconsistent or inconvenient is a liar or a perjurer or in on a conspiracy. Or is it that these good people who went there for a total stranger to do their duty to help happen to remember that she admitted what she had done? I know that doesn't reconcile with the boogeyman Proctor and the bad government. I know it doesn't reconcile with no DNA on this piece or that piece. I know it doesn't reconcile with everybody setting up the girl. I know that doesn't reconcile. But the reality is you have independent, core people who hear her say, I hit him. I hit him. And the attempt is to portray everybody as a liar. But you don't have to rely just on these good people, although you should. You should. You don't have to, because we have a guide, and it's Karen Reed. Slide 17.
Did I hit him? And I've always said I hit him, but did I really say this many times as law enforcement explaining I said it?
Thank you. I know it doesn't fit the theme, the theory, the story, but she tells you herself. She endorses those good people exactly what they had heard. She tells you herself. She hit him. It's undeniable, it's unmistakable, it's inconvenient. But the truth has a way of seeping up to the daylight. It can be oppressed and suppressed and pushed down and covered and twisted, but it rises. It rises. And it is not a coincidence. There's no coincidence that Mr. Nuttall and Miss McLaughlin hear exactly that. She tells you. And Jen McCabe, when she's sitting next to or standing next to Miss McLaughlin, she tells you that she saw or heard the same thing. Remember what happened to her in the stand when she had the audacity to say, I heard her say it? What happened to her? This woman who never even wanted to leave her home that day, pulled out into a storm to see her best friend dead. What happened when she had the audacity to say that? And now we know that the defendant herself said the same thing. And the funny thing, the ironic thing is, you will see in a photo when Miss McLaughlin, firefighter, was speaking to the defendant, Mr. McCabe was next to her. Mr. McCabe was trying to protect her, trying to shut her up. Don't talk, you're upset, stop saying crazy things. The villain of the story was trying to help the defendant from incriminating herself. The irony. we have slide 9, please? This is the battery temperature. You're gonna have a chance to look at it. If it wasn't so tragic, it is interesting. It is interesting if you like data. The 29, 12, 13, they'll be in the waterfall, 82 degrees, 12:22. In the car, 77 degrees, 12:37. About 3.5 minutes after the defendant collides with John O'Keefe.
Jurors, please report to your...
72, 12:45, 66, 12:53, 61, and you see it drop and steady off at 1:36. Remember, cell phone battery under him. John O'Keefe either struggling for life or he's passed. And blood's still warm either way under him. Doesn't move again until 6:06. It drops down 7 degrees because the women are pulling on him. The cold air is hitting the battery. What happens at 6:15? You're going to see the video. You've seen it. Still photos. Perry Roberts goes over, takes up the phone. Not only does she pick up the phone, she puts it in her pocket, and then 20 minutes later, the next reading, the temperature rises. That's not convenient. That's not a coincidence. That's fact. That's data. And then the phone is passed, put in a warm environment, and it raises up. 6:15. How can someone conspire to pick up a phone on the side of the yard that's under Mr. O'Keefe's body at 6:15 and know the battery temperature was then going to rise? And not only did the battery temperature rise, when you look at the healthcare data, at 6:15 when she picks up the phone, you know what happens to the healthcare data, right? It starts to move. It's data. It's data. So, while they're going through this duress, the defendant asked Jen McCabe for yet another favor. Look up hypothermia. Find out how long it takes for someone to die in the cold. And there's Miss McCabe in her winter jacket, soccer mom, trying to help. She has MS, her hands aren't working, she's trying to type in what's happening during that time. It's a frantic scene. She tells you that the defendant then wants to run back to the ambulance, so she goes with her, never finishes or completes the input. And then she tries it again. At 6:23, at 6:24. That's what this woman did that night, that morning. Not only for her friend, for her. For her. That's what she did. And what happens to her after? Because the timestamp, when you open the timestamp, it's at the time it's open, and she's in bed at 2:27 looking up Hockomock Sports because she is so interested in the kids' sports, and that timestamp stays open. And she goes to that tab the next morning when she puts in how long to die in cold. And that's being portrayed that she's in a conspiracy. She gets vilified as a murderer, a soccer mom who came to help. It took Ian Whiffen 5 minutes to show you a live demonstration on how simple that works. That she's not deleting anything. Jessica Hyde told you it's automatic deletions over time. You usually can't delete that information. That's not a click and swipe like the good Dr. Wolfram Archer knows how to do. This can't be erased. But they still hold on to this. As they argue to you and all the injustices that have been done, they tell you, they want you to believe, or take a flyer on the fact that she looked up how long to die in the cold at 2:27. It is an absolute contrary to the science. There's no basis to support it, but they stand here in front of you. Why? Because every time they say something like that, you look the other way. Don't look at her. Look the other way. 2:27, look the other way. Don't look at what she did. Former Trooper Proctor, look the other way. Don't look at her. Every time they make those, oh, she got the glass from inside the Albert, maybe in the basement. Look the other way. Don't look the other way. Look at the facts. Look at the data. And it all leads to one person. There's no grand conspiracy. It leads to one person, the defendant. And it's not just the data and facts. It's her herself. Let's talk about Mr. Proctor. You were invoked with this emotion early in the opening that this is a cancer. That's a tough word. Try to evoke that primal reaction, disgust. I'm not saying you shouldn't be disgusted by the text messages. You should. They're not defensible. I don't stand here and defend impropriety. I don't. But that doesn't change the physical evidence, the scientific evidence, and the data. He was terminated. He paid a penalty. He was held responsible for what he did. He should have been. He should have been. But that doesn't get a free pass. That doesn't change the facts. It doesn't change the physical evidence. It doesn't change the science. It's unfortunate. It's distasteful. It's dishonorable. Remember, Trooper Buchanan was asked, was the investigation with honor and integrity? And he said it was. Was Trooper Proctor's effort honor and integrity? And he said it was integrity. But he never said honor. That's a man of honor. Military service, dedicated to his country, highest level of clearances to the President of the United States, now a state trooper. He would not say that Trooper Proctor was honorable. Because he wasn't. He wasn't, but that does not change. It doesn't create a conspiracy, doesn't invent a dog, it doesn't make somebody in a house something they're not. It just doesn't. When you read those text messages, they're hard to look at. It's unfair. It's unfair. And if there's a penalty more than being fired, well, maybe that penalty would be deserved. But it has nothing to do with the justice in this case. It just doesn't. There's not one piece of evidence, not one, that we can look at and say, this was tampered with. This was planted. This was distorted. Remember when we introduced the taillights at the beginning? I didn't introduce three of the taillights, but then the defense did, so I put them in. Those were taillights that were only found by Trooper Proctor. I did not put that evidence in. Understanding those text messages and appreciating the disdain one might have for his comments. Not that there was any evidence of tampering, not that there was any evidence that it was not true, but I didn't put that evidence for you because we didn't need Trooper Proctor in this case. We don't need Trooper Proctor to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. That's why I didn't introduce that evidence to you. Now, there's been a lot of talk about planting of taillight. We know the taillight wasn't planted because Trooper Buchanan and Mr. Proctor did not go down to Dighton to see Miss Reed until later in the afternoon. We know from the 507 video, we've seen that. We know the taillight was already missing when she's leaving the driveway. When the good Canton police detectives went to do a wellness check to care for those young children, and they went to the house, inadvertently, they didn't even know it, the dash cam captured the back of the car. The taillight packed with snow is missing. It's already gone. It can't be planted. At this point, Trooper Proctor's still in his pajamas. He's not even on the case. He's not even on the scene. He's been near the car. And in the Dighton videos themselves, when you take it at an angle and it moves, but if you get the right angle, you can see it's missing. It's gone. Can we have slide 18, please? .507. You can play any angle you want, but if you look at this angle, it's gone. You don't plant. It's already gone. You know where it is? 34 Fairview Road, on a debris field. January 29, 2022, 823. Look at the right-hand side. Look at the left-hand side. It's packed with snow. It's gone. It's gone. And the same thing when you do the videos, it's a different angle, a little smaller. When you play that and watch the let's go up and down and slow it down, you'll see it expands. It's gone. So when you have Dighton Officer Barrows come in here and try to tell you what he saw in the salad bar, couldn't have been it. You got to ask yourself, what interest does he have coming in here in this case? A lot of attention on this case, a lot of people watching. Comes in after, of course, driving all the way out to the defense attorney's hotel to meet in a conference room so he can get a subpoena. He spends 2 hours driving up and back so that he can conveniently get a subpoena that tells him to appear, which he could have got by fax or in the mail. And so when he comes in, what he says is, that's absolutely not what I saw. Absolutely not. And then he claims that the last time he testified, he had made the same statement. I showed him his transcript. And did you see the redness creep over his face? He never said this before. In fact, he testified to the opposite. And so he sits on the stand with a new story after a meeting. We don't know why. But then I show him that bottom right photo with the snow, with it missing. And I say, is this the way it looked? And so, of course, we the snow melts out in the salad port so that you can see it unexposed. And he says, yes, he had to agree. This taillight was gone. There's no boogeyman, there's no plant, there's no Higgins at the salad port, there's no one tearing out pieces. In fact, remember I played you a clip and you'll have it where the defendant says, I was picking out pieces, it was crashed in, the bulb was showing, when I was showing Kerry and Jen, when they went back to Meadows. If you don't remember, listen to that clip, you'll hear it. Unfortunately, there's no ring video when they go back to Meadows. There's a ring video when she leaves, there's no ring video when she gets back. And so now when we're trying to look the other way, we want to find a dog bite. So enter Dr. Russell. Dr. Russell, according to her, nice woman, nice doctor, very accomplished. I respect that. She's the only dog expert in the world. The thing is, we know no idea what that expertise means. She volunteers for the job. She wants to be here, her profile, but she can't explain methodology. What are you looking for in a dog bite? She can't tell us. It starts a year ago that it's claws, it's teeth, and then it's claws, then it's teeth, and then it's I don't know. And then when you look at each of the different parts of the abrasions, she says, well, I can't tell if I look at each one of them, but all together it's a dog bite. It's a dog attack. That is the masterful expertise that the defense has bragged about bringing in. Dr. Russell telling you, because she says this is a dog bite. She has never been in a forensic situation where she's looked at a wound and identified it as a dog bite before. This is the first time, the only time she's ever done it. And what she says is these are not punctures. Punctures means it goes into the skin, a wound. There's no punctures. And she's sure because she's an expert, so you should rely on her because she's coming in saying she's an expert and she's being presented. Yet, after saying there's no punctures, Dr. Laposada comes in and she sees punctures everywhere. It's an animal attack. It's a dog. How is it? No method, no methodology, no history of this, no prior testimony that we know of other than arbitrarily what she says. And she says the exact opposite of Dr. Russell. Why is that? How does that happen? So obviously there is no science to looking at an abrasion and saying where it came from. They give us no detail. They give us nothing that we should rely on. They contradict each other. It's just to get you to look the other way. And so we have now the issue of the defense has said over and over again, there's no collision. There's no collision. There's no collision. And they had a number of witnesses come in to try to say that. And they point to Dr. Scotty Bello, who works at the medical examiner's office. She tells you that she doesn't see injuries consistent with a collision. She's looking at this case for 90 days. 90 days. The evidence in this case did not stop. It continued for 2 years. She knows nothing about the data, nothing about the black box, nothing about the interviews of Miss Reed. She doesn't know about the DNA. She doesn't know about the shards in the arm or in the clothes. Strike that in the clothes. She knows nothing about that. So in 90 days, she didn't see any lower body injuries. She didn't see any lower extremity injuries, which are very common in car collisions. But that doesn't mean it didn't happen because she, in 90 days, saw a fraction of the information. A fraction. And we know now, argument back and forth for days about lower body injuries, the suggestion is a car accident can affect everybody differently depending on the angle, the scope, the speed. Some people can get plowed over by a car and have no injuries. Some people can get touched lightly and have more injuries. And there was the debate about no lower body injuries. Well, ARCA dispelled that in their dummy test that you can have a collision with no lower body injuries. They did that for us. Thank you. And so the idea that at the time in 90 days that she doesn't have enough information to say consistent with a car accident doesn't mean there's no car accident. Let me talk a little bit about ARCA. I don't want to waste too much time with them. What expert who's supposed to come to you, they're not the arbiter of truth. Their opinions weigh no more than yours. Your common sense has more value than an expert's opinion. Their job is to assist you, to explain what their expertise is so that it's a tool for you so that you can make a decision. That's objectivity. We've heard words like confirmation bias, objectivity. Mr. Wolf got on the stand, and before we even started, you have to ask yourself, what expert has a court order for text messages and then deletes the text messages? What expert, what objective expert uses Signal, an encrypted app, to communicate about the case? Never used it before, hasn't used it since. And so when he did his tests, he used a lower weight arm. Wasn't trying to bash him, wasn't trying to insult him, tried to get him just to recognize that a 9.38 pound arm is less weight than John O'Keefe's metric, which would be 11.8. That's all, and because it's a lighter arm, it takes more speed to create the same damage. I don't know science, I don't know math very well, but that's basic. It's basic. And he fought me over and over again. Did he seem objective that he was trying to help you? Because Dr. Renshaw came in the next day and said, well, you have to adjust for that. That's all I asked him for an hour about adjusting, just like Judge Welcher adjusted. Do you adjust it? And he tried to talk to me like I was making something up. His own colleague had to admit it. Now, it's funny, he admitted it before he got through his credentials. No sequestration order violations. Nobody was coaching him, but he knew enough to come in at the beginning and get right on that point. And speaking of sequestration, remember Dr. Russell on her limo ride over? If Brendan asks you a question, make sure you ask for the transcript. Impede the progress. Slow down the questioning. Interfere. Sequestration orders is of this fundamental fairness for all witnesses, not just some. And so what happens with Dr. Renshaw, we don't know, but we do know he comes in here and he tells you that he was not getting information that was helping him the last time he testified. He insisted. I asked him 5 times, was he getting information that would help him in his testimony? Not from the defense, from his former employer. He said no, no, no. And at the end of the examination, he reads his transcript and it's yes, yes, yes. And he tells us that he's independent and objective. I asked him about a luncheon, not a big deal, just ask him about it. And he says, I have a sandwich and I stand in the corner until I remind him that we got video footage from a documentarian and he's in one of the scenes. And then things change. So when you talk about objectivity and who to trust, they can come in and say, Judge Welcher said this and that. It doesn't make it so. Judge Welcher, Dr. Welcher, never in any report, in any presentation, in any testimony to you, ever suggested this is how it happened. This was how his arm was. This is how his feet was. He was trying to show whether or not the orientation. Could this happen with the angle, with the height? That's all that test was. It was no more. But what they do is they reposture it, repackage it, and say it means this when it doesn't, and we're going to show you why it's not that, therefore we win. That's all that is. It's semantics. Judge Welcher, Dr. Welcher, never suggested that. And his work on texturing data, unassailable. And so what we have, inevitably, is we have a timeline that never moves, data that never changes, physical evidence that can't be put in that spot without a collision. We have, inevitably, proof, without any doubt, that on January 29, 2022, Ms. Reed was with Mr. O'Keefe, and she got drunk. She drank. She was 2 to 3 times over the legal limit. And they went to a party, an after party, and they were fighting. It was a relationship in decline, and he got out of the car, and he had a brief window of life left. But when he got out, and she drove away, she couldn't let it go. She got drunk, she hit him, she left him to die. It's that simple. We don't know exactly how this collision happened, but we have a good idea from the physical evidence, and we know that it happened. Can someone have a collision without lower body injuries? Can I slide 19, please? You bet they can. We don't know if this is the body position. We don't know if this is the exact speed, but what it tells us, this is viable. Look at the debris field. Look at his turn. Remember his sneaker on that curb that got lodged against the sneaker? Mr. O'Keefe then falls back, hits his head, counter coup, left to die. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt what happened that night. There is no doubt who did it. You have a very difficult task ahead of you when you consider the evidence, you consider the law. Very difficult. There are 3 charges. There is second-degree murder. Ms. Reed, when she chose to drive back at Mr. O'Keefe in that night with a 6,000-pound Lexus, in that anger, 75%, whether she meant to hit him or not, didn't mean to kill him, she hit him. Strengths, it is a plain and strong likelihood of death. You would never get back down your driveway if your kids were at the end of the driveway. You'd say, well, you're gonna kill somebody? You would never do it because you would expect, if you drove at them at that speed, that someone would die. That's second-degree murder. OUI manslaughter, she's drunk, she was reckless. She doesn't have to know she hit him. She doesn't even have to know she hit him. But she did. She did. And she left a man who was kind and generous and thoughtful. She left him alone. She left him alone to die. Could I have slide 22, please? He is not an it. John O'Keefe is not a body. John O'Keefe is not a buffalo on a prairie. John O'Keefe was a person, and he was murdered by Karen Reed.
Take that, thank you. All right, jurors.
Brilliant, Hank.
The next up is my...
Brilliant, Hank. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you very much for being with me. That was a brilliant rewatch of Hank Brennan's closing from the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Now, I have this synced Karen cam footage of the moment jurors were selected, but I didn't really record it well. So I just want to watch it with you now, and let's just listen to it together so I can kind of see how my recording came out. Give me a second, and thanks for watching with me.
You'll soon deliberate for the purpose of reaching a verdict, but...
All right, so I think the actual selection happens after the charge. So we're going to jump. Oh, Miss Peggy O'Keefe. We're going to jump forward to the selection. Hold on. Hold on.
Their decision.
Gentlemen, we are waiting.
Determine whether you are focusing on the facts during lunch or continue and deliberate. At the end of the day, if you're still deliberating, I'll send in a note asking if you want to continue deliberating or break for the day and return the next morning. Don't tell anyone, including me, how the jury stands numerically or otherwise on the questions before you until such time as you've reached a unanimous verdict. You are going to notice shortly that the court officers are going to take an oath, and you will hear from that they too, as well as all other persons, are forbidden to communicate in any way or manner with any member of this jury on any subject touching on the merits of this case. Remember that the decision of the jury must be unanimous, and the foreperson should be certain that each member of the jury is in complete agreement with the verdict on each indictment. After the final vote of the jury, the foreperson should check the appropriate boxes as to each charge, then sign and date the verdict forms and notify the court officer when you've reached a unanimous verdict. You will then be brought back into the courtroom where the foreperson will deliver the verdicts. This will be the last time I'm going to see counsel at sidebar, but I'm required to see counsel at sidebar.
I think it happens right after this. Hold on. Expedition out. 65. Chiefs. There's the O'Keefe family. 2. Chastity. Those were nerve-wracking moments. All right, here we go. I think this is it. Oh, here we go, Alex. Thank you for asking.
Yes.
Could the juror sitting in seat number 13 step down and take your place as an alternate? Could the juror sitting in seat number 7 step down and take your place as an alternate? Juror 6, could you step down and take your place as an alternate? Juror 17, could you step down and take your place as an alternate? Juror 2, could you step down and take your place as an alternate?
So you saw it wasn't exactly in sync, but wow, Karen did not look pleased I think it's possible maybe they thought they had one person on the jury. She looked not pleased. Alan looked a little nervous. Let's watch that again. I can't sing it for you right now, but let's watch again just the moments. Watch when before the Karen cam shuts off. That's them reacting to the jurors being announced, because the Karen cam's about 20 seconds early. They look nervous.
Yes.
Could the juror sitting in seat number 13 step down and take your place as an
Yeah, so I got to work on this clip. I'm glad I didn't post this. No, that's they were nervous, folks. They were very, very nervous. I'm not going to post this one. They were nervous there. I could tell. Wow. Yeah, no, Macy, this wasn't us actually watching them. I clipped the wrong part. So I don't know if you guys if you remember watching live, we did a recap later in the day of the selection, or of the moment the jurors were selected, and I by accidentally clipped the recap of it. So I have to go back and get the better version. All I was doing there was, I don't know if you noticed, but when we do real-time towel video editing, sometimes it's a process, and that was part of the process. I did the edit wrong. I got the moment I wanted, but I got the moment from my recap, and I actually need the moment when the full Karen cam was on screen. So I have to go back now in my recording. Oh, you know what it was? I'm such a moron. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to insult myself. I went to our Saturday show and got the recap of the moment the jurors were selected. I didn't go to Friday. Oh, my word, little towels. Do you see how tired I am? I spent 20 minutes while you were watching Hank's closing, and I edited the wrong thing. I edited our review from Saturday and not the actual moment on Friday. So please forgive Little Towel. So, Crime Cricket, I don't mean to upset you. I'm going to have to spend 20 minutes now doing this again. Don't worry. I'm on it. I'm a Little Towel, and I'm on it. However, I need your help, ladies and gentlemen. I don't actually need your help in the sense that I have Karen clips I'd like us to watch because it plays so crucially into Hank's closing. But if you'd like to watch any of Hank Brennan's crosses or anything from the trial, please let me know in the comments. Also, Lisa Towel, if you hear this, please send me a DM on X if you have that capability. All right, so we are going to watch Karen clips. Why are we going to watch Karen clips? Because I have to now redo this jury analysis. I'm sorry about that. This moment the jury was selected. In some sense, that's why I viewed the clip ahead of time. Sorry about that. It wasn't actually to show you the reaction. Is because I knew I got it wrong. I just didn't know how I got it wrong. I had a sense in my towel gut. Did you know towels have 12 abs and also have bones, by the way, ladies and gentlemen? Isn't that wonderful? All right, so I got Karen clips for you. I'm ready. I'm a Little Towel, ready for the Karen clips. Do you think, can you handle this? Can you handle the Karen clips, ladies and gentlemen? I just want to know, can you handle the Karen? No, Macy, don't worry about that at all. What would have been frustrating is if I had posted that on X before I got a chance to screen it with you all there, and then I would have been like, oh no, but now I'm like, see, preemptive towel editing. Towel will go spend the time putting it together, and you all get to watch Karen clips. Ladies and gentlemen, we love Karen clips. We love Hank Brennan. Now, if there's anything you want to watch in particular, like I said, any of Hank's crosses, anything you heard during the closing where you said to yourself, wow, that's testimony I want to rewatch, drop it in the chat. It's Sundays with Hank. The goal is to watch as much of Hank Brennan and his glorious case against Karen Reed that we can, and that means Karen clips are coming up right now. Who loves Karen clips? Towel loves Karen clips, and Towel gets to get his lunch in just a little bit, and Towel loves getting Towel lunch. You don't understand. 2,000 subscribers on Towel channel, Towel lunch incoming, and Karen clips. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I am a Towel. All right, here we go.
Commonwealth moves to introduce and play clip 26.
So, I thought, could I have run him over? Did he try to get me as I was leaving and I didn't know it? I mean, I've always got the music blasting. It's snowing. I got the wipers going, the heater blasting. Did he come and hit the back of my car and I hit him in the knee and he's drunk and
Commonwealth rests.
Karen, what can we expect from the defense? Will you testify?
TBD.
How long will your case last?
1.5 to 2 weeks.
How are you feeling after today?
I feel very good, thank you.
So the approach from the north, we actually missed the turn. And John says to me, we just passed it. It's back there. It's on my left. I said, all right. So I pull nose into a driveway and back out onto the street, which I now own as Cedar Crest, and then come from the north onto Fairview.
Like the next play, clip 25.
At 12:41, I leave a voicemail to John. You can clearly, and this will probably be played on Monday, you can clearly hear me pull into John's garage. You can hear my car sensors beeping as I come close to the sides of the garage truck. And then you hear the car go off, and then you hear the sled ding, ding, ding as I open the door, shut the door. I had high heels on that night. You hear me walk in, go into the stairs up into the kitchen, shut the door. You hear me walk in the kitchen. It's like a full minute long. That's at 12:41.
And finally, clip 24.
I do. I mean, I'll tell you, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think he died right around 12:25, 12:30 on the early morning of January 29th.
Thank you.
Hey, very good. How are y'all? Any reaction to the clips, Karen, that are being played?
No.
So John's laying there, his left and his right, and I approach John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like perched on his nose, like just wedged like a splinter would be. And I just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face. Totally more than Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe, it's me or her. Either I'm going down, Jen, or you are.
There's any window here that you guys have really been going at it. This was sort of had like a last date element to it. Was that going on?
That was not going on. John made it clear to me, I'm never breaking up with you. You know, not never that we're in this good or bad, but you're the best person I've ever.
The Commonwealth would ask to show clip 19.
Okay.
I don't see how John would have known about my text with Brian. And I'm not sure if he knew he would have reacted very strongly. I think we would have broken up, but I don't think John would have lost it and caused a fight. I didn't feel like John's emotions with me got really strong.
I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him? Could I tapped him in the knee and incapacitated him? He didn't look mortally wounded as far as I could see, but could I have done something that knocked him out and in his didn't come to again.
And this was the moment you were dropping them off at the party.
Yeah, would have had to. And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think it looks like you got hit by a car. It looks like you got hit by a car.
All right, who's your next witness, Mr. Brennan?
Next witness is Jean DeMoulis.
Karen, did you see John go in the house? I did. You saw him go in the house?
I saw John go in the house.
Can you describe him going into the house? Which door and how and when?
No, I have, though, and I'm sure the prosecution will play it.
John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
Thank you.
Carmen? Thank you.
All right, your next witness.
One more, please, Your Honor. The Commonwealth moves into evidence and seeks to play clip number 17, please.
Okay.
I gave an interview with ABC with Matt Gutman. I think this was whom I gave the interview to, and I said, he asked, why was I saying, could I hit him, did I hit him? And I said, yeah, my first thought was, I'd been out late, I'd been drinking, and he's in the general vicinity of where I last saw him. I mean, they talk about the left side of the property and the right as if it's, Hammersmith Farms. It's a postage stamp. It's 50 feet. So he's in the front yard to the left of the front door, and no one's coming out of the house. Jen's telling me nobody's seen him. So I'm thinking, Jesus, was I starting to pull away and I ran over his foot? Like, he's roughly where I left him. So yeah, when I found him, I was thinking, did I clip him somehow?
Anything more to say about the clip that was played today?
No, thank you.
What about the clip that's inaudible? Can you say what's in that clip?
I'm sorry, Matt. Just hit you.
How about the, do you remember making those phone calls, man?
Yes.
What was your emotion?
All right, Ms. Roberts, please. Okay, thank you.
We'd like to play this first and then call Ms. Roberts.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did you think...
I remember it, but I question, do I remember it because it's been relived so much? I mean, when I see the video of me driving from the waterfall, like what I just described, tapping the brakes when I crossed the intersection, Washington over Sherman Street, do I actually remember that I kind of slowly proceeded through that green light? No, I don't actually remember that. But I've seen the video so many times that you then question, did I remember it on my own? Or was my memory jogged? But I also wondered, didn't I say, could I have hit him? Or was it told to me that I said I hit him? And I knew I never could have said that, so the closest I must have said was, did I hit him? And I know I said I hit him, but did I really say it as many times as law enforcement's claiming I said it?
Thank you. I now call Kerry Roberts.
When you walked out of the bar, how many drinks had you had?
I had probably about 4, and not 4 that I completed either. I didn't drink maybe more than a few sips at the waterfall.
And
Clip 8, please.
Okay.
And is the level of intoxication pretty high here for everybody?
It's happy.
Yeah.
It's
You'd had a lot to drink, right?
I wouldn't say I have like a normal amount. Let's say like a vodka tonic every 40 minutes.
Okay. And so are you feeling like buzzed? And I'm not judging, I'm just trying to get a sense.
Buzzed.
Yeah.
Clip 9, please.
The final count of my alcohol intakes, probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest vodka tonic. It tasted just like old soda water with lime. Not that I needed to be a martini, but it might have had a splash of vodka in it. So I said, John, this drink tastes like it has no vodka in it. He said, just get a shot and mix it yourself. So each drink was being counted as a double. So I would get a vodka tonic and then I would pour a shot into it. So that would count as 2. Frankly, it just felt like a regular cocktail. It was just a really weak pour. So I asked for a shot. So for my taste, it just tasted like that's the normal strength of what a drink should be. So I had maybe 2 or 3 that are being counted as 4 and 6. And I don't know. I felt fine. I felt like I was buzzed. And then there was one drink, the last one that was given to me, which I would have counted as 3, but they're counting as my 6th cocktail. The guys that we were with brought around shots, and they gave me one that I didn't drink, but I poured it in my drink. So that's now my 5th and 6th drinks, with the 7th, which is a shot that all the men did, and I poured it. So that one glass that I'm holding, that I go into the waterfall with, has 3 drinks in it, a vodka tonic and 2 shots. And which is why John said to me, you're not leaving that drink here, like you haven't touched it and just poured a bunch of vodka. He's like, just take it with you, which was something he always did. So then I go into waterfall and I put that drink down and I would socialize most of the time. So that would have been my 5th, 6th, and 7th drinks. Then John orders me a drink at the waterfall that I don't drink, that he takes with him. And then there was a round of shots that Chris Howard bought that I did take. So that would have been the night. But I did not consume 9 vodka martinis or take 9 shots, depending on how you count it. And the last 2 drinks I didn't touch.
Clip 10, please.
I mean, I'm not as clear as I would be if I hadn't been drinking. I mean, I've had drinks, so, and that led me to question, like, could I have hit him? Did I run over his foot or hit him in the knee? Did I incapacitate him? I mean, I always drive with my music blasting ever since I was 16. And I know when John got out of the car to go into Fairview, I know my car was blasting because when I got in it the next morning to go look for him, I had to immediately turn it down. And I don't know, it's stormy. I have had a few cocktails. I didn't black out, but I wasn't as lucid as I would have been if I had gone to bed at 9 and drank a tea. But so I was fuzzier than I would have been if I had had no alcohol.
Clip 11, please.
How did you feel after that many drinks? When you got in the car, did you feel like you could drive and did you feel how rough up? I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet. The roads were very quiet. You can see it on the videos. And I was going, when I've had a few drinks and I drive, I always drive extra slow. So I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't have been driving. But I don't think I was driving. I know I wasn't driving recklessly. I mean, I've got plenty of video of myself driving all over the place. John did put my car in John's garage, which is incredibly narrow, and I had a very oversized SUV. You see me, there's a video of me driving through the intersection when we leave Waterfall to go to Brian Albert's, and I was always taught by my father, even when you have a green light, you always should tap the brake. You don't know who's going to run red. And I see me doing that multiple times between 12 and 1 and 5 and 6 a.m. So I know I was driving safely, not as safely or as alert as I would be if I had no alcohol. But I was not driving recklessly by any measure.
Thank you.
Heard it, folks. There you heard it. That was the moment. That was the moment Karen Read was forced to watch videos of herself admitting, first of all, evolving stories about how much she had drank in that night, but admitting she shouldn't have been driving, admitting she was under the influence of alcohol. 9 drinks over 3 hours. You heard it in Karen Read's own words from the unaired footage, from the ill-advised 400 hours of interviews Karen Read did with the ID Discovery and HBO Max documentary. That footage has now come back to haunt Karen Read. You saw it in real time right there, folks, with Hank Brennan playing clip after clip after clip after clip for the jury to crescendo into the end of the half day of today's presentation of evidence in the Karen Read and John O'Keefe retrial. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm clipping this to upload. You can watch more of this Karen multicam fascinating coverage in the future for the trial at youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. And after I clip this, I'm going to go back to talking to all the towel friends. So thank you for your patience.
8, 10 seconds.
I'm sorry.
All right, you can play them now.
Okay. May I proceed?
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 12, please.
There was a woman who was a mother to kids that were close to John's kids who lived very close to the Alberts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the Alberts when I was driving, she said, it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John were hooked up prior to John and I dating. There was a woman...
Hold on. Hold on before you play it
We've
again.
already played that one. We don't need to play it again.
Okay.
12A, please.
Two things. Either he's hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on a campus. Everyone lives in their own home with children. Or he's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them very recently, before I started dating John.
Clip 16, please.
We'll backtrack later. Let's start at 34 Fairview. So, who are you with? I'm with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, and Carrie Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front 2 seats. Carrie's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I described this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as
wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
And finally, clip 17, please.
This is where the Karen clips end because the defense objects. All right, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. Who's ready? It's your favorite time. We're doing real-time towel video editing. Then we're going to show Mandy Strong, the honorary towel spouse, Mandy Strong, the verdict slips because she's excited. Then Super Towel Eva got Mandy Strong a picture of the ground outside of Fairview Road around the time of 2022. So we're going to look at that. The other thing is, we've talked about this before, but I just don't support a lot of this stuff. I support Jen, Coffindaffer, Kevin. He's he's going through a lot. Never said a bad word about him. I support John DePietro, obviously, but no, I don't support Kate Peter. I've talked about it before. I think she has some weird mixed motives. I'm of the opinion that her and Aidan Kearney, who used to work together until 2019, might have struck a deal. And we've played some clips on this channel before just to sort of ground this. We've played some clips on the channel before. There's been some behavior in the orbit of the Reed and O'Keefe case that I think a lot of people are afraid to talk about. So I'm gonna show it. I know you don't like it, but I'm gonna show it because I think that the only way to really make this point is to show this clip, okay? It bothers me. It bothers me a lot, okay? And I think that Kate Peter is trying to present herself behind this false facade, in my opinion, of benevolence, when really I think she, in my opinion, has like a very insidious influence, and it's dangerous, in my opinion, to the integrity of these cases and to the moral fabric of these of the people in the orbit of these cases. I think Aidan Kearney and Turtle Boy and Kate Peter are two different sides of the same coin, and I'm almost convinced that they've made some kind of deal where Aidan will give up Karen, and then all the charges against Kate and Aidan will fall away. Kate's charged with felony witness intimidation. Aidan's charged with a bunch of witness intimidation and oral and illegal interception of an oral communication related to Lindsay. I could totally see some kind of deal being struck, and then I could see Aidan appearing in Kate's documentary, quote unquote, that she's trying to coordinate for Netflix. Keep an eye on all this stuff, folks. But the other thing is, the reason why I think Kate's so insidious is two reasons. One, let me be clear. It was Kate Peter who's on 2/26/2024 who called the O'Keefe family and said that Lindsay Gattani, Paul O'Keefe specifically, wanted to come to court to support the O'Keefe family. Then Kate called Lindsay Gattani and said to Lindsay that the O'Keefe family wanted Lindsay to come to court that day to show support for the O'Keefe family. Now, there's nothing wrong with either of those things. Lindsay and Paul could have just spoken directly and said, I want to come to court to show mutual support. Great, etc. But it was Kate being a little weird and manipulating both of them that it highlights this deeper issue. The second thing that's weird is Lindsay Gattani's phone, a 15-year extraction, was in the possession of the state police from January to April of 2024 in the context of an investigation into Aidan Kearney. I think that investigation was cover for the MSP to find out what the real target of the federal probe was, which was the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder. I think the MSP started looking into that in December of 2023, specifically this unit assigned to the Norfolk DA. I think they kind of figured out that the federal probe wasn't really into John's death or the investigation thereof. It was actually into the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder. However, I also think there's some allegiances here between Kate and Tully and some of the witnesses, and I think they even use other witnesses as fodder. So Lindsay Gattani's phone extraction in the possession of the MSP between January and April of 2024. 15-year extraction. Completely unredacted. Released on April 2024 by accident by Tully directly to Aidan Kearney's lawyer. Now, someone tell me, ladies and gentlemen, why would Brian Tully release pictures of Lindsay giving birth to Aidan Kearney's lawyer, knowing that what Aidan Kearney is capable of? And why would Brian Tully, if this is what happened, as reported, only remove messages from that extraction, from Tully to Lindsay and from Kate Peter to Lindsay? Clearly, Brian Tully and Kate Peter have a connection. This is not very hard to figure out. So then, you have to ask yourself, ladies and gentlemen, April 24th, 2024, isn't that right in the lead up to Karen's first trial? Why would anyone release a 15-year unredacted? Why would someone in the state police release an unredacted 15-year production of Lindsay Gattani's phone right before the first Karen Reed trial? Oh, I don't know. Fodder for the Turtle Riders to pay attention to people who might not know Tully and Kate Peter? Whoops. Is it possible Kate Peter has a history? Get out of my soul. You're not going to stop me. Get out of my soul. Is it possible Kate Peter has a history of doing things like this? Ladies and gentlemen? Well, is it possible that there were rumors started years ago by Kate Peter under the cover of trying to show Aiden Kearney doesn't vet his sources about Colin Albert and Chris Albert specifically selling drugs that did not exist before Kate Peter spread those rumors, ladies and gentlemen. Did not exist, okay? Do you see what I'm saying? Is it possible Kate Peter used Colin Albert and Chris Albert as fodder too? Does Kate try to compartmentalize all this as if she's running some rudimentary version of the Manhattan Project? And does Kate Peter try to keep people away from each other so they won't all figure this out? Like would Kate Peter try to like push Paul and Lindsay apart so they don't figure it out? Push me and Lindsay apart so we don't figure it out? Push Colin Albert and Lindsay apart, or Chris Albert and Lindsay apart so they don't figure it out? See what I mean? In my opinion, this woman is more dangerous in some sense, in my opinion, than Aiden, because she presents the ostensible veneer of compassion and benevolence. And in that way, I think she's trying to present herself and manipulate these Netflix people into showing her as like the Charlotte of the internet, like the woman who saved the internet. No. She just happens to deploy Aiden's tactics, in my opinion, with more plausible deniability than Aiden, which is just sick. Now tell me, would this rumor about Colin Albert and Chris Albert have started without Kate Peter? No, it wouldn't have. Would Lindsay have been used as cannon fodder to distract the Turtle Riders' attention away from other witnesses without Kate Peter involved? No, I don't think so. I think she's a intellectual, pseudo-intellectual mercenary, contracted hitter. Not really like that kind of hitter, like a contracted reputational hitter, in my opinion. She's like an asset, like a low-level, rudimentary, state-level intelligence asset who can be contracted, in my opinion, to do things like this.
This was 100%.
1 second, let me unmute this. We're playing this video. Sorry, someone did the thing. You know, you mention it, and Towel's going to do his thing, ladies and gentlemen. It's how Towel is. I had to not look at your comments because I know you need to see this.
This was 100% a fabrication out of my own mind. It is not rooted in reality at all. I sent this just to fuck with Aiden, to prove that he does not vet information at all. He will run with any sort of gossip that bolsters his claims. And I want to prove this. So anyone who believes him should realize that a lot of this is getting sent out. I just went ahead and I emailed turtleboysports@gmail.com. I wrote, based on a movie plot. This is based on a movie plot. You could do the same thing. He would probably run with it too. If anyone gets their fake stories mentioned by this schmuck, please email me. We'll have a prize for you. Listen to this.
All right. Again, this is an honor. Like, I don't know who this person is, but I'm just going to read the email that I got out loud. Bear with me. Because, hi, I've been really scared to talk to anyone about this. And I know I'm not the only one. But I see you're keeping people anonymous, and I think it's important that people know. The problem that Colin Albert had with John O'Keefe is that Colin Albert sells pills and weed, and John knew about it because he lived across the street from one of Colin's friends who runs Colin. Colin's dad knows, and sometimes the drugs go through the pizza shop, from what I've heard. The whole Albert family makes money from it. I don't know, but that's that's what makes it a little far-fetched. Like, you're making the Albert family relies on marijuana sales and what other pill sales. Come on, that sounds. I'm just reading the email from it, and I don't know if his Uncle Brian knows or not, but I think he probably does and explains why they're really covering it up. I have screenshots of Colin selling drugs because, sadly, I have bought from him before. Well, that's interesting. That's very interesting.
So interesting.
So again, this person asked for anonymity. They will be granted it. Just to be clear, I have not said your name. and I'm not going to say your name.
Yeah, very trustworthy man.
You are
until you don't dance to what I tell you to dance
Oh,
to.
he said you're safe with me. Well, I don't want anonymity. I sent you that email, you dumb motherfucker.
Oh, well, that's good to know, Kate. That's good to know. That is good to know. Well, that was interesting, ladies and gentlemen. Wasn't that interesting to watch? Oh, I'm sorry, by the way, if all your chats weren't showing, I had forgot to sort the chat by live chat. I was sorting it by top chat. My apologies. I have it fixed now. But yeah, listen, folks, it upsets me. It concerns me. And I also think there's these like networks of operatives in the case on both sides that are deep cover, and they'll be like, pretend to be pro-justice for John O'Keefe, or they'll pretend to be... No, they weren't married. Mary Adams, Kate and Turtle Boy worked together until 2019, and then they had a falling out. They were co-defendants in a civil lawsuit due to some of the articles they ran. Depending on who you listen to about their falling out, Aiden said it was about Kate and money, and I think Kate said it was more like Aiden was being controlling of her online personality, but you got to look into it. I'm just relaying briefly what I recall about them over the years, like saying on their live streams about it. Aiden, I remember distinctly saying that they had a falling out over money, but who knows if that's like just part of the truth or all of the truth. Who knows? I'm just declaring I don't know. That's what Aiden said. Then Kate, I think, said it was more like Kate had her own personality at the time. She was like this, I forget what, it wasn't Mafia Masshole, it was some other like identity, and she was kind of building her own brand. And I have some sympathy because I kind of could see like her being like, all right, I'm going to go out on my own, and Turtle Boy being like, no, I made you. Like, I'm just saying, that's my opinion. I made you, you can't go out on your own. So I could see that being like how Kate felt. I could see Aiden having his opinion. God knows what it was actually about. I'm sure it was like apoplectic. And I think there was this other guy that used to work with Aiden who was also there at the time Kate was working with Aiden, who now no longer likes Aiden. I think his name's like Brett or something. I don't know a lot about that side of the story, but there's this whole like interconnected web, you must understand, between Aiden Kearney and Kate Peter. For example, like Jason Broyles, this guy who goes by Haley W., who's like a parking clerk from Connecticut, who like tactically in like early 2024 started going after like Jess Lindsay, okay, like just focusing on Lindsay, and it was very interesting timing. And then he had initially got like a paid for a free Karen Reed billboard in like 2023, and like kind of fell off the map for a bit, then came back going hard at Lindsay as like a turtle rider in 2024, using a fake profile pretending to be a woman online. But it was really weird because he used to be in Kate Peters' Discord in 2019. You see what I'm saying? So, like, I think what's going on is there's these deep cover operatives who, like, pretend to be turtle riders, pretend to be pro Karen Reed, or pretend to be justice for John O'Keefe. The people who pretend to be turtle riders or pretend to be free Karen Reed, and some of them are really popular. I know who some of you are. They become very popular, and they feed information back to Kate. I figured that blew my freaking mind when I figured out that one of the most prominent free Karen Reed accounts is fake and is a mole for Kate, who actually supports justice for John O'Keefe. It's crazy. It's wild. They must have planted this stuff since like 2023. I'm telling you, it's incredible, the scope of it. And the other thing is, I also think people who are pro turtle riders like Jason Broyles, this is my opinion, and some of these other turtle riders are moles for Kate as well. They're deep cover operatives. It's like a low level, it's an intelligence community tactic. There's nothing that would stop someone from just going out in public, creating a new account, really building it up, and just being like, I fervently support Turtle Boy, I fervently support Karen, like I'm going to go to all the hearings, showing up, but actually being feeding information to Kate. Likewise, there's nothing that would stop someone from being like, I'm fervently justice for John O'Keefe, I'm fervently whatever, and then feeding information to Aiden. This is what's going on. A lot of these profiles, a lot of the toxic atmosphere, the operations, the emotional torment in this case, traces back, in my opinion, to the people who are in the orbit of both Aiden and Kate, in my opinion, and therefore being run as proxies to feed information back to people. I know who some of you are. You don't understand. I'm a towel who knows no one. I have no connections anywhere. I've never heard of the government. I don't know anyone in any sectors of the government. I certainly don't understand anything about this. So really, you don't have any reason to be concerned. Certainly, I haven't spoken to anyone in the government about this on the local, state, federal level, or otherwise. You don't understand. I am a towel. So, therefore, in my opinion, We have run into a very serious situation where our judicial system was weaponized on both sides. There were all these overlapping motives. There's overlapping concentric social circles of influence that define and permeate throughout the PR movements, quote unquote, on both sides of this case, okay? And what you'll find is that it traces back to the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder, which involved Tully's unit, which I think people who were involved in the Justice for John O'Keefe movement, but were actually operatives, wanted to make sure it didn't get covered in the context of Karen's case. Okay, I think it was all about insulating Brian Tully, using people like Colin Albert and Lindsay Gattani as fodder, cannon fodder, so the turtle riders would not pay attention to certain other witnesses. I know I'm not addressing the elephant in the room. Figure it out. And then, secondly, I think that Aiden and Karen were likewise kind of used as stoolies by the feds, attract a lot of attention to the Karen Reed case, but then actually have Aiden and Karen feeding information to the feds that they were getting about the MSP unit, which led to the uncovering of the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder by the same MSP unit who investigated Karen for John's death. You see what I mean? So it all ties in together, and there's all these overlapping motives, and you have Kate as a wild card and Aiden as a wild card, but the real players are Karen on one side and Brian Tully on the other, and even they aren't the real players because Brian Tully was representing the interests of the Norfolk DA, and Karen was representing the interests of the old DOJ under Josh Levy, Rachel Rollins, and Dustin Chow. You see what I'm saying? It was this very convoluted proxy battle with layers of insulated sort of accountability. So people could just be like, Kate Peter, I'm looking at you, Paul. Kate Peter, I've never heard of Kate Peter. I talked to her like twice. You know what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen? Like it was all just designed to insulate the power players who were involved. And I do think it traces back to really big corruption by the DOJ, the old DOJ in Boston under Levy, Rollins, and Chow. And then on the other side, I think there was a cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder. And I think people like Kate, in my opinion, knew about it, but got so close to people like Tully and others that they were like, oh no, we can't let people find out about that. And then Kate, this is why it's compartmentalized. This is a lot of confidential stuff. So Kate won't tell anyone, in my opinion, or Aiden won't tell people the full scope of this. They just have their operatives go out there. Let me explain this. When the Manhattan Project occurred in the 30s, 40s, and 50s in the United States, which was the origin of the intelligence community in the United States, because it was like the Directorate of Naval Intelligence or the OSI, the Office of Special Intelligence, or whatever it was in the 40s. It became the CIA, okay, and that was before there was sort of centralized command and control for the national intelligence apparatus through the Director of National Security, which occurred post 9/11. So we're talking like the 40s through the 80s. Okay, the very early form of compartmentalized intelligence work in the United States was the Manhattan Project. Here's how the Manhattan Project functioned. It had Los Alamos Research Laboratory in New Mexico, where Oppenheimer was actually building and the others were building the core of the weapon. Then in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, we had to design, there was a very secret city in Tennessee, still in existence to this day. We had to design the delivery mechanism for these weapons, okay? So in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, we had a population of 20,000 people, all government employees, working on a top secret project. Now at Oak Ridge in the time, what would happen is, these 20,000 employees would go into their various buildings and they would let me give you an example. It was very rudimentary computer technology. They would take a punch card, okay? They would put it into a slot in a computer. They had no idea what they were doing. They were just told, take this punch card, put it into this computer, take the punch card from the pile, put the next one in the computer, do it over and over and over again. They would do that all day. They had absolutely no idea what they were working on. So they had no idea what they were working on at Oak Ridge. It was compartmentalized, okay? But that is how they built the nuclear bomb in America. It was the Manhattan Project, so the actual work in Los Alamos in New Mexico, and then Oak Ridge was in Tennessee was how they built it, okay? So the way that this worked was, if you didn't know the bigger picture, you couldn't leak anything. Trust no one in intelligence community work. Assume everyone could leak. Therefore, don't insult them, right? Because you need that human interaction to do This is called. So there's two different types of intelligence. There's lots actually, but there's signals intelligence, which is called SIGINT, SIGINT. That is when you intercept communications and things like that. But then there's human intelligence, all uppercase, HUMINT, okay? Human intelligence means you actually have to cultivate a relationship with the source or the target target of your operation because you're manipulating them to giving you information, okay? Likewise, if you don't trust anyone, if you think that your agents or your operation is going to be the target of infiltration, then you don't even bother giving people information. You just isolate them. It's called, I was taught compartmentalization. You compartmentalize their tasks so that even if they betrayed you, they never can tell anyone what was fully going on until after the project's done and it's public, because they will have only known a small segment of what they won't even have known what they were really doing. It's a very subversive form of emotional control and manipulation. So to explain this to you, here's how it's deployed in the Reed and O'Keefe case and the Turtle Boy case. If you're doing human intelligence on this level, first of all, you're not going to have very good operatives. It's not the freaking CIA. You're going to have like people who are desperate. You're going to have people who like really need money, who maybe are in bad situations. You're going to prey on them. You're going to find out what their vulnerabilities are, emotional vulnerabilities or financial. You're going to target it. You're going to find out how to make the approach. Then you're basically going to pay them off, or you're going to find out information on them that you can use to blackmail them, and then you're going to use that to control them. Do you see how bad this can get? So then you have people who will be like, okay, so I'm going to pay you, right? I need you to like be this person's friend. They won't tell you why they want you to be that person's friend or why they want you to go to their house and get the license plate or whatever. But you're just sent on an assignment and you think that like whatever, it's just an assignment, but there's a bigger purpose. You don't know it, but you see what I mean? Now, those people though, we're dealing on such rudimentary levels here that they're not good operatives. They're not trained in this. They don't know what they're doing. And you don't have to, if you spoke to any one of them, you wouldn't be able to put this together. But this isn't a professional DNI operation. This is literally like low-level state intelligence operation with like a wild card in Kate who doesn't really know what she's doing, in my opinion. And what happens is that if you amalgamate all the perspectives, this was Kate's fatal flaw, and I think it's Aiden's too. If you keep all these individual people compartmentalized, your plan works. But if someone can amalgamate every single thing that's going on and talk to all the people involved and get through the sort of noise and get through the combative, toxic posture of all the people involved. If someone can actually break through and talk to everyone and you amalgamate perspectives, you can find out the kernel, like the thread that unites everything, and then you can hermeneutically reconstruct, like through inductive analytical reasoning, what was actually going on. And so that's really what I was looking at. And so you can kind of see, I was tracing this web and I was seeing whose overlapping motives tie to a compartmentalized section of a larger plan, and then I was pulling back and I was trying to trace the threads, and that's how, in my opinion, it became this sort of these layers of social circles that are overlapping and insulate certain people, and then you find out who's really in the room. Okay? And I don't need a board with string. I have it in my mind map, but that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm pulling out on, and that's like who was played, who was a pawn, who was compartmentalized, who was a person in the room, who was in the room but actually representing the interests of someone else, who was in the back room, and then furthermore, where does this all actually lead back to? So, so that's the best I can do for you in terms of like tying this all together. But, I don't know. I've told the people who need to know. I don't know anyone. I have no idea what I'm talking about clearly. This is all satire. That's a disclaimer. But, I don't know anything about the domestic intelligence apparatus. Are you kidding me? I'm a towel. I was not recruited by the DOJ into the antitrust section and turned it down. I am a towel. I don't know anyone, anywhere, and I know nothing about anything because that is the nature of human existence. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am a towel. So, on that note, I think that was a pretty good overview, wasn't it not? Who sent me I feel bad. DJ was just like, Grant, you should check this out on Kate's channel. Nope, we are going into an overview of how I think the various overlapping concentric social circles of influence involved in both sides of this case ran different operations through different self-interested motives in order to undermine the integrity of the justice system and use subversive PR to manipulate people for their personal purposes. Ow! I meant to take a bow. I hit my hat on my microphone. That is conventional towel for you. Who said physical comedy is over, ladies and gentlemen? I may as well be the modern three towel stooges. Combined into one person, I am both erudite and hilarious. You don't understand? I'm wonderful. I put together all the strings. I'm like call me James Joyce towel, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Vico's glorious recursive historical circles made manifest. That's why I think the structure, by the way, can we just talk about the brilliance of the structure of James Joyce's Finnegan's Wake? James Joyce took all of human history, basically, at least since the Younger Dryas, because I think we probably restarted civilization. But we don't have time to get into that, ladies and gentlemen. I am a towel. Anyway, so also the weathering on the Sphinx is totally from water and not from air, which indicates that the Sphinx and the pyramids are one of the few things that survived the Younger Dryas impact. Anyway, so James Joyce took all of human civilization and encoded it into this overlapping concentric social circle where he tells the rise and fall of human morality through one man's travel, daily 24 hours travel through Dublin. Now, the guy kind of gets cheated on by his wife and he feels really bad. His name's Humphrey Chimpton Earwicker, or Here Comes Everybody, HCE. Now, this man is traveling through Dublin like a commodious vicus of recirculation, like the river that runs past Adam, Eve, and Bendith Bay. And ladies and gentlemen, it is wonderful. And there's Hawthorne Castle, I think, is mentioned as well. It's wonderful, ladies and gentlemen, because at once Humphrey Chimpton Earwicker and his wife Anne Olivia Pluribel, ALP, and their sons are Shaman Shem the Penman and the Bible in their family. Then at another moment, they're Napoleon ready to conquer the continent of Europe. Then at another moment, they're Hegel gazing out at the birth of the intellectual enlightenment in the 1700s. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it is the perfect retelling of the rise and fall of this human civilization that has spanned thousands of centuries through an allegorical masterpiece that somehow reflects the stream of consciousness that is daily human life into a literary just interwoven mosaic that pulls together these interspersed threads and takes the mundane, a daily walk through Dublin in the life of a human, and turns it into something that is historically sublime. Body Towel that is Towel's oratorical framework for my philosophy of history, as used by analogy to explain how I figured out, in my opinion, what was going on with the Reed and O'Keefe cases, and how some of you were being run as moles, perhaps without even your knowledge as to the full scope of the plan you were involved in, for nefarious purposes of the highest order, because I am a towel. I needed to get that off my chest. I just want to say thank you very much. I appreciate you listening to my towel soliloquy. DJ's like, oh no, what have I done? I think I just got Grant to compare Finnegan's Wake to the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. What have I done? Also, yes, I am totally of the opinion that that discovery of the crater outside Mexico near the Yucatan is an indication that the Younger Dryas did create a reset, because we have evidence of human footprints going back like 22,000 years or so in what is now southeastern America, USA, near Arizona or New Mexico or something. And then you got Göbekli Tepe, I'm not pronouncing that right, these underground cities, and you just have this evidence, and I think it's very likely that the only place in the entire world that did not get, I'm sure it got wiped out, but the only place in the world that didn't get destroyed was the pyramids and the Sphinx, and maybe some other monuments like Chichen Itza and things like that, just like stonework, because it was all water, and the stoneworks had to be far away from where the impact crater was, and then they still got kind of deluged, and then that's weathering. So that's my theory on human history. Göbekli Tepe. Yes, it's in Turkey, I believe. Now, listen, I don't know how Towel does this. I don't have notes. I don't prep any of this. It's just there's all this information stored up in my brain, and if you say a comment, I guess it helps me it can be random, so don't even think it's like you'll induce it. But if you say a comment that induces me onto one thread, it can kind of prompt my recall. And if you prompt my recall, we can end up on a very fascinating historical explication of the most interesting order. Let me tell you, I have a lot to say. I am a towel, and I drank an energy drink. I told you this was not a good idea, but I'm a towel. Oh, yes, Thank you, WD-40. No, you know what I want to do? Okay, so I have a few plans. Let's take a pause before we do real-time towel video editing because I need to think about this for a second. I have a few plans. One, I would like to wander the countryside in a robe that's actually a towel and preach to people. Now, I'm a little concerned that I'm not going to make it, ladies and gentlemen, but I'll just walk around, and I think people will give me sandwiches and honey mustard because I lecture them about human morality. I know I can do this. Now, the other thing that I was thinking about is what if I took a flotilla with none your business around the world and collected animals like kangaroos and also koalas and pandas and peacocks and I think some sheep are going to come along, and I'm pretty sure we need a camel and also some penguins from Antarctica because of Wicked Uma, and then we need to get Brewski the Irish setter from Ireland, who also has undercover territorial acquisitionist agendas, and we're going to give him Greenland as a bribe to come along with us. Then I'm going to go to Jerusalem, and I'm going to use my oratorical skills and this fleet of ridiculous animals to disarm people by telling the people who run the Eastern Gate that I am a towel and I have come with a flotilla of peace and I need to open the gate. Then they're going to say to me, what are you talking about? Why are you here? And why do you think you're a towel? And how are those penguins alive? This is the desert. And I'm going to be like, don't worry about that. I brought some water. They'll be fine. Can we talk about the gate? You see what I'm saying? Murder by Maestro, it's so good to see you. Have you thought about the fact that I should go to Jerusalem and bring none your business as the captain of a ship of misfit creatures? Oh, and the deckhands are armed with sporks. Not armed, waving sporks of peace so that we can go to Jerusalem and open a gate. Have you ever thought that that is my eudaimonia or summum bonum as a towel, my greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin respectively? Have you ever thought about that? And please don't give me energy drinks. I don't know if this is good for the world. People are like, what have I found? You know what you have found? You have found a moment of levity, because that is what we do on Towel Stream. We are going to watch Dr. Wolf's Direct and Cross next when I get lunch. But when Towel needs a moment of levity, ladies and gentlemen, after I go on a historic rant about lots of interesting things, then yes, we have to do it. Mandy Towel, I hope you enjoyed that, my dear friend. Okay, now, who's ready for real-time towel video editing? On that note, I'm excited for it. You're excited for it. We're going to actually get the moment. We're going to do it in real time that Karen Reed saw jury selection. So here's how we do this. First of all, we have to go to duration. Then we got to play, and I got to find the exact moment Judge Cannoni starts reading, not right before Clerk McDermott steps up. So hold on one second. So right about here. So this is the sidebar. They have to see juror one more time in sidebar. All right, so hold on. So let's actually include that. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Let's listen. I got to unmute this. All right, let's go.
This will be the last time I'm going to see counsel at sidebar, but I'm required to see counsel at sidebar.
All right, so we're going to start right there.
This will be the last.
Okay, right there. So you cut that. So you see how we do this? All right, now we cut that. Now we're going to get rid of that. Now here's what we do. We need to figure out how off the Karen cam is from Judge Cannoni. I think it's going to be about 24 seconds. So we see that, you see how it says 2:36. Hold on one second. We need to get the exact moment that it starts. You see how it says 2:36, 2:34:46, I believe it is. 2:34:46. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to 2:34:46. We're going to go get the full clip. All right. We're going to start at 2:34:22. All right. Now we're going to do that because that's a 20-second buffer. Okay. And so we grab the original clip. Now we have to do one more thing. So we grab this clip, right? And we're going to start at 2:32:24. All right. So we go over here, right?
Think about the people.
Hold on one second. And we go to 2:32:24. All right. Now, we don't actually, no, actually, I'm going to see counsel one more time in sidebar. So when do they get up? When do they get up? Hold on. They don't actually get up. When do they get up? Oh, I was at the wrong part. Hold on. It was 2:34. So it's actually, I was way off. It was a little bit earlier. We want 3 seconds before they get up. That's going to be our cue point. So they get up at 4:16. So let's try 4:10. How long does she speak for? let's say 4 seconds. Actually, we have to be very precise with this. So this is real-time towel video editing, ladies and gentlemen. If you've never been part of this, it's an experience. I need to know exactly how long Judge Cannone speaks for before the lawyers get up. So let's count.
This will be the last time I'm going to see counsel at sidebar, but I'm required to see counsel at sidebar.
Okay, so that was roughly 4 seconds. All right, so we need 4 seconds before they get up. So 1 second, we need 4 seconds before they get up. So we're going to grab this over here.
Any way or manner.
Hold on, and it needs to be 4 seconds before. So when do they get up? They get up at 16, I think. Yeah, so let's start at 4:11 to, let's start at 4.
Well, as all
no,
of the persons.
4:12. I want to start at, I think 4, a little buffer is good.
2,
all right,
as well as
so
all.
now watch what we do here. We go back here and make sure that it starts at 4:32:12, all right? That gives us exactly the buffer we want. So let's actually do it at 11. 1 second. This is real-time towel video editing. We're going to watch a Karen Cam sync, by the way. All right, so that's good. That's what I want. Now, for the second clip, we have to make it sure it's the same exact time as the first clip. So the first clip is 4 minutes and 16 seconds. So we just go up here, we grab this, and then we just change that to 4:16.
Remember that the decision
it cuts
of the
off
jury.
the end. Now, we have to extract the audio from this, okay, because we don't need the audio. This is the Karen Cam. We delete the audio. Now we take, we go to the first file, right? And we need to we only really need the law and crime feed for that. So see how we do this? All right, 1 second. See how we take that, right? And then we take this, and we just stop it at the edge of the law and crime box, okay? The magic of video editing. Now, we're going to boost the audio a little bit just so we can hear what Judge Cannone and the clerk are saying. We'll put it up at like 250 to start, right? That's boosting the source audio. Now we get the clip with no audio. That's 4:16. This is 4:16, right? All right, there we go. Now look at that. And then we just layer this, send it backwards. Now we should have a perfectly synced Karen Cam for your enjoyment. Ready, ladies and gentlemen? This should be perfect. We want to see the lawyers get up in that Karen Cam as soon as Judge Cannone turns and says, last time for sidebar, show me a winner.
This will be the last time I'm going to see counsel at sidebar, but I'm required to see counsel at sidebar.
I'm liking it. Let's watch it together.
Okay, folks, it's Grant Smith Ellis. It's all about to happen. I've had a request from the commander of the Towel Expeditionary Force in Europe, Def Otter, themselves. I am going to do this for you right now, Def Otter. Give me 1 second. The jurors on jury 2 are 4-person, Def Otter, Tiger Lily Girl, Chastity, Artworks 2, Diana Natale and Jew Drops. They're sharing a spot. Jack D65, Luisa Ramirez, Curly Girly, POG 3909, Mandy Strong, Z Travels, Sandy Johnson. Z Travels, Mandy Strong, POG 3909, Curly Girly, Luisa Ramirez, Sandy Johnson, Jack D65, Jew Drops Diana Natale sharing a spot, Artworks 2, Chastity, Tiger Lily Girl, Def Otter as the 4 towel. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting. Courts of
All right, perfect. We're going to take a look at it. Watch this.
about to come back into session. Here we go.
All right, so let's start right there because we don't need our announcement of the jurors, but that was pretty cool. Of our mock jurors. All right, what do you got for me? What do you got for me? This should now be perfect.
Oh, the jurors are being chosen.
May I?
Yes.
Could the juror sitting in seat number 13 step down and take your place as an alternate? Could the juror sitting in seat number 7 step down and take your place as an alternate? Juror 6, could you step down and take your place as an alternate? Juror 17, could you step down and take your place as an alternate? Juror 2, could you step down and take your place as an alternate? And Juror 8, could you step down and take your place as an alternate?
All right. Yes, please do.
Could I have the court officers raise your right hands? Do you swear that you will keep this jury in alternates in some separate but convenient place until they agree, that you not suffer any person to speak to them, to speak to them yourselves, nor ask them if they agree, nor suffer them to disperse until they have discharged their verdict, except by further order of the court, so help you God? Thank you.
All right, so members of the jury, I need not remind you that you have an important responsibility, but I believe that you will bring to bear all the wisdom and the judgment and conscience that you possess in reaching your verdict in this case. All that we can expect from you is that you decide the case with integrity and with principle. We all expect you to reach an impartial verdict dictated by your logic, without bias, without prejudice or sympathy, and not prompted by any facts except those that you've heard here in court during the trial. We are looking for impartial judgment dictated by your reasoning and the fullest discharge of your oaths as jurors. You may retire and deliberate your verdict.
There it is. Okay, verdict clock is starting now, ladies and gentlemen. We are on Verdict Watch in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We are about to get going. I hope you have readied your towels. I'm not sure we're ready for this. Please, 4 towels, approach the... That was a good ending. Hold on a minute. We are on Verdict Watch in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We are about to get going. I hope you have readied your towels. Perfect ending. All right, so there's no Karen Cam at the end, but so we delete this, and then I think, all right, and then we delete this, and then I think that's it. We got our cut. It's not, I mean, it's not everything I wanted, but it's a good cut. And then let me do one thing here. Hold on. Yeah, it's a good cut, ladies and gentlemen. What did you think? Did Tal do a good job? I think I did a good job, ladies and gentlemen. Here's the cut. Well, the jurors are being chosen. Perfect. All right, so one thing I got to fix is this has just got to come over just a little bit more. All right, now one more time. It has to be perfect. I will not accept anything short of perfection. No weird blur in the background. Well, the jurors are being chosen. Oh, I love it. I love it. I worked so hard on that. I'm so proud of myself. Murder by Maestro, are you proud of me? Look how quickly I did that sync. You got to really know what you're doing to do a sync like that quickly. But yeah, I had fun. I can't tell why. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot the moment the 4-person was chosen. Okay, we'll do it. We'll do that at, did that happen right then? No, that might have actually happened earlier because the 4-person is automatically on the jury. So we'll do the 4-person moment too. But for now, we're going to take the request from, who was it? I forget earlier who asked for Dr. Wolf's opening Macy Towel. And ladies and gentlemen, Murder by Maestro and all the other towel friends, Tiger Lily Girl, Artemis J, Curly Girly. Hello, friends. We hit 2,000 towel subscribers earlier. It was a glorious day, and it's almost time for towel lunch. You don't understand. I am an excitable towel. But yes, I promised we would watch the direct and cross of Dr. Wolf. So that's exactly what we're going to do. Little towels. You don't understand. I am a towel. So I'm going to bring that up for you now. Give me a second while I grab it on Towel Stream. I think I have that day indeed, ladies and gentlemen. It was day 20 of the trial, which I believe was day 21 on Towel Stream. And we are going to watch it together like little towels. I'm excited. You're excited. While we're getting that ready, I think you know exactly what's coming. Even if Colleen Henry isn't in the chat, there are some of you who are very excited, little towels, because we might get to watch your favorite clip. And if you said, thank you, Curly Girly, God bless you, towel friends. We did it together. We had an amazing moment. Then someone trolled me and I went below 2,000 and then we went to 2003. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we're in the 21st century of towel subscribers. How glorious. It will eventually be 2025 and that will be the current year. But you know what's coming. Murder by Maestro loves it. The towel, actually, Murder by Maestro is the co-creator of this wonderful clip. It's stabilized. It has wonderful color correction. All the towel friends around the world know exactly what's coming. I think Murder by Maestro's in the garden with their towel plants thinking, oh my goodness, I'm a 1001-year-old towel in binary years, and I'm about to get a special towel announcement after we watch this clip. You might have seen it yesterday, but it's going to get even better in the next, a minute, because you might be able to get a shirt featuring Call Me Hank. And I know you're saying to yourself, that's not possible. This cannot get any better. I don't seriously get to get a Call Me Hank shirt. Yes, you do. I'm a towel. Okay, but before we get to that, here we go. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. I had a towel Murder by Maestro steady cam. I must see you, Colleen Henry. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. Colleen Henry definitely linked that one. We must see that. Hold on, I think I can find one more. 3 times. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. We love it. We love it, ladies and gentlemen. Now listen. I'm going to show this to you now. I want you to all try to contain yourself. I have not actually prepared it. I have just gotten this ready. I need to actually get it up onto the website. But I heard Towel Editor Chris is helping with something, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, I heard it is literally the Call Me Hank shirt. Now, yes, I know it's missing a second quotation. This isn't the actual version. It was a draft. I haven't actually uploaded the actual version. Towel Editor Chris has to help with that. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Call Me Hank shirt. Yes, I took the picture. It is my copyright. It's going to say you could call me Hank and you can wear Hank. Everyone is going to be thrilled. I said I wouldn't do this until after closing arguments. I did it. We made a shirt. It says Call Me Hank. Colleen Henry's literally going to wear 17 of these shirts every single day of the month and then wash 17 of them and then wear them again. It says, I know, folks, I may even be able to talk to Towel Editor Chris in the next few hours. It's possible you could order these as soon as the next few weeks, maybe today. I don't know how the approval process works. I am a towel. But just be aware, this is the initial design. There's going to be 2 quotes. I forgot the second one in my mock. This is not mock-up. This is not the final version. You will be able to see the final version on the website. I also want to disclaim, we are not ordering these like me. I'm not buying 50 of them. I couldn't do that if I wanted to. You have to buy them from a drop shipper. Please look at the shipping terms. It's probably going to be 6 weeks. That's a projection. Just read the fine print. Don't get overexcitable because it's going to take time to print them and ship them. Look at the shipping time for your expected date of arrival. I also announced yesterday, if you buy any towel items through this store, first of all, I'm not going to be involved. Towel Editor Chris is going to do it. I just want to get these out there. I don't want to make any money off it. Towel Editor Chris can figure it out. I think he'll get like $3 a shirt, and then he can do what he wants with it. He's a good man. But my plan is, if you all buy these things, okay, then if you want Towel to sign them, I cannot absorb the shipping and handling cost of you sending me an item and then me paying to send it back to you, but I have a plan. If you want me to sign the shirts or any item you buy from this store that doesn't exist yet, because I'm not very good at administrating my life, you send them to me, okay, in a box. I'll get a P.O. box set up in the next week, and you send them to me in a box. In this box, please do a few things. Include the item or items. This is very important. If you send me an empty box, I will just sign the box. You don't understand. I'm hilarious like that. Second, in order for this to work, and I haven't figured out the full terms of this, allow me to talk to Towel Editor Chris. Send inside the box a prepaid return shipping label. I will not pay to send the item back to you. I'm sorry. I don't have any money as it is. I barely get by. But if you send me a box with the items in it and it has a prepaid return shipping item, the label, here's what I will do. I will take a marker, a black marker, maybe a blue marker, and I will sign my name on the item, okay? If you want me to sign it in a specific place, or if you want me to write something specific that the conditions of this are I have to be morally okay with whatever it is you ask me to write. I will not write anything. I have to be morally okay with it, subject to my judgment. I will write that on the shirt. Also, I will write a towel note to you. You cannot necessarily dictate the content of the towel note, but if you want me to write a note to your towel siblings or your towel's children or your towel mom, I'll do that. Just tell me in a piece of paper, one piece of paper. You can also send me any fan mail you want. That's fine. I'll read them all and I'll try to respond to you over the coming years. I hope it will not take that long. Now, write what you want me to write on the shirt. Then write what you would like me to write in the letter, and I will sign the shirt or whatever item you buy. I don't know if I can sign all the items. If you buy some kind of item I can't sign, we'll talk about it. Then I will write you a letter. I don't know how long it's going to be, but I will take my towel pen and I will start writing a letter to you. It'll probably be hilarious. It will probably be very interesting and include large, verbose, unnecessary syntax, and I will laugh. You don't understand. I may even draw a smiley emoji on the paper. Then I will put the items and the note back in the box. I just want to be very specific about this. I will put them back in the box. I will pay for the tape, okay? I will get some tape, probably from Towel Mom, and then I will put the tape on the box. Then I will seal up the box. I will put your prepaid return envelope on the box, or shipping label on the box, and I will bring it to the mailman. Does this all sound good? Do we all understand what Towel is proposing? I think it makes sense. I think I have figured this out. Yes, that's what I'm going to do. Okay, no Murder by yes, Murder by Maestro. I will do that. I'll do a stylized GSE signature, but I have to sign them all by hand. Nope, this is, if you want a GSE logo on the shirt, we can do that, Murder by Maestro, but in terms of the signing thing, if people pay me, they're not paying me for it. If they pay to ship something to me and for the return shipping, I am doing it by hand. There will be no auto pens. I am a towel, not a auto pen. All right, so Colleen Henry, I agree with you. Yes, Murder by Maestro, I will do a stylized version of my signature so we can get it on the shirt. These are, what do you mean it won't work? What won't work? Yes, Murder by Maestro, it will work. I am a resolute towel. What do you mean I can't sign the shirt? Misbehaving Neckabee, that was Towel. That was me editing the Karen's reaction. So the Karen cam is 24 or so seconds ahead of the feed, the pool feed from the courtroom. So it was me editing the Karen cam to sync up when Karen reacted to the jurors being chosen in the retrial on Friday. Yeah, that was good. So yes, all right. You know what we're doing next, folks? We're watching the request from Macy Towel. Macy Towel is probably sitting there doing things about their day. Oh, yeah, okay. Do you want to do the verdict forms? All right, we can do it. Mandy Towel, it's in the replay yesterday. I don't mean to get down on it. Just, yes, we will do it again. I don't mind doing the replay for you, Mandy Towel. And then also, Mandy Towel, Eva Towel sent along something for you. Let me see if I still have it in memory. Is this it? Yes, so Mandy Towel, you asked for a picture outside what the ground was like at the area where John was hit and hit the ground around the time around 2022. That is the picture. Eva Towel was able to find it for you, so I hope this is helpful. We can do the jury verdict forms, but it's not. I ended up looking at it, and it's not as complicated as it initially looks. I think a lot of people felt that the jury forms were a little complicated, but once we actually looked at them, they're very, very simple. I'll walk you through them. But yes, happy Father's Day to all the towel fathers out there, no matter what kind of father you may be. You could be a puppy father, a cat father, a human father, a towel. You could be a father to a towel. Happy Father's Day to you. I am also a towel. You could consider yourself a adopted, or you could consider me your adopted towel son, and I will say hello, I am your adopted towel son, and then you can have a Father's Day. It will be wonderful. You don't understand. All right, so Mandy Towel, I have the first verdict slip for you. Here we go. So this is the first one. Let me zoom in on it so you can actually see it. Mandy Towel, I don't think you have any questions about this one. It is not very hard to understand. It simply says, in the above entitled case, we the jury say the defendant is not guilty or guilty of the offense as charged, murder in the second degree. I think we are mostly all on the same page about that one. Now, you might be saying to yourself, okay, what about the next one? Well, I have the next one. The next one is read bottom to top. I think that's why there was a lot of confusion on this. You read it bottom to top. Okay, so I want all the mock jurors or just people who want to learn about this, you read this verdict form bottom to top. Okay, does that make sense to everyone? So the first question you ask, okay, now the reason you read it bottom to top is you have to decide, first of all, whether she's guilty of any of the lesser included offenses, okay? You got to go all the way to the bottom, okay? So it's a ladder. You climb up the ladders. You start at 5, 4, 3, 2, and then you get to the top. So because 2 is the offenses charged, we have to go through each lesser included, okay? These are the real forms as submitted to the jurors for this case. Yes, that's correct. So it's a ladder. So let's start at the bottom. Is Karen guilty of operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor? This is the lowest charge, okay? So you got to decide, is she guilty of that? You check the box. It's perfectly okay for you to find you're guilty of all these things, but you got to start at the lowest one. So the jury starts at the bottom. Is she guilty of OUI? Okay, yes. Then you got to decide, is she guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor? You got to decide. Okay, check the box. If she's not guilty, you just don't check the box. Now, the reason why you have to check 2 boxes is, do you see how there's 2 different ways you can be found guilty? Either your blood alcohol level is over 0.08, or you were operating in a way that you shouldn't have been, even if they didn't have a blood result. Here we have a blood result and Karen's own words that she shouldn't have been driving. So I don't think it matters which check box they do for the sub box here, which one she was guilty of in terms of the OUI, whether it's BAC or her actions. But either way, or state of mind, I should say, her clarity of mind. But either way, so say you check the box. There's no way to check a not guilty box here. If she's not guilty of one of these offenses, you just don't check the box. So if you think she's guilty of OUI, you check the box. If you think she's guilty of motor vehicle homicide with felony OUI liquor and negligence, you check the box. If you think she's guilty of involuntary manslaughter, you check the box. Now, we get up to the very top. If you, on top of all of that, think she's guilty of the top offense, which is motor manslaughter or OUI under the influence of liquor, you check the box. You also have to do the blood level or state of mind box for that, but you check the box. Now, if you don't check any of these boxes, if you don't check 5, if you don't check 4, if you don't check 3, if you don't check 2, then you check not guilty on any of on the offense charge or any lesser included offense. Does that make sense? Yes, don't get me wrong. You read that top to bottom, it is incredibly confusing. But if you read it bottom to top, it makes sense. Well, you have a job to do as the jury. You must go through number 5, number 4, number 3, and number 2. If you don't check any of those boxes, then you may check box 1. All right, so it makes sense when you read it that way. I can understand why I said there was some confusion. It's very important to read it top to bottom. Okay, what is it? Voluntary versus involuntary? She's only charged with manslaughter versus involuntary manslaughter. There's no word voluntary on there. Do you see the word voluntary on there? We're doing a Socratic exercise, Mandy Strong. There's no word voluntary. It's just involuntary versus manslaughter. So the jury's thinking manslaughter while OUI requires elements of you doing an underlying reckless act. Involuntary manslaughter is even lower. It's like negligence. And the jury, remember, the jury has all these instructions. We don't have the instructions yet for this trial because Judge Canoni had to edit them and she didn't finish. However, This is the jury's not asking. There's no voluntary word there. It's manslaughter while OUI under the influence. Okay. Now, if you don't want that one, now strangely, you'd think motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI is more intense. It's not. Involuntary manslaughter is more serious than motor vehicle homicide while felony OUI. So the jury may not realize it, but these charges from top to bottom are in order of seriousness. OUI is the lowest possible offense she's getting. Motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI is a higher level offense. The penalties are like 5 to 10 or something, 2.5 to 10. Involuntary manslaughter is like 2.5 to 20. Manslaughter OUI is 10 to 20 or 5 to 20. And then, so you see what I'm saying? It just goes up. They don't realize it, but the most serious offense on this charge sheet is with the most penalties is manslaughter OUI under the influence of liquor. The next most serious charge, although it doesn't sound it, is involuntary manslaughter. The next most serious charge is motor vehicle homicide. And then the least serious charge in this indictment is OUI. Does that make sense, everyone? So yes, to me, what the jury's going to do, what any reasonable jury would do, is realize, like, okay, wait a minute. They're asking us if she was drunk and driving. Oh, she said she was. She's definitely drunk driving, guilty. But okay, now they're asking us if she was like drunk driving and was negligent for motor vehicle homicide or OUI. Yeah, she said she said she wasn't reckless, but she backed up to 24 miles an hour. That's pretty negligent. I wouldn't back down my driveway at 24 miles an hour. I bet the jury's probably drove their cars backwards. The jurors probably drove their car backwards 24 miles an hour. It's scary to do that. I think they were like, oh, that's negligent. Definitely negligent. I wouldn't do that even if I were sober. So you check that. Involuntary manslaughter is a little more complex. It's like, was she reckless? That's what they'll be thinking about. The foreperson will hopefully ask them, like, because of the elements of the offense. Like, so now, like, we were saying she was drunk, she was negligent. Was she reckless? Like, is that, like, the damage to the taillight, the snowy conditions, the time of day, that's all the stuff you think about for recklessness. It's what a reasonably prudent person know, or should that reasonably prudent person should have known in those circumstances that their act was reckless. Like, would it cause potential danger or threat to someone's physical well-being or life? That's involuntary manslaughter. I think they get there. And then to get to the top one, I don't know if the foreperson's going to be able to tell the jury this, if they're going to figure it out. But then you're telling the jury under this one, the jury has to decide, okay, so we think she was reckless, like it was very dangerous to do that. A reasonable person wouldn't have done it. Do we have a theory of why she did it? Okay, that's what makes manslaughter or OUI a little bit different than involuntary manslaughter. For involuntary manslaughter, you just need the recklessness, which is more than negligence. Okay, it's a mens rea standard. You just need recklessness. For motor manslaughter or OUI, you need a little bit more. It's like recklessness, but a little bit of an act. Like, you need kind of like her to have done the backing up to intentionally, not like as intentionally as the second-degree murder charge, but you need like some act for manslaughter or OUI. It's not as much as second-degree murder, but to get from involuntary manslaughter to motor vehicle homicide while manslaughter or OUI, you need recklessness plus the backing up plus the drinking. Okay? If you think she wasn't drunk and it was just reckless, then it's involuntary manslaughter. Do you see what I mean? And the difference with murder 2, obviously, is if they go with murder 2, then they're finding that she was reckless and that she backed up intentionally. She doesn't have to have backed up intentionally to hurt John. It could have been just to scare him. But if they think she backed that car up intentionally and it was reckless, then it's murder 2. If they just think that she backed up recklessly, they don't really even need like the theory of why she did it. They can get to involuntary manslaughter, and if they think she was drunk when she backed up the car or when this happened, then it can be manslaughter or OUI. So do you see here the difference between Karen getting a murder 2 conviction and any of the lesser includeds is the distinction between whether the jury thinks Karen intentionally backed the car up. And it's got to have an element of like to scare John or because she was angry. If they think she backed that car up in anger versus like just backed it up because she was like just trying to get out of there, whatever they come to feel, then she's going down on murder 2, because that's what the jury instructions basically say for murder 2. If they think Karen backed up this car not intending to do an act that could cause a strong and plain likelihood of death, like if she was backing up to leave or whatever, then they have to ask, do they think she was drunk? If they think she was drunk, and they think she didn't do the act backing up intentionally but did kill John, then it's manslaughter or OUI. If they think she wasn't drunk and she just backed up, wasn't drunk driving and just backed up and was responsible, then it's involuntary manslaughter. If they think that she was drunk but was negligent, which is a much lower standard, not reckless when she backed up, negligent in backing up, then they'll do motor vehicle homicide, OUI, or involuntary manslaughter. And if they think that she didn't kill John but was just drunk driving, they'll do OUI. Okay? Does that make sense? Yes, of course, Ange Wittick, or I can explain it again, but that's my analysis roughly. All right, that's my general analysis of the bifurcation of the charges. So to me, it's very natural. I'm not a lawyer. I'm a towel. I'm a law student. None of this is legal advice. But I'm like, oh, yeah, you just got to flow from recklessness plus a theory of the act for murder 2 to recklessness for manslaughter, OUI, to then involuntary manslaughter is recklessness with no drunkenness, and then you just go down to negligence for motor vehicle homicide, negligence plus drunk, and then if there's no liability for John's death, it's OUI. But they're never going to find her guilty of just OUI. That would shock me, because I see it's really a question of her mind state. Like, was she clear-minded? Did she intend to back up to hurt John? Like, is there a theory of the act, or was it more like, did she hit John, but we don't know why she backed the car up? Like, can we put a reasonably prudent person in her mind and say that she backed up in anger or she was going to leave? If they really split on that, then she'll get probably found guilty of manslaughter or OUI or involuntary manslaughter or motor vehicle homicide. Maybe some of the lesser includeds, and then leaving the scene. If they think she backed up that car in anger, this is the worst possible outcome for her. If she thinks they were in an argument, if the jury thinks Karen was in an argument with John and she backed up that car, she said she pulled forward to get his attention. If they think it was more and she was angry and backed it, maybe didn't intend to hit him, but backed it up to get his attention, murder 2. So it's a big question. To me, I would vote guilty. Do you want to know what I would vote? You want to know what I would vote? If I were on that jury, I would say she's guilty of murder in the second degree. If I were the foreperson, and they all did their deliberations, and at the very end, they were like, "Okay, Mr. Foreperson, Mr. Foretowel, we've waited a long time. You haven't really talked. It's like the movie 12 Angry Men. Will you please tell us what you think?" And I would stand up and I would say this: I've heard everything you've all had to say, and I think she's guilty of murder in the second degree because she intended to back up her car to scare John and out of anger, and she did an act that in the circumstances a reasonably prudent person should have known would have posed a strong and plain likelihood of death. Okay, that is what I truly believe that the jury, that's what I believe about this case. However, I would then go on to say, but also, by doing that, by saying if we vote 12-0 on murder, guilty of murder in the second degree, we are also, based on the elements of the charges of murder in the second degree under the third prong, saying that she's guilty of every other crime in the second indictment. She is guilty of being drunk. She's guilty of driving under the influence and hitting John. She's guilty of doing it in a negligent way. She's guilty of doing it in a reckless way. So all of that would mean we'd have to convict, and I would argue for a conviction on every single count of the first indictment and the second indictment. Then I would go on, get literally every checkbox. Then I would go to the third indictment and say, now, the one thing, and I truly believe she knew John was on the lawn when she left, the one thing we have to consider is picking the glass out of John's nose. The doctor told us, her own defense expert, you have to be alive for blood to spurt out of you like that. So for her to pick the glass out of his nose, I think that occurred at 12:30 a.m. And if she did that, then she's guilty of leaving the scene too, because she knew he was dead and left. Therefore, I would convict across all three. But I'm interested to hear if any of you jurors feel that if we convict her on murder 2, that it's redundant to convict her on everything else. That's, as a foreperson, what I would say. I wouldn't feel that we should do that, but I would say, do you want to just convict her on murder 2, which is a very serious charge, and then not convict her on the other charges? Or do you want to convict her on murder 2 and everything else? Now, here's the problem. She gets convicted on everything, she's screwed. She's never getting out of prison. If she gets a jury who's like, listen, like that's a lot. Like I think murder 2 incorporates everything else. Can we just find her guilty of murder 2? Then she might get out in 10 to 20 years. What the least likely option, although I could be surprised, is that they find her guilty on something under count 2 and not count 1. I think it could happen. I think it's unlikely. Then her sentence could, if it's, it could range anywhere from no prison time for just OUI to 1.5 to 10 years for some of the middle offenses, motor vehicle homicide, OUI, involuntary manslaughter. It could be like 7 to 12 years, which seems to be what I think this is going to end up at if she gets involuntary manslaughter or manslaughter while OUI. 7 to 12 years. And then if you add in the leaving the scene charge, add another 1.5 to 3 years. My prediction, this case right now is going to be somewhere between involuntary manslaughter, manslaughter while OUI, felony liquor, and second-degree murder. Karen's sentence will, depending on the number of guilty charges the verdict comes down with, Karen could face anywhere from 7 to life, but I think the most likely range for her, based on the Turek case, 7 to 20, more likely 7 to 12. If you add the third count, 7 to 15. Judge Cannoni will probably come down around 12. The best Karen can hope for right now is out in 5 with good behavior, more likely out in 7 to 10 with good behavior. If she gets murder 2, it's all up. If she gets found guilty on murder 2, she's going to jail for life, I'm pretty sure. Because I don't think that maybe Judge Cannoni will give her like a possible parole term, obviously. But, you know, like she's not going to get out before 2050, 2060. She's not getting out of jail. She'll die in jail if she gets found convicted on murder 2. If she gets convicted on murder 2, she will die in jail. It's not life, it's 20 to life. Yeah, minimum parole eligibility is 15, but yeah, it's not going to be life. It won't be a hard life sentence. It will be such a long sentence that she will die in jail. She might be able to get paroled on compassionate release or something or whatever in like 20 years if she lives that long. But if she gets convicted on murder 2, she's going to die in jail. If she gets convicted on, and that's something they'd be thinking about, like we're sending her to her death in prison if we convict her of murder 2. If they have to really hate her to do that. If they do, if they come back guilty on murder 2, she's dying in prison. If they come back guilty on something under the second offense, she might get to live like the last 10 years of her life like free, but definitely like she will never be the same person again. She's not going to. Do you know what's going to happen to that poor woman in jail? I'm saying this literally with the little compassion I have for her. She has no colon. Like if she doesn't get PC'd immediately and stay in that medical wing for the entire stay, she's not going to survive. She's not going to become like some Barrett Brown like courthouse like or jailhouse lawyer. She's going to get eaten alive. She's pretty. She's like, it's not good. I've heard 20 years ago when I was talking to some people when I was younger about, and I was in a criminal justice class. I think it was high school or college. I remember we took a visit to one of the prison systems, and one of the inmates said, I think it was a female inmate, said, at Framingham, they will trade you for a Snickers. And this woman looked me right in the eye and said, in Framingham, they will trade you for a Snickers. And I think this woman had been to Framingham. And I was like, what? What did you just say to me? So whether it's 7 years, life, it doesn't matter. It's going to change her forever. She'll never be the same person ever again. Town and Country Realty, it's great to see you. Let me add you to the Super Towel fold, my dear friend. But yeah, folks, we're going to watch this Wolf direct and cross because I know you were all excited. Macy Towell asked for it. We're going to see Hank at his very best. You know it's Sundays with Hank. So on Sundays with Hank, we watch Hank. I mean, what else were we going to do? I'm going to go get my towel lunch while you watch this. But Dr. Wolf's direct was really good. And Dr. Wolf getting crossed and humiliated by... Dr. Wolf getting crossed by... Alessi, and Alessi humiliating Dr. Wolf was even better. So I had to go back to day 21, I think it was, of the trial, because it's day 20 of the trial, but I think we were tracking it as day 21 on Towel Stream. So give Little Towel a second. I think this is it. Is this Dr. Wolf? Hold on. Oh, that was Towel's birthday. Remember when we did a Towel birthday stream? That was glorious. I love you all. We had a great day. Okay, here's what I'm looking for Dr. Wolf, so just stay with me. I have to find the beginning of Hank Brennan's direct of Dr. Isaac Wolf. So I don't know exactly when that starts. I know that we obviously watched it together, but I'm on day 21, and I'm just waiting for Dr. Wolf to take the stand, so hold on here. I don't think Dr. Wolf took the stand. Oh, he took the stand at the end of the day, right, didn't he? Hold on one second. I need time to get up and go get my towel lunch, so I hope there's at least a little bit of his testimony this day. Hold on. Was it after the crime lab expert? Was she the last witness to take the stand? What day was it exactly? Hold on. I don't even think we saw Dr. Wolf today. Did we see Dr. Wolf before the crime lab analyst, actually? Hold on. I remember. Oh, yeah, we did. I got it. I got Dr. Wolf's. I got it. Dr. Wolf. I think this might be the end of Dr. Wolf's testimony, actually. Oh, no, they called him out of order, ladies and gentlemen, because he could only be there for one day. So let me just I think that's Hank still up. Did we start it the day before? We didn't start it the day before. Dr. Wolf definitely didn't come back. He's a brain surgeon. Oh, they called him out of order. That's what it is. I got it. I was like, no way Dr. Wolf stayed for 2 days. He's a brain surgeon. He has to, yep, I got it. I was like, Dr. Wolf has to get up, ladies and gentlemen, and go make his wife a cappuccino at 6 a.m. after doing his 4 a.m. rounds at the hospital. He cannot stay 2 days, so it had to be 1 day. I got it. I got it for us, Macy Towel. Yeah, no way. Those polls are so wrong. It's just push polls that are manipulated by like online crowds. I think some of them are fake anyway. All right, here we go. So I got it for you, Little Towels. Look at it, Little Towels. We got it. All right, so let me get this going. I'm so happy, Macy Towel, you asked for this. I can't wait to go get my lunch. I'm going to save some towel money today because I want to give as much money as possible to towards my towel friends in need. So I'm going to get a $9 chicken sandwich. And I know you might be saying to yourself, Grant, $9 is a lot for chicken. But if you think about it, if I went to Star Market and I cooked chicken and I cooked rice and I cooked bread, that would cost about $8, okay? So if I spend $9 on a chicken sandwich from Burger King and get a free French fry, it's a really good deal. You don't understand. I love cheeseburgers and chicken sandwiches and French fries and honey mustard. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, did you know if you're out there and you're listening and you're thinking, wait a minute, I love honey mustard. In fact, I love honey mustard so much, I think that I want to eat it right now. Well, you know what? That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go get my lunch. I'm going to bring it home. I have homemade honey mustard from Mama Goose, and I'm going to dip my French fries from Burger King, don't murder by Maestro, don't get mad. I know it's all sugar. I'm trying to save money. I'm a towel. I'm going to dip my French fries from Burger King into the honey mustard. Then I'm going to say, I love honey mustard. Now, if you love honey mustard, you might be thinking to yourself, oh my God, I love honey mustard too. I must share some kind of very special connection with this towel. That's true. That's absolutely 100% true. I love it. I absolutely love it, ladies and gentlemen. So yes, let's do our couple reminders. One, don't forget you can subscribe to this channel. You can like this channel. You want to throw Towel some support. I appreciate it, but don't worry, Towel's doing okay. I just want to be able to take... Do you know that I don't really care about myself? I will go without. As long as I have my medicine and some like drinks, like some water and some food each day, and I can get to school, I don't care about anything else, and like gas in my car to help people, I don't care. I don't need anything more than that. I will just give it all away. But do you know what I want to do? I want to be able to facilitate an incoming revenue stream so that I can randomly go to people who think that no one is out there to help them and then just facilitate them getting access to so many resources that they become unstoppable forces of justice and they never have to think about anything again. And then we can go to Europe and then I can be like, this is Europe and I'm a towel. Now, I realize there's not a lot of details to this plan. A lot of it needs to be filled out, but I just want to take the weight off someone or anyone's shoulders and make them feel like they are supported with an unlimited revenue stream. I don't want the money. I just want to be able to dictate, kind of like some kind of bureaucrat, how people should be able to get access to these funds, to take the weight off their shoulders, feel liberated, make independent decisions, become empowered, and then be like, let's go to Europe, Towel. And then I'll be like, yes, let's go to Europe. With that said, let's watch the direct of Dr. Wolf.
So please let's make sure that we follow that. That means each other. So with that, I know we're late getting started.
Changing to HD1.
Take an abbreviated lunch today, only 30 minutes, and abbreviated breaks. So no morning break. We're going to start now and go till 1. All right, Mr. Brennan, and we're taking a witness out of order.
God bless you, Mandy Towel. Hold on. Super Towel Mandy Strong has submitted a Super Towel chat. It says, if Karen is found guilty, will she have her bond revoked, or she will remain on bond? Oh, it's bail, which is bond. No, so let me answer this. Hold on. For you are a Super Towel, Mandy, and an honorary Towel spouse. Yes, she'll have her bail revoked pending sentencing for sure. There's no question. If she gets found guilty, in my opinion, unless it's unjust OUI, then Karen Reed is going to be held without bail pending sentencing. She will go to jail that very day, maybe not in cuffs in the courtroom unless she like screams and tries to run, but she's going to jail unless it's OUI. And even OUI, I think Judge Cannoni would just kind of mess with her a little. No, I don't think she would. OUI, too low of a charge. Everything else, she's going to jail pending sentencing. Thank you for your support. Joe Krowski is also an amazing attorney. I would love to interview him. Joe Krowski, if you're out there, if you want to be interviewed on Towel Stream this week after the trial, anytime, the Towel fans love you. Towel thinks you're wonderful. Please consider it. All right, let's watch. I've delayed long enough, and I need to go get a Towel chicken sandwich. Now, let's see how long this goes for. Also, I want to remind you ahead of time, any sidebars that come up, ladies and gentlemen, for the next 20 minutes, Towel, so hold on. We are going to go from now until there is going to be a slight sidebar in about 20 minutes, but we're going to basically go from now until for the next hour watching this. Then it looks like we're going to be able to come back from lunch, and then Dr. Wolf's done. So we're going to watch this for an hour. You're going to get the whole direct and cross of Dr. Wolf at once. I'm a Towel. Enjoy.
We've got a witness here. Sometimes we take witnesses out of order. Ms. Hanley will be back later for the rest of her testimony, but we've got a witness here that we'll call out of order. Thank you. Mr. Brennan, thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Wolf.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your first name and last name for the court reporter?
Sure. My first name is Isaac, A-I-Z-I-K. It's phonetic. Last name is Wolf, W-O-L-F, like the real thing.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a brain surgeon.
Is there a special part of medicine that you study?
Well, my main interest in brain surgery is brain tumors and trigeminal neuralgia. But I also specialize in movement disorders. I do pediatrics and adults.
Are you an active working neurosurgeon?
I am very active working neurosurgeon. I get up every day at 4:30 in the morning to go to work, 5 days a week. I take call 300 days out of 365 days a year.
Did you work yesterday?
Yes, I did.
What type of work did you do yesterday?
I did 2 brain surgeries yesterday.
Are you working tomorrow?
I have 4 surgeries scheduled for tomorrow, which is why this is a little bit delayed for me, and I have 4 on Friday.
And what type of surgeries do you have tomorrow and Friday?
I have 3 brain tumors, 1 trigeminal neuralgia, and on Friday I have 4 patients with movement disorders.
You're here today as a witness. How much of your practice, how much % of your income is from being a consultant or a witness for a case?
Probably less than 1%. I don't do this for a living.
I want you to take us through some of your education and background. Could you share with us where you went to medical school and where you graduated from?
I went to Yale Medical School. I graduated summa cum laude.
Is that in 1981 that you graduated?
Correct.
After medical school, did you begin internships in medical residency?
I did an internship at Hennepin County Medical Center, which is a trauma center in Minneapolis. I then did 5 years of neurosurgical residency at the University of Minnesota.
And was that in Minnesota?
Correct, in Minneapolis.
Is there something about that hospital that has some specialty?
It was one of the #1 training centers for chairmen in neurosurgery at the time.
Did you, in your residency and your fellowships, do any work or study in pathology?
During your residency as a neurosurgical resident, you do 6 months in neurology, you do 3 months of neuroradiology, you do 3 months in pathology, which includes autopsies on brains. And then you do rotations through a trauma center as a chief resident, through a VA hospital, and then ultimately at the university hospital for elective cases. We also do 6 months of pediatric neurosurgical residency.
Did you do a fellowship at New York University?
Yeah, at NYU, I did a fellowship before I went to the University of Maryland as a professor in brain transplantation. The interest was in using cells to create dopamine centers in rat brains with the concept of Parkinson's being curable with transplantation.
I'd like you to take us through some of your faculty positions, and so that you can share with us some of the progression of your training and experience. And did you begin at the University of Maryland Hospital?
Yes. In 1987, the University of Maryland recruited me to start their epilepsy surgical program and skull-based program. And then part of our responsibilities as assistant professors was to cover shock trauma.
Could you explain for us what shock trauma means and whether the University of Maryland Hospital was a shock trauma hospital?
So the University of Maryland and shock trauma were actually two separate entities when I started. A man named Cowley had basically developed the concept of the golden hour. So prior to Dr. Cowley, most trauma was just taken locally. That meant as a community hospital, if a patient had been in a motor vehicle accident, they needed an orthopedic surgeon, they had to call the orthopedic surgeon in. Could take 15 minutes, could take 3 hours. The same thing for a vascular surgeon, the same thing for a neurosurgeon. Dr. Cowley came up with the concept that you needed a center that was strictly for trauma, and every attending had to be in the hospital 24/7. So that was the concept of shock trauma back in the 80s. When I got there, we were transitioning from a very small center to a 125-bed hospital that was completely committed to trauma.
In that experience, in the years you worked there, did you have an opportunity to treat a number of people with brain injuries?
We treated well over 100 patients a year, a month basically, with brain injuries at shock trauma, along with spinal cord injuries.
Did you perform surgeries in different types of brain trauma and brain injuries?
Yes.
After Maryland in 1993, did you move to Miami Neuroscience Center?
Yes. In 1993, I left academics. I went into private practice in Miami, and I started the Miami Neuroscience Center. We were the first private community hospital to have what's called the Gamma Knife. So we were the 13th in the country, but the only one that was non-university based. And Gamma Knife radiosurgery is using radiation to operate on the brain.
Are you presently the director of the Miami Neuroscience Center at Larkin Hospital?
Yes, I am.
Do you conduct a number of surgeries a year there?
Correct. So I spent 19 years at Doctors Hospital, and then we moved to Larkin Hospital 13 years ago, developing the new radiosurgical unit called ZAP, and also another fancy machine called high-frequency ultrasound to treat the movement disorders.
You've noted that you have a number of professional memberships. I don't want to go through all of them. I'd like to point out a few. Are you a professional member of the American Association of Neurological Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member or fellow American of the College of Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member of North American Skull-Base Society?
Yes.
And is that brain-related?
It is.
Are you a member of the Society for Neuro-Oncology?
Yes.
Are you a member of over, or at least 34 different professional memberships?
Yes.
In your career, have you engaged in research?
Yes.
Has that research focused or centered on brain injury?
Yes, it has.
Is some of your research as a principal investigator for THAM treatment of brain tissue, acidosis, and severely head-injured patients?
Yes.
Did that research and as a principal investigator help you in your diagnosis and treatment of brain injuries?
It actually was in the treatment of severe head injuries, patients who were unconscious, the concept of trying to relieve the increased intracranial pressure that occurs from the injury and to increase blood flow, thereby increasing oxygen to the brain.
Did you also serve as principal investigator for research for the PEG, SOD, and severe head injury?
Yes.
Could you describe that very briefly?
Basically the same, one of the biggest problems in brain injury is the fact that blood flow ceases to exist as the brain swells up. And so one of the things we try to do is preserve the neurons by making sure that they have enough oxygen and blood flow to them. All these are agents that try to assist that.
I won't go through all of your research and principal investigator roles, but I want to ask you about one more. And that is, did you serve as principal investigator relative to the IRB protocol for brain pathology?
Yes.
And what did that do? What was that about?
It was about looking at what happens after brain injury to blood vessels and tissue as the intracranial pressure increases in the brain.
Have you been part of publications of a number of different books?
Yes.
I won't list parts of all 16 books, but can I point out a few?
Sure.
Were you the author of a book chapter regarding head injury, difficult medical management?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on pediatric neurosurgical emergencies?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on complications of head injuries in adults?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter, Imaging of Craniocerebral Trauma?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter in Emergency Room Assessment of the Head Injury Patient?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter, Intracranial Injuries?
Yes.
I won't list or ask you about the other book chapters that you've been the author of. Have you been involved in journal articles?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you just about a few of the 70 journal articles that you have published.
Your Honor, objection.
So go ahead and ask the question without a comment first.
Were you an author of a journal article, Intracranial Pressure in Non-Traumatic Ischemia and Hypoxic Cerebral Insults?
Yes.
Were you the author of a journal article, Post-Traumatic Cerebral Infarction?
Yes.
Were you the author of the journal Fractures of the Clivus?
Yes.
Could you tell me a little bit about that paper?
We used thin-cut CT scans to identify fractures of the skull base. Prior to CT scans, it was very difficult to actually identify radiologically a skull fracture with plain X-rays. The idea was to see if we could identify them more clearly, and so we classified them and delineated them in the paper and discussed the outcomes that were relative to those type of injuries.
In the last journal article I'll ask you about, were you the author of a journal article regarding acute traumatic midbrain hemorrhage?
Yes.
Were you the presenter in a number of presentations regarding head injury and brain injury?
Yes.
You've you've listed 93. I'll ask you just about a few. Were you a presenter in fractures of the clivus, clinical and radiographic features?
Yes.
Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Clivus.
Thank you. Were you the presenter in acute head injury?
Yes.
And a separate presentation of fractures of the clivus, classifications, and clinical features?
Yes.
Do you lecture?
Yes.
Do you have peer-reviewed publications?
Yes. That was one of them.
Thank you. And are you heavily involved in clinical research?
Right now, my research is more based on radiosurgical techniques and outcomes.
Over your career and your study and your clinical experience, have you treated different types of brain injuries?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a number of different types of brain injuries?
Yes, we still treat them.
Were you asked to review materials relative to this case?
Yes.
And do you recall the materials that you reviewed?
Yes.
Could you share with us some of the materials that you reviewed?
I reviewed the chief medical examiner's assessment of the case. I reviewed pictures that I'm assuming the medical examiner took of the autopsy. And I reviewed the report from the forensic pathologist.
And before I ask you about your review of specific materials and your opinions in this case, is there a benefit to your clinical experience in studying brain injuries as opposed to the experience you had as a fellow simply with pathology?
Well, I think that for the jury to understand is a clinician understands the process from the time the injury occurs till the patient either leaves the hospital or dies. And it's a process. And as a neurosurgeon, I have a tremendous amount of experience with that, if that's what you're asking me.
Yes. And so, doctor, you reviewed a number of items of information in this case. Did you have an opportunity to review photographs of a laceration to Mr. John O'Keefe's head?
Yes, I did.
With the court's permission, I'm going to ask to display Exhibit 160.
Okay.
Dr. Wolf, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this photograph. Have you seen this photograph before?
Yes.
I want you to explain to us what you're seeing here and take us through the process of your observations.
Well, what we're seeing is an approximate 1.5 inch laceration with bridging tissue and contusions and abrasions. To us, that's just a classic blunt trauma injury. There's nothing other than just vanilla about it. This is what happens when soft tissue hits a solid ground. The skin tears apart a bit, but not through and through. As you can see, there's the bridging. You can see all the bruising or contusions and just the tear, a little bit serrated along the edges.
Thank you. If you could take that down. Dr. Wolf, as a result of that wound, did you have a chance to further look at information provided to you about the actual inside the skull of Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes, it was the pictures that I was reviewing showed a non-depressed skull fracture extending linearly through the clivus and into the frontal fossa of Mr. O'Keefe over the orbital roofs. He had fractures along the temporal fossa as well. So it was a classic linear basilar skull fracture.
Is basal skull fracture a characterization?
It's basically the base of your skull. is what it encompasses. So the opening at the very bottom is what we call the foramen magnum. That connects your brainstem to your spinal cord. And then as your brainstem goes up, it goes into the different skull areas that, talk about what we call the cerebral cortexes, your occipital lobe, your temporal lobes over here, and then your frontal lobes.
So can you walk us through what happens when someone incurs this type of injury to the back of the head, how it happens, and what are the next steps for a person?
So what happens is, you fall backwards, and the linear acceleration starts to take you back down with gravity. The skull hits the ground. It gets, in layman's terms, smashed a little bit. And then the brain moves forward as a response to that. And it moves forward because you have cerebrospinal fluid and because you have the deceleration, acceleration again. As it does, your skull, if you were to look inside your skull, it's like mini mountains along your temporal bones and your frontal bones. So the brain is being thrust forward at a fairly good speed, and it's getting bruised. You can think of it as if you took a hammer to your thumb. It's really turning black and blue. Those are the contusions. And so the temporal poles and the frontal poles are getting contusions because of that. At the same time, you have a space called the subarachnoid space. And I'm sure they're going to hear about the subarachnoid hemorrhage. And that space is it's very clear, thin membrane that covers all of your brain and all of your spinal cord. And normally, you really don't see it unless you open up the brain and you're operating. But when you either have a traumatic event like this, where little vessels are pulling apart underneath that membrane, or, for example, the classic, when you have an aneurysm burst, the space that the aneurysm bleeds to is the subarachnoid space. The other thing that occurs in trauma like this is you can get a subdural. So the dura is the membrane that covers the whole brain and also right down your spinal canal. And it's a very thin membrane that looks like very thin leather. And in that space between the brain and the dura can be a lot of veins that go towards a central vein called the sagittal sinus. And if those tear, you have a venous hemorrhage from, which is not arterial, so it's not quick, but that can develop into a subdural as well. If you tear a portion of your brain as well, and you get a little arterial bleeds, that could create a much faster subdural hematoma. And so when you look at the pathology, the autopsy of his brain, you're looking at a subarachnoid hemorrhage, you're looking at a subdural hemorrhage, neither one of them which was huge or would have required surgery, as well as the contusions that I described in his frontal poles, in his temporal poles, and then the original bang, which was in the occipital area. These are all findings that you would see on a CT scan and an MRI scan without requiring an autopsy if he had made it to the emergency room.
I want to take a step back at the beginning. You said that this laceration on the back of his head was caused by a fall. Could this be caused by a fall landing on hard ground?
Yes, like I said, it's a classic blunt trauma laceration.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether this injury, the laceration and the basal fracture, was caused by Mr. O'Keefe falling backwards on the ground?
My opinion is that that's what caused his whole injury.
The pattern of the laceration, do you have an opinion whether that is consistent with hitting the cold, hard ground?
Objection, Your Honor. Do we have sidebar on that, please?
So I'm sustaining the objection, so no sidebar.
Your Honor.
Do you have an opinion, doctor, about whether that laceration on the back of his head was caused by a particular movement?
Well, the only way he could get this kind of an injury was to fall backwards, hit the back of his head, and then the resulting, energy forces going into his brain, into his base of his skull.
Would that type of laceration require Mr. O'Keefe to have hit a line type or a ridge type object?
A ridge type of object?
Yes.
No, I mean, like I said, the tearing of the skin in that fashion, you could look it up, would be just a classic blunt trauma injury.
Is there anything about that injury that would suggest to you it had to have been something sharp or ridge-like to cause?
Objection, Your Honor. Begin request kindly in sidebar on this.
All right, we'll come to
Thank you.
Folks, big news. We just got confirmation John's injuries could have been were caused solely and exclusively by an impact with the ground. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Tune in. Heartbreaking moments for the O'Keefe family. This is very difficult to listen to. I think Mrs. O'Keefe has left the courtroom. Oh, goodness, friends. Devastating. It's bad. It's bad for the Reed family. It's bad. Look at the court officer preventing Mr. Reed from looking over at the jurors. Oh, goodness, folks. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Tune in. Tough moments. Rest in peace, John O'Keefe. Hello, Tower friends. I just wanted to let that play out. I'm going to jump forward so you don't have to watch the full sidebar. Please forgive me for that. Oh, I was getting some cheese. I got a free Whopper at Burger King. If you would like to know, there are free Whoppers at Burger King today if you buy a Whopper.
Fall backwards.
Hold on, we're going to jump back so we don't miss any of the testimony. Hold on. Here we go.
So as we were discussing, Dr. Wolf, you said this is a classic fall backwards. Is there anything about the pattern of that laceration that would suggest that there was a ridge or a line type edge that caused that wound?
Not necessarily.
And have you seen, in your experience, similar types of lacerations and breaks caused by falling on hard ground?
Yes, you can see that both in the occipital region. You can see it if patients fall on the, forehead. The skin tears, they're still bridging, and then they get bruises.
Some of your work was in Minnesota?
Correct.
Was it a colder part of Minnesota?
Very cold part of Minnesota. It's Minneapolis.
I'm sorry. Did you often see these type of injuries there?
Yes, I mean, we took care of a trauma center, Hennepin County. Very frequently, patients that are drunk fall down on ice sidewalks and could develop, lacerations in their head, epidurals, which are blood clots above the dura because they fracture a bone in the temporal area and they can get a bleed from a fractured artery. And it happens when people are shoveling snow and have a heart attack and fall backwards. So there are various ways that people fall, resulting in head injuries and lacerations to their forehead or to different areas of their head.
Can somebody suffer this type of injury simply by falling backwards?
Absolutely.
You had taken us through the process of falling backwards and then talked about what happens to the brain. Can I ask you a couple detailed questions about that?
Sure.
When you explained that the brain upon impact then shifts forward and hits the front of the skull, is there a medical term for that process?
Well, the medical term is a coup contre coup injury. So the coup is when you first hit. In this case, it was the back of the head, as summarized by the laceration in the back of the head, and the contusions that the pathologist and the ME found in the back of the brain. And then the brain shifts forward, and as it's traveling at a certain velocity, because it's thrust forward on the floor of the base of the skull, it's getting bumped, and it's getting, again, you can think of it as a hammer hitting a thumb. It's getting black and blue in the areas that are sharpest.
Are there symptoms that result of the process coup counter coup?
This is clinically, it varies. I mean, you can go from anywhere from a simple concussion where you sort of are unaware of what happened, but you're still awake, you're confused, all the way to, ultimately being in a coma.
Can this type of injury, the coup counter coup, and what you see in the review of your files, could this type of injury happen from an attack by a weapon, like a bat or a hammer?
Well, he did not have a depressed skull fracture. So any focal hit like that would more likely than not have caused a depressed skull fracture. Blunt trauma, the way he had, the assumption, would cause the coup counter coup without a depressed skull fracture.
When the coup counter coup process happens with the skull fracture, does anything happen to the front of the skull?
Well, you're asking me, does the rest, the forces, depending on how hard they are, can generate fracture lines all the way to the anterior fossa. So you can have fractures along the lateral temporal area. You can have fractures along the orbital roof. The orbital roof is very thin. And so those forces can go all the way to that area.
Did you see any sign of orbital fractures in Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, he had both the ME and the pictures taken, and the neuropathologist mentioned fractures of the orbital roof.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how those fractures occurred?
From the trauma.
Could you just explain a little bit how that would happen?
Well, as he fell backwards and he struck his head, it was clearly at a very high speed generated by the gravity. The bone, depending on the quality of his bone, the density, then generated forces. There's a certain amount of lateral give, and then you get a linear force going forward. It drives all the way up the clivus and forward into the anterior fossa where his orbital roofs lay. And this is why people like this get what they call raccoon's eyes.
Do you have an opinion whether the brain itself could have caused the orbital fractures?
No. The brain is a soft substance. You could literally put your finger through the brain. We often operate on people fully awake. The brain couldn't possibly cause a fracture. The fracture was caused by the forces generated through that clivus, that middle bone in the middle of his base of the skull.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not the brain in any way could have caused these orbital fractures?
The answer is absolutely not.
In your study of the records and photographs, and in your experience treating these types of injuries, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not a person would remain conscious or would be immediately unconscious after the impact of the ground?
Well, it's impossible to know whether he became immediately unconscious, but his injuries were very substantial, and it's more probable than not that at some point he quickly became unconscious and was unable to do functional activities.
What does functional activities mean?
The ability to, get himself up and about would be one of the functional activities. The ability to call for help would be a very significant cortical function. And that's why I was talking about, that there's a variation on the theme from a simple concussion to a severe concussion like this.
If a person does not have functional abilities because they are rendered unconscious, does their body, could it still move?
Yes, this is the interesting thing about our brain. So the cortex, which is the top portion of your brain, can get separated from your brainstem functionally, and what happens then is that your body is not acting autonomically, meaning vegetative. So why does that happen? We think it's because as we were a caveman, and if a caveman became unconscious, as an animal came up to eat it, the animal would touch it. Well, you have these automatic movements. One of them is called decorticating, which is where you draw your arms like this and you throw your feet out. And then a worse neurological situation is when you decerebrate. Now you push your arms out along with your legs. And that would scare off an animal. So we think that over time, genetically, this is what happened to our brains in order to create these. But those kind of movements are not thought processes. In other words, your brain is not telling you, oh, you have pain, go ahead and decorticate or decerebrate. It's an automatic movement in response to pain.
I want you to take us back now to after the fall. Would Mr. O'Keefe, in your study and opinion, have died immediately?
No.
Can you share?
I don't. Yes, I'll tell it. There is very few things that you head injury where you would die, quote, immediately. So if I took a knife and stabbed you in the back of your neck right below your skull and I drove it through your brainstem, you would probably die immediately. If I shot you below your ear and went through and through below your ear and shot through your brainstem, you would die immediately. But traumatic head injuries, you would not die immediately. It's a process. And it's a process of a combination of things. Brain swelling, which takes a while to develop. Decreased blood flow to your brain because you're getting swelling. And ultimately, death of the brainstem that controls your heart and your breathing. And so this is why there is a whole big issue about brain death. You know, when is someone brain dead? Because it's not instant and it can take a long time to be conceived. In these injuries that are very severe that we took care of, there was a high mortality rate. In the linear skull fractures, it was about 67%. But it took time for them to die. It could take days to weeks to months. And also, these people got to shock trauma, so it was a while, whether it was hours, before they were even starting to be taken care of, and yet they weren't dead yet. That's why I don't think it was immediate.
Was there any other observations you made about Mr. O'Keefe or his body that support your opinion that he didn't die immediately?
Well, the medical examiner took pictures of his periorbital area and diagnosed raccoon's eyes. So raccoon's eyes occur because there's leakage through the orbital fractures into the periorbital space. Normally, it takes about 24 to 48 hours to develop. It has been noted as early as 1 to 3 hours, which would make it not immediate.
Could we please have Exhibit 14? Dr. Wolf, could you share with us what you see here in this picture?
So right here, you can see the black and blue that sort of configures, if he had his eyes open, like what we describe as raccoon's eyes, right? And that's not caused by direct trauma to his eyelids. It's caused by what I described as the basilar skull fracture, which went to the anterior fossa, which is right over the orbit here, inside, with leakage of blood products into that periorbital area.
You mentioned that starts or takes at least 1 to 3 hours to begin?
Minimally, yes.
You take that down, please. If Mr. O'Keefe had been brought to a trauma center or emergency room, what would the process be in your experience?
Well, he would have been intubated if he wasn't intubated in the field. One of the first things you need to do in a head injury is control the airway. Why? 2 reasons. One, you want to have enough oxygen going to the brain to feed it. And 2, you want to keep the carbon dioxide down because that causes increased intracranial pressure if it elevates. So you want to constrict the blood vessels a little bit. Then he would have had a CT scan immediately in order to assess whether he has a surgical head injury, meaning he needs to go to the operating room to evacuate something, or not. During that process, he's obviously going to be getting medication to decrease the brain swelling. And from there, you make decisions based on his neurological function and what you're, capable of doing to, spare the brain from the rest of the injuries that will result. One of the things that occurs with contusions is a great medical term is they can blossom, which means they can get bigger. And if they get bigger, they might require surgical intervention to decrease the pressure as well as the volume of the blood that's destroying brain. And so you do serial CT scans in these patients over time, anywhere from every 6 to 12 hours to on a daily basis, depending on what the case-by-case, production of blossoming is occurring.
You mentioned that about 2/3 of your patients who suffer this injury pass?
Correct. What we saw is that in the patients that suffered linear clavicle fractures, 2/3 of them ultimately went on to die, and 1/3 lived.
Is there commonality on how they pass?
One of the common reasons they passed is if they trapped a major vessel in one of the fractures, they would get a significant brainstem infarct, meaning a stroke, meaning lack of blood flow to a very significant portion of their brainstem. And so that was one of the causes of death that ultimately we understood. And then the others died from the increased intracranial pressure that drove the brainstem down through the foramen magnum.
Did you review any materials that talked about or identified Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature when he was treated?
As I recall, his core temperature was 80 when he was found.
Is that significant in the process and development of his injury from the moment he fell and hit his head until his ultimate passing?
Well, hypothermia, if you define hypothermia, it starts at 95 degrees. Your core temperature is usually about 98, 98.6. 95 is very mild hypothermia. When you get to 82 degrees, you're in severe hypothermia. What happens when you're hypothermic, and I'm a neurosurgeon, but I can tell you that you get into multiple organ failure. Your heart starts to have problems. It can have arrhythmias. You're not breathing. And ultimately, at hypothermia, you also become unconscious and go into a coma-like state. Below 80 degrees, you're probably going to die. So all I can tell you, it wasn't helpful that he had a significant head injury and that he was then found hypothermic.
Is it uncommon in your experience for people that suffer this injury to pass within 5 hours?
Well, none of the patients we treated died within 5 hours, but it also didn't mean that we didn't realize that they were going to be in a potentially vegetative state. When someone's hypothermic, you have to warm them up in order to establish a clinical status, meaning you can't declare someone dead with a temperature of 80. You have to warm them up slowly, appropriately, and then reevaluate where they are clinically.
I've asked you questions about whether you had an opinion about Mr. O'Keefe and when he died. I want to ask it in the form of a formal opinion. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether Mr. O'Keefe died immediately or within 15 minutes?
No, I don't think he died immediately. Neither the hypothermia nor this kind of head injury would kill you immediately in any clinical experience I have.
Dr. Wolf, thank you.
All right. Let me have a moment, Your Honor. Sure. Thank you.
Well, that was devastating for Karen Reed. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. We should be beginning Bob Alessi's cross here any moment. That was just devastating. Oh my word. That was one of the greatest experts I've ever seen. I'm jumping ahead a little bit here, but my word. That was one of the best experts I've ever seen. All right, we're back to live, folks. We fell about 3 seconds behind. The Karen cam's obviously a little bit ahead. My word. John would have lived if she got him help. Folks, that was heartbreaking. That was heartbreaking. I need to go outside and get some air. I don't know what to say. How do you cross this witness? Bob Alessi, tread lightly, dear friend. I don't even know Bob Alessi. I'm going to call him friend because he's not a bad person in my opinion. Tread lightly.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Morning, doctor. I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting. Welcome.
Thank you.
Sir, can you just describe, you started to do it a little bit on direct, a typical day for you?
I wake up at 4:15 in the morning. I go to my center. I set up patients with frames for their either radiosurgical procedures or stereotactic craniotomies. I go home. I make cappuccino for my wife at 6 o'clock in the morning. And then I get back to work at 6:30 and move on. I have patients that I'm operating on, and I have patients that I'm seeing through the day.
And what type of patients and what type of work? Just in a typical day. What are you doing? What type of patients and what do you do?
It varies. I mean, I see patients with brain tumors. I see patients with hydrocephalus, which is water in their brain. I see pediatric brain tumors. I see subacute and chronic subdural hematomas, post-traumatic. I see patients with strokes that are being misdiagnosed. I see patients with cancer, metastatic disease. I used to see patients with cervical problems. I stopped doing that 2 years ago. I don't know what else you want me to tell you.
No, that's great. And is that typical day, typical of the type of days you've had for the past month, past few years? Is it generally, without specifics, is it generally?
Correct.
So, none of your typical days, none of the past typical months have involved forensic pathology, have they? You haven't acted as a forensic pathologist.
I am. If you could have asked that question, very straightforward. I am not a forensic pathologist. I'm a brain surgeon.
Right. And you don't perform autopsies, correct, sir? You're a brain surgeon.
Correct. In other words, I see more brains than the forensic pathologist.
Right. And is it correct to say that the brains that you see are of living people?
Correct.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is to go to a different part of the head than was discussed, but sticking with the decedent.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the last word.
I'm sorry, the topic is going to be Mr. O'Keefe, the decedent in this matter, sir. You testified about raccoon eyes. The medical term for that, sir, is ecchymosis, right?
Correct.
And ecchymosis, raccoon eyes, does not cause a laceration to form on an eyelid, does it?
No.
Are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration to the outside area of his right upper eyelid?
I am aware that the ME described that, yes, sir.
Now, could, Your Honor, I'm going to, with Your Honor's permission, ask to publish what is already in evidence in a moment.
Okay.
Mr. Wolk.
What exhibit number, Mr. Alessi?
We're going to 165, Your Honor.
Okay. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Wolf, have you seen this photo depiction before today?
I believe I have.
Is it correct that that injury on the upper right eyelid is caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of the head, again, namely the upper eyelid?
That's possible, yes.
Is it more than possible? Is it probable that that injury was caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of his head?
Well, an easy answer to that would be is that that's not part of the periorbital ecchymosis.
Thank you, sir. That was exactly going to be my next question. This injury is unrelated to any of what you've been describing, the fall backwards, the force transfer inside the skull, the, as you described it, the dura, the cerebral spinal fluid, all of that dynamic that you so ably described on your direct examination. This injury has nothing to do with that, correct?
Correct.
Thank you for answering my questions, Dr. Wolf. A pleasure again. No more questions at this time, Your Honor.
Any brief follow-up on that?
No, thank you.
All right, Dr.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Wolf did quite a good direct, didn't he, ladies and gentlemen? I have to say that was even better. It was quick than I thought it was going to be. It was quick. It was to the point. It was well done. And my name is Grant Smith Ellis, by the way. I'm still with you. We are working very hard, ladies and gentlemen. I may have a special towel store launch for you, ladies and gentlemen, if I can get the Hank Brennan Call Me Hank shirt up. Oh, we're going to watch it. Little towels. Now, let me see. All right. So, right now, I'm working on getting this set up, little towels. And as I'm working on this, if there's any requests you have, now is the moment, towel friends, because oh, Ange, I'm so glad you're feeling better, dear friend. I'm monitoring your comments. You just let me know if you have any questions, and I will continue to do that. Now, I also have to All right, now I think I have it set up, and now I'm going to add a t-shirt. Okay, we might do this in real time. I may be able to launch this for you, ladies and gentlemen, right now. The Call Me Hank shirt. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like it might actually launch right now. I don't necessarily know if I'm going to be able to do this. I'm going to let you know. This is very exciting. Let's watch, while I'm doing this, let's watch the moment that the jury, let's take a look at the moment that the jury was picked, by the way, in the Reed case. I got it synced up with the Karen case. So let me just grab that for you. This was a big day on Towel Stream, of course. We broke 2,000 Towel subscribers. God bless you to the Towel friends who've been supporting Towel for so long. You know you are appreciated. I'm keeping an eye on your comments, by the way. You have any requests, you have anything you want to see or ask about, now's the time. And, of course, continue to chat. Here's the special synced video I put together for you. You watched me do it live earlier, but now I get to show you the fruits of the Towel work. I get to show you it live, so let me show you it right here. I believe it is this one. Yes, it is. Let's watch it, little towels. Are being chosen.
May I?
Yes.
Could the juror sitting in seat number 13 step down and take your place as an alternate? Could the juror sitting in seat number 7 step down and take your place as an alternate? Juror 6, could you step down and take your place as an alternate? Juror 17, could you step down and take your place as an alternate? Juror 2, could you step down and take your place as an alternate? And Juror 8, could you step down and take your place as an alternate?
All right. Yes, please do.
Could I have the court officers raise your right hands? Do you swear that you will keep this jury in alternates in some separate but convenient place until they agree that you not suffer any person to speak to them, or speak to them yourselves, nor ask them if they agree, nor suffer them to disperse until they are discharged of their verdict, except by further order of the court, so help you God. Thank you.
All right, so members of the jury, I need not remind you that you have an important responsibility, but I believe that you will bring to bear all the wisdom and the judgment and conscience that you possess in reaching your verdict.
Yes, Cinnamon Bun, we did. We went over that, and I'm happy to do it again. I'm getting a little tired, though. But, yeah, it's not that hard to read, Cinnamon Bun. Just go from the bottom to the top of the form, okay? And you'll be able to read it. So give me a second. I think we might get our custom Hank shirt. I may be able to get this work. I may be able to get this done right now, ladies and gentlemen, while we're watching. So stay with Little Towel. If DJ, if you can find the day that Alessi made the glove argument, we watch it. I don't have time to go scroll through it right now. It was during the testimony of Hank's last expert, so it was the last day of the state's case. It was I think it was Dr. Welcher. But yes, you're going to have to find me that day. Please try to find the day it was on Towel Stream, because I keep count differently, and it's really hard for me. I can figure it out, but if you just let me know the day that Alessi made his argument, then I will do that for you. Now I'm going to grab I want to get this shirt worked on, but we can watch Alessi's glove argument too. Just send it along, please, and I will act accordingly, ladies and gentlemen. So now I got to get, this is going to take longer than I wanted. But anyway, yeah, DJ, you just let me know, and I'm going to get the Call Me Hank shirt set up here. It's a little bit more work than I thought it was going to be, but I shall not be deterred. I am a towel. And of course, if you, I know, DJ, I can just find Dr. Welcher's testimony on Towel Stream. It will not actually be that difficult. But if you tell me the day, then as I find this Call Me Hank picture and get it uploaded, and then come back to the Towel Stream comments, I think that should be enough time for us to do our thing. So, how did I send over? I remember this Call Me Hank picture. I had to download a version of it to send it over, and I remember saving it, I thought, without the logo on it, because the version you're going to get on the shirt is not going to have the Grant Smith Ellis logo. This will be the only way you can get the Call Me Hank image without the Grant Smith Ellis logo. So give me 1 second here. And if you have found that day, by the way, don't think the day with Dr. Welcher for Alessi's glove argument. It's a short argument. This is going to be one of the last things we're going to watch. I want to take the afternoon off. I want to recharge for tomorrow. I'm tired. No, I'm awake, but I want to get a haircut and things like that. So let's do that. Let's because this is frustrating me. I shouldn't have to go this far to find a clean version of the Call Me Hank clip. But yes, DJ, no, it's not about me being tired. No, we're going to do it now. It's just I was uploading the Call Me Hank clip, and that was really what I didn't want to...
in this case,
that's what I didn't want to... I'll just go find it. It's fine. It was the day that Dr. Welcher testified, which was the end of the state's case in chief. So it was earlier this week, and I'll pull that up for you now, and we'll watch Alessi's glove argument. Let's see. So was it the day of the mistrial motion? Yes, it was the day of the mistrial motion. So I think it was the day so that would be the day before. I think I got it here. Let me take a look. And I think I found it. Yeah, don't even worry about it. You are 27. That's true, Ange. You are exactly.
Word, it is so wonderful to see you all.
That was the morning of 6/3. Let's see if this was Alessi. I think this was the day that Alessi made his glove argument, wasn't it? So it was kind of early in the morning, wasn't it? It was during... Oh, is this already the defense's case? If it's already the defense's case... Oh, no, you know what it was? It was during wasn't it during the cross of a defense witness? Brennan started bringing it up. I want to say it was wasn't it Dr. Rentschler? It wasn't Dr. Wolf, was it? It wasn't this witness. Hold on. Which witness was it where the shirt got held up? Or Hank Brennan? It was the next day's cross, wasn't it? All right, so it was the next day. I'm gonna find it. No, we've been. No, it's not a. Yeah, I mean, it's an agonizing day. It's just I get frustrated because it's like, okay, I remember when that moment happened, but like, I don't remember. Like, was it day 28 or when was it Rentschler? How did I even say if the mistrial motion? How did I put it in the title if the mistrial motion hadn't happened yet? You know what I'm saying? I don't remember when it occurred. Did we maybe watch it? Recap? No. It was during Dr. Rentschler's testimony. Okay, and Dr. Rentschler testified as the last defense witness. So was it this witness? No, that was Brian Lucky Lofgren. All right, and so when was this not even a day of court or something? Do we go home early? I am going to get exceptionally frustrated if I don't find this. Nope, I'm sorry. I'm not going to be able to leave now. So it doesn't matter if I'm tired or want to sleep. I'm going to stay until we find Alessi's black glove argument. So if you suggested this or if you can help me find it, that's great, because now I'm stuck here until we find Alessi's black glove argument, which I think was during the end of Rentschler's cross. So it was on the last, it was at the very end of the defense's case. So it was earlier this week. But anyway, no, I can't, I just can't stop until we find that moment. So whatever day that happened, Dr. Rentschler, whatever day Dr. Rentschler was testifying, I'm going to lose my mind. I'm so frustrated. I know, Dr. Wolf, okay, so can someone please, I think it was so it was Monday of this week. This is driving me absolutely insane. I'm very frustrated. I just want to watch this now. I'm not going to stop until we find this. So I think it was June 9th. Was it at the end of Wolf's testimony? It's infuriating me that I can't find this. So I think it was this day. I think it was the day. It was this. Did Wolf finish up on Monday? The problem is, yeah, Wolf finished up. Oh, I remember. It actually occurred during the first day of Aiden's trial on Monday. That's why audio coverage, I believe. We were on audio coverage of Aiden's hearing when that was happening. So you're going to have to give me a second, folks. I remember now. It occurred. Oh, here it is. So we watched it. I found it. Oh, goodness, little towels. So give me a second. I think it was this. It was right after this sidebar. Oh, I feel liberated. Pleased. That took me so long to find. My brain, and because there was so much
actual on crime feed, and I confirmed that they don't have it. It's all gone. They dropped out. Ms. Lisa, hello. We're about to see the Karen Reed defense move for a mistrial from downstairs. You all watch this, and all
right, let's take a look.
All right, so the last witness was your witness. Is there a reason?
This is a separate issue.
No, don't be sorry. I'm glad we found it.
Okay. What do you want to tell me, Mr. Lesky?
Bear with me a moment, Your Honor. I need to put on evidence gloves. Your Honor, the defense moves for a mistrial with prejudice based upon intentional misconduct that just occurred before the court and for the jury. And what I'd like to do, Your Honor, this regards the hoodie, and this regards questioning and representations in questioning by Mr. Brennan. And what I'd like to and need to do, Your Honor, is to have 2 documents marked as exhibits. And then I am going to use Exhibit 88, which is an evidence, which is the hoodie, which is why I'm putting on the evidence gloves. And it will become quite obvious very shortly what the issues are.
All right, so what are the things that you want to have marked?
What I would like to have marked the first document, and I want to get the specific title. These 2 documents are from the criminalist file, specifically Ms. Maureen Hartnett's notes regarding cuttings from the hoodie sweatshirt that's in the crime lab file folder.
Okay.
So the first is the back of the hoodie. So with Your Honor's permission, I would have that marked for identification.
Exhibit YYY. Friday. And may I see that, please? Okay.
That is the back of the hoodie, Your Honor. And if I could please have the next marked in order exhibit for identification.
Exhibit ZZZ for the identification. To read this, Mr. Leslie?
Yes, Your Honor.
So is it that there are no holes in the back? There were no holes in the back of the sweatshirt?
That's only part of it, but that is in fact the case, Your Honor.
Okay. I can't tell entirely from ZZZ, but if that's your argument, why, for identification appears to support that.
Your Honor, may I have the exhibits marked for identification back for my argument?
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Madam Court Reporter. Your Honor, what we just saw is Attorney Brennan question Dr. Wolf with regard to the hoodie sweatshirt that heretofore has been in the plastic casing for trial. And this is the, what happened was Attorney Brennan held up the casing with a hoodie sweatshirt, went to the back of the hoodie sweatshirt. First point to note, Mr. Brennan did not show Mr. Jackson the back of the hoodie sweatshirt, didn't give Mr. Jackson an opportunity to look at it.
Can I just ask a question? I noticed that it was over here at the witness stand this morning, so I assumed everyone was aware that something was going to happen with it. Is that not the case, Mr. Jackson?
That is not the case, Your Honor. The
Okay.
first time I realized that line of question was going to be asked was when Mr. Brennan pulled the casing out.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, to do it in order, Mr. Brennan takes the hoodie sweatshirt in the casing without notice, shows it to Dr. Wolf, and shows the back of the hoodie, which has certain holes, and I'm going to limit calling them holes to do this chronologically. I'm going to refer to exactly what they are in moments.
Okay, so I need to see it. I know you've got gloves on. Where is it right now? It would help me if you held it up for me now.
Absolutely,
Mr.
Your Honor.
Leslie.
So here is the back of the hoodie.
All right, thank you.
It's very obvious that these are cutting holes cut by the criminalist, and I'm going to get to back to this in a moment. But I would like to do it and certainly entertain any of your Honor's questions, but in a logical order.
Sure, so I'm not, what about the jurors and lunch? How long do you think this will be?
I think this will take about 10 to 15 minutes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I just want to get the flow back going here in the logic. So, and I'll do it quickly. So Mr. Brennan Jackson goes up. We have no idea that this was going to happen. Goes up, confronts the witness, Dr. Wolf, shows the back of the hoodie sweatshirt. To my knowledge, the first time the back has been referenced of the hoodie sweatshirt. Shows Dr. Wolf, confronts him, and basically says, couldn't these holes be caused, and I'm paraphrasing, from a fall backwards? Obviously positing in the juror's mind after, remember, we just saw all kinds of videos with regard to Rescue Randy and impact at 24, 29 miles an hour, more aptly 29 miles per hour, and damage to the hoodie, etc. So what then happens is Dr. Wolf is asked a series of questions, very much with the indication that somehow, in the clear implication, that these holes are being caused by road rash, and that the holes in the back of the hoodie sweatshirt, Exhibit 88, could have been or likely were caused with regard to some type of impact. Clearly presented to the jurors with that in mind in that questioning. Here is the basis for the mistrial with prejudice. Those holes in the back of the hoodie sweatshirt are clearly, unequivocally, without doubt, caused nothing to do with any type of event on or about January 29, 2022.
So
Do you have something you said when you said obviously cut by the criminalist? Do you have something that shows that chart that I couldn't understand quickly? Is it on that?
Yes, Your Honor. What
okay.
we have is two documents to show that.
Right. So the second one, when was that provided?
These, when you say provided, you mean with regard to when did the defense get these in a discovery? Let me get the date, Your Honor.
Sure.
Notice of discovery, May 2023.
Okay, thank you.
And I will note, Exhibit YYY. The only, I believe, I'm holding up YYY, which is the back of the hoodie, I believe is the only one, to my knowledge, not put into evidence. Not turned into evidence. This is the one that it clearly shows the hoodie before the criminalist started her work with the cuts. There are no cuts to YYY, and if we need to, we'll bring Ms. Hartnett in to confirm.
All right, so is ZZZ in evidence?
ZZZ is not in evidence, and that is part of the basis for the mistrial. It is no coincidence that these two documents are not in evidence, because if they were in evidence, they would clearly have prevented the stunt that we just saw occur with regard to Dr. Wolf. So that is part of the intentional misconduct, Your Honor, is these are documents from the criminalist's file. It's the Commonwealth's documents. And it is very clear when you go to Exhibit ZZZ, the cuts that the criminalist made to the back of the hoodie are specified.
So where on that? Because when I quickly looked at it, I didn't see it. What does it say? Go ahead and read it to me, please.
It's item number 7. I'll read it from the top. LIMS 22-21884. Analyst MSH, which is the initials for Ms. Hartnett. Dates: May 11, 2022, May 12, 2023, and then May 18, 2023. And what she does is she's got the...
You know what? Can you bring it up to me, please?
I certainly can, Your Honor. And I can conduct my argument from right here if that helps, Your Honor.
I just want to see, point out to me where it says, where it shows the back.
This is the back. So you can see the back of the hoodie. That's the back of the hoodie head. And then you can see the various... Let me just get a check on this, Your Honor. I'm not...
Right, sweet. Mr. Brennan, you should come up and look at this as well.
Thank you.
And I'm
So, Mr. Leslie's statement.
yes.
Right, so this is why.
Can I get the check? Pardon me? Right, but if I can, Your Honor,
I want to clarify this. Yes, are you willing to... Let me just make sure I get...
Mr. Jackson, it says exterior front, what Mr. Alessi was pointing me to.
Well, just a second. It may have printed the wrong page. I can do... Mr. Wolf, can you print the back? And then, Your Honor, are you comfortable using the computer at the back? Because I think we just had the wrong one.
We need to mark it, though.
Understood. We will. He's printing it right now. We wanted to have the front and the back to show all the cuttings, but what only printed out was the front. We are now printing the back.
Your Honor is correct.
Hank's argument is really good here. You'll like this. I'm also almost done with the shirt. Get excited. Do we have some kind of reading session?
It will take 2 minutes because it has to go.
All right, so go ahead with your argument.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, Your Honor, what is being printed is which we will mark, will be the front of the hoodie. The purpose of Exhibit ZZZ and the one that is being printed is to show and to give the court, and we're going to request to give to the jury the complete picture and the complete true story about these holes in the hoodie that were presented as if they were caused in some manner by something else other than the
So
criminals.
that seems perfectly reasonable, and I'd be inclined to do that.
I appreciate that, Your Honor. And here is the reason for the motion for a mistrial with prejudice. On its own, to do this, and you put together all of the parts of what just occurred. You start with the fact that and if I could, Your Honor, now that I have it yet marked so I can then refer to it.
All right.
Thank you.
Can we print extra copies too so I can have my own copy?
Absolutely.
And for the Commonwealth to see.
And I'm going to show the Commonwealth.
I'm actually really excited we watched this.
Jumping forward at the same time so we can see Hank.
I'm actually
This
really excited we
is
watched it.
A mistrial with prejudice. But I add to that what just happened, and I'm not going to repeat or go into other than to reference. This comes on just mere days after the Commonwealth raised the specter of absence of DNA on the same hoodie sweatshirt without having the criminalist, Ms. Kuhn from UC Davis come in. I know Your Honor already ruled on that.
Right,
and
so let's move along from that.
Right, that's right, and I'm going to come back to this. Why is this occurring, Your Honor? Why is this happening? The Commonwealth has no case. They have no collision. They are desperate and are trying to create evidence of specters of collision where the evidence doesn't support it. So what have we come to? We've come to the manufacture of evidence. We've come to, incredibly, taking a hoodie, a key piece of evidence in this case, and holding up to Dr. Wolf, the ARCA expert, to try to make it seem like Dr. Wolf didn't do his job. You didn't account for these holes. How could you be a credible accident reconstructionist when you talk about some holes, but you don't talk about these holes? Knowing all along the holes that Attorney Brennan is trying to impeach Dr. Wolf on were caused by the Commonwealth's own criminalists as part of sampling. I don't believe one could come up with more misleading, misdirecting elucidation of testimony than this on the key issue in the case. We have irrefutable, objective evidence And I will state that it's more than interesting that none of these exhibits that Your Honor now has marked for identification were put in evidence by the Commonwealth. Isn't it some coincidence that these are the one, and the only one of the, with regard to the hoodie, the back of it's not in, all of the rest of them are, but these aren't. Your Honor, I think there is one and only one conclusion, in that this is intentional, that it is a matter of such significance and of such misconduct and intentional that it merits the sanction of a mistrial with prejudice. The amount of effort, the amount of work, I can't even begin to think to remedy this in front of the jury, to go backwards on this. That should not befall the defense. That should befall the prosecution. Ms. Reed, again, is entitled, like every other defendant in this wonderful Commonwealth, to a fair trial. The prosecution is supposed to be held to a higher standard, to do justice, to create a fair trial. This is the antithesis of a fair trial. Miss Reed's rights under the Constitution and the Declaration of Rights have once again been trampled on, and it is becoming evidently clear the more desperate the prosecution gets because it can't prove its theory, including its own medical examiner can't support them, that they're now resorting to conduct like this. Your Honor, at some point, this has to come to an end. At some point, Ms. Reed's rights have to be protected. At some point, confidence in the judicial system, the public's confidence in the judicial system, that prosecutors will conduct themselves with their duty to present a fair trial. That has to be enforced at some point for Ms. Reed to receive the fair trial that she and every other defendant in this Commonwealth is entitled to.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Brennan.
Your Honor, my brief review of the lab paperwork and looking at the hoodie, it appears that I made a mistake. And so I think what should happen is there should be a curative instruction. There should be a stipulation. The court should instruct the jury that during Mr. Brennan's cross-examination, he asked Dr. Wolf about holes on the sweatshirt or holes on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt. The parties agree the holes were made by a crime lab technician. This was done inadvertently but should not have been asked. The court should strike the questions and the answers. And you should instruct the jury there to completely disregard any questions or answers about the holes in the back of the sweatshirt. And the court should allow the defense to introduce the lab paperwork.
All right. So I'm not going to allow the mistrial motion, Mr. Alessi. What I'm going to do is instruct the jurors. I'm going to put in what's been marked for identification, Y, Z, A, and B. 4 of each letters. I'm going to put all these into evidence. They can be displayed for the jury, and I'm going to instruct the jury that during the cross-examination of Dr. Wolf, Mr. Brennan asked him about holes in the back of the sweatshirt and whether or not they perhaps could have come from events or implying or something like this. I instruct you, you are not permitted to draw any inference that these could have come
from the events of January 29th, 2022. I instruct you further that those holes were made by the criminalist, Ms. Harnett, during the course of her inspection and sampling of the sweatshirt on, I just put the dates aside. Chrissy, can I see those, please? It's unclear for me. Do you have a better idea, Mr. Leslie, what day these were done? Is it all of those 3 days? Now I see a fourth day. 5/11, no, I'm sorry, 5/11, 5/12, 5/11, 2022, 5/12, 2023, and 6/18, 2023. Those are the 3 dates.
Your Honor, Honorable May 18th, when the defense filed a motion to test. So that's the probative date.
So May 18th?
Yes, that's good.
Okay.
And that's 2023.
Yep. All right. That's what I'm going to do. Is there anything further you want me to include in the instruction? Your rights are saved regarding the mistrial. I disagree with you on that.
Your Honor, I'm not going to go any more into the argument, but I appreciate the opportunity to provide perhaps some further instruction for Your Honor.
All right, so I'll hear you. Go ahead.
So the first, Your Honor, is with regard to two things. One, I would like the opportunity to have the hoodie sweatshirt held up. Because that's what happened.
Yes. Yes.
These holes in the
Yes.
back.
Yes.
Thank you. So that's number one as part of the stipulation. And then
I'm not wording it as a stipulation, and I'm not saying it was inadvertent. I am giving an instruction that they cannot consider it for this purpose, and I am allowing these to be placed into evidence. So it's not a stipulation. It's from me, which I think is more forceful.
I misspoke, Your Honor. I agree, not a stipulation, but just as Your Honor said, with regard to the matter Your Honor said they're not to take an inference, I would respectfully request that this be handled just like Your Honor did with regard to the rock at 34 Fairview. Your Honor said that rock wasn't present, on or about the time of it.
So I do say that when I say Ms. Harnett did this. So rewording it just a little bit.
Yes, exactly.
Mr. Brennan asked Dr. Wolf about holes in the back of the sweatshirt. I instruct you that you are not permitted to draw any inference that those holes were a result of the events on January 29th, So, all right, this is what I'm going to say. So if you're not going to listen to it, that's fine. I've already said it. All right, we can bring the jury in. It's what I said, Mr. Alessi.
No. Thank you for reminding me to unmute. Thank you for reminding me to unmute. Unmuted. Don't worry if you wait about 20 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, after Hank Brennan's wonderful argument, I am thrilled to announce that I know the sound is back. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason that the sound was muted for about 20 seconds was I became an excitable towel, because look at what I have for you, ladies and gentlemen, on toweltribune.com/store, the moment you've all been waiting for, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I am such an excitable towel. I worked hard on this. You now have the ability to order the Call Me Hank shirt. Oh, yes, little towels. Let me bring it on the screen for you here. Yes, you can order unisex versions of the Call Me Hank shirt. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, take a look at it. You scroll over it, you get a special surprise. You can order it in black or blue right now, ladies and gentlemen. You can call me Hank. Oh my goodness. Check out, but hold on, be one of the first to get the exclusive Call Me Hank shirt at this link. Ladies and gentlemen, the world. Oh, misbehaving. It's because someone in January 2024 said that my pronouns were towel. And I was like, oh, my pronouns are towel? Okay, I will happily be a towel. And now there's washcloths, towelettes, and others from all around the world. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you can go to right now. Who's going to be the first one to order? You can go to toweltribune.com/store and you can be one of the first to order a Call Me Hank shirt. You can call him Hank, ladies and gentlemen, and you can wear Hank, Towel's exclusive licensed Hank merchandise by going to toweltribune.com/store. Hold on. We've had a request. Let me make it a little bit larger. Hold on. And by the way, this is only version 1, ladies and gentlemen. This is only version, and this is as big as they'll let me do the image on the shirt, by the way. This is only version 1 of the Call Me Hank shirt. One shirt had a little more space, the other didn't. You can call me Hank, ladies and gentlemen, available for the very first time to the public via drop shipping. Towel is not buying these and selling them to you. You are buying them from the high neck is navy blue, but if you have other color requests, please put them in now. Any color, I believe we can facilitate different color options, so just let me know. The high neck unisex is available in blue, any size. You can call me Hank. If you'd like that in other colors, please let me know, but that is navy blue, I believe. Please check the drop shipping information before you order. Please put any customization requests in Towel Chat over the next few days. We will add different items. These are the very, very first versions of the Call Me Hank shirt. There's also the unisex oversized, which has a similar, I guess it has a little bit of a lower neck, but it's still a high neck. And that has the You Can Call Me Hank quote and a Call Me Hank picture. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. The very first drop of towel merchandise is now available. toweltribune.com/store. You all requested it. Towel worked his little heart out. It was not that hard to figure out. The available sizes for the unisex oversized shirt are small, medium, large, XL, 2XL, and 3XL. The available sizes for the more limited high neck unisex oversize, which costs a little bit more, is small, medium, large, XL. We don't have any 2XL through the drop shipper right now. Please be aware I set it as low as humanly possible in terms of towel or the towel industries gets. And I also told you if you buy one, and yeah, I know I picked black and blue because I know people really like the black and blue options. If you want, so the reason why the unisex oversize has a little bit more sideways, so I could do it that way. The unisex oversize has more space this way, so I could do the picture a little bit better. This one has more space this way, so I could do the text a little better. Either version, ladies and gentlemen, will have other color options in the future, but please, these are the initial version 1. Ladies and gentlemen, these are version 1 of the Call Me Hank shirt, literally version 1. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me see here. We are waiting. We are excited, ladies and gentlemen. I think you all... Oh, my goodness. We have our first... We have order number 1. Oh, my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, someone has bought the very first Call Me Hank shirt. Oh, my goodness. Within 5, ladies and gentlemen, within seconds of launch, there was an order for a Call Me Hank shirt. Oh my word, the towel friends are excited. The Call Me Hank shirts have dropped. Now, I heard a request that somebody may want a I Am a Towel shirt. I heard that person might be Colleen Henry. I am going to make, oh my goodness, another one. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh no, they're flooding in. You are buying so many shirts. Oh my word. They're literally, cat in a hat. God bless you. Literally within minutes. Every single bell that goes off, you all have ordered shirts. These shirts are flying off the towel shelves, although I am not selling them. It is a drop shipper. Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure, God bless you, cat in a hat. God bless you. Make sure, ladies and gentlemen, you note the terms of the dropshipper. Towel is not actually buying shirts to sell to you. You are buying them from a dropshipper. Please note the disclaimers in the shipping window, whatever they may say. Please note there is also a special towel offer. Please make note of this in your towel notebooks. If you buy a towel shirt or any other item on the shop that goes up, and you get a box, okay, a towel box. It can be a box that also is a towel, but it should ideally be a box you can send in the mail. If you put the item in the box and you put a paid for return address label, so pay for return shipping, you pay for return shipping, and you send me the item, okay, to my P.O. box that I don't have yet, but I'll set up in the next week. I will go get the box. I will take your item out. I will sign it. Okay, and then we will go from there. Now, I also want you to be aware that there's no GSE logos on these yet. I'm going to develop them. These are first edition shirts. It is very possible more items are going to go up on Towel Store. Some of them might have the GSE logo. Not yet. Okay, these are limited edition, first edition shirts, and you will be able to send them to me as long as you pay for shipping to me, and as long as you pay for a return shipping label. Okay, I will sign the shirt or any item you buy, and then I will write you a little towel note. Now, if you want me to sign it in a specific way that I feel morally comfortable with, that's the condition. You write that in a little note you send to me. If you want me to address the letter to someone, like maybe your family towels or your towel or your mom towel, whatever it may be, you write that, ladies and gentlemen. I'll write a little note to you or them. So, we are very excited. We are very excited, ladies and gentlemen. The Call Me Hank shirts have landed with aplomb. And if you are excited, this is the only place you can buy the Call Me Hank shirt. Now, it looks like there's some distortion in the text when I'm hovering over it on the display screen. Don't worry about it. There is no distortion. When you go to shop.toweltribune.com/store, you will see that there is no distortion. That is just on screen. And either way, I'm very interested as to some of your other feedback. I promise you, we will get a shirt that says I am a towel. Now, I don't exactly know what I'm going to put on it. I guess it should be me. Maybe it should be me in cartoon form, one of the images that I have. We're going to have to figure this out, ladies and gentlemen. All I know is this is the greatest possible way to have ended the towel day. I have unleashed the Call Me Hank shirts on the world. This is all I have ever wanted to do in my entire life. And did you also know that I selected the special box so that you can buy these in Europe? I had to select a special box to do some kind of a warning related to selling t-shirts in Europe, and now you can buy them in Europe. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, it is raining. We have at least 4 towel shorts ordered. God bless you all, ladies and gentlemen. It is a glorious day to be a towel. But yes, so I'm very interested in your thoughts. Please keep Towel updated. I would like to drop some more merch going into tomorrow. There's no promises. I'm not necessarily good at administrative things. But there are shirts coming. There hopefully will be towels coming, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, all sorts of things. Maybe we can get some kind of towel mugs. I don't want it to be tacky. I'm going to be very specific. This is not going to be some, I'm just not going to just throw things at the wall. I want to make it so that if you want it, it'll be up there. I'm excited. I'm honored you're willing to order these. I'm truly a humble towel. And the funniest thing is, of course, I went on mute for 20 seconds before the big reveal, but then I think you all saw it coming and got excited. All right, so we've been talking a lot. I know people are going to be super excited about tomorrow. Oh, my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, no. Hold on. I'm hearing some reports that it's possible that there is going to be an issue with some of the there's going to be just one issue with the order for 1 second. You might, now hold on some of these early orders, you might get a notification saying that the initial payment failed. It is not your fault. It is because, of course, Towel set up everything right except for one thing on the actual Printful account. So don't worry, we didn't know this was going to happen. It was not your fault, Little Towels. It was Towel's fault. If you get, ladies and gentlemen, if you get a notification saying that the payment failed, don't worry. It is not your fault. It was Little Towel. I'm working on it right now. And then I told you I am not I didn't expect this to happen right away. So hold on. I'm going to do this now. You can't add. Yes, I know it's going to get so mad at me. All right, hold on. We have to do this together, little towels. I told you I'm not an administrator towel. I try so hard. I'm just not an administrator towel. All right, so I know what to do here. Stay. Oh, my goodness. I know. All right, hold on. We're going to work on this now. Stay with me. I promise I will not give up on you, little towels. Especially because you all, I know you all are going to say, how is it possible that he is this bad at administrating things? I literally declared ahead of time that it was going to take us a few seconds, but I'm not going to abandon you. Hold on. I'm going to stay with you for the few minutes. It's only 1:30 in the afternoon. First of all, we're not even close to doing our closing. I need a few more minutes to do that anyway. I'm not going to just abandon us in the middle on the day that the Call Me Hank shirts landed. I am not abandoning us. I'm going to figure this out. So it says I have to click a certain button. Hold on here. Why? I don't know why it would settle. Oh my goodness, they're all coming in. All right, hold on. If you get a message saying that payment has failed. Okay, so it might be that someone's payment method failed, but if you get any messages if it's saying payment failed or something, maybe it was your payment failed or something, don't worry. It might actually not be on my end. I have to, but it looks like things are working because I'm seeing people getting emails saying that their orders were confirmed. Also, remember, you're not actually I didn't buy shirts. You are paying a drop shipper. So the email I got about payment failed could have been that someone's payment method failed. So just give me 1 second. I'm going to do this now, so hold on. It looks like, so if you, I actually look more into this. It looks like someone's payment method actually failed, which isn't the same as me not being able to get them. So that is not the issue. I want everybody to relax. It is that just one person's payment failed so that they probably got an email saying you have to try a different payment method. It is not on Towel's end. Don't worry, everything seems to be okay. This is my first time ever doing this. Thank you for your patience. I know you were all very excited about the Call Me Hank shirts, and I think because I only got one. Okay, so I got at least 5 or 6 emails about people ordering the shirts, and I only got one thing saying payment failed. It is my opinion that it wasn't anything to do with Towel. It was actually just one person happened to have that thing going on. So don't worry about that, little towels. Everything is fine. I'm still here with you. I'm just doing my best to monitor all of this in real time so that we troubleshoot now, and then tomorrow if I add I'm a towel shirt or anything like that, I know what to tell people if anything comes up. So yes, this is quite a day to be a towel, ladies and gentlemen. You were here with me. You stuck it through, and I'm pretty sure everything is working just fine. So there's only 2 color options right now. I'm going to do other color options. Apparently, I'm going to try to figure out if color customization can be selected or if I have to literally do individual color shirts. This is happening right now, so let me investigate. Don't feel like you're compelled to order a color or a version you don't like. This is version 1. These are first edition shirts. They don't even have my GSE logo on them or anything. These are the first edition, okay? So everything looks like it's set up now. Now I am going to be adding some other options to the store, so please don't feel rushed. By tomorrow, I think so the one shirt is blue. There's only 2 shirts right now, a black unisex with a somewhat high neck, and then a blue unisex with a higher neck. There will be, if you want sweatshirts or other things, don't feel compelled to order. Just know this is the first run, okay? Literally the first run. If you get one of these, it will be a first edition. So if you think that a lot of people, and maybe they will, are going to want these, what you're really doing is ordering the first edition. So disclaimer, there will be more Call Me Hank merchandise, including sweatshirts. I think we can do a mug. Yes, Jack D65, you want to check in. Let me make sure it's still up on the screen. Yes, Jack D65. Look at that, my dear friend. Store, toweltribune.com/store. Oh, Colleen Henry, of course she did. Got her Call Me Hank shirt. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me check right now, because if we got to a certain amount, oh goodness. Sorry about that. Click the wrong file. If we got to a certain amount, little towels, oh goodness, Oh, yes. I think we are playing the Call Me Hank clip. The orders, we have at least 7. Oh, my goodness. You all love the Call Me Hank shirt. And by the way, I priced them literally as cheap as I could. I don't want anything from this. This is my gift to you all for supporting Towel. You all can have literally, it's basically what the cost was. They wouldn't let me select it any lower. You all are going to enjoy the hell out of these. I'm so glad I could do this for you. I wish I could make them cheaper than whatever they are, $18.50 or $23.50, and it might be more depending on your size. But I selected it as low as it would go. Yes, check toweltribune.com/store. Yes, Jack D65, they're both global. Now, I want folks to understand, sorry, Mandy Strong, it is Towel Tribune, so that's Towel's reporting website, TOWEL Tribune, TRIBUNE.com/store. And I'm thrilled, ladies and gentlemen, to tell you that you are now order at toweltribune.com/store. Limited, these I guess will be limited because I'm going to do other versions. First edition Call Me Hank shirts. Now, there is a black version. There is a blue version. Oh, Jack D65, you be safe, my friend, but I'm excited. I'm excited for you. Okay, so let's see. What does it say? I'm going to take a look. I think most things are doing just fine here. Everything seems to be doing just fine. One order, it seems like order number 4 might have had a billing issue, but that is not your fault, Little Towels. I'm checking in right now to see what's going on. Let's see. All right, so I figured it out. I can look at all of the orders. Oh, no, it says they all failed. Hold on. Wait a second. Oh, okay, it says I have to go to billing methods, and add a billing method and try again. So you are all going to get an email. Hold on. I'm going to do this. Billing. Let's see how we're going to do this in real time here. Hold on. Let's see. It says go to billing go to billing methods, and then add. Why is it that hard? I don't understand. More. Okay, hold on. Oh, okay, I got it. Hold on. So you might get an email. Hold on until right now. Give me 1 second. We're doing this together. Oh, we're doing this together, ladies and gentlemen. All right, hold on. It might actually not send you an email because I think it's just waiting for me to do this. All right, hold on. All right, and let me do this over here. Yeah, okay, and let me do this. All right, 1 second. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now I have to go. To your orders. Hold on. It should all change right now. And let me do it. Hold on, I have to now go in and confirm. Let me see if I can do this because I added. All right. No, wait a minute. Why would I want to review and pay? No, I want to just make sure that this all updates. Okay, so what you all should wait for is, I think this is, if you get a message saying that you need to go through them and approve them. Okay, hold on. Select all. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready. I actually have to approve your orders. All right, hold on. Wait, from your wallet? Wait, I pay for them? Hold on a second. How does this work? Don't they pay for them? All right, hold on. We're going to figure this out. I have no idea how this works. Oh, okay. I see how it works. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I figured it out. Okay, so, yep, everything is confirmed. Here's how it works. Okay, so I figured this out. This was so confusing. Yes, okay, so everyone just know that it wasn't you. Everything has gone through. What happened is, with the way that this works is, it charges your card and then it adds up all the payments to what's called the Printful store. I want to be completely transparent about this. It adds them up, okay? Then it puts them into a Printful wallet, and then I have to go through and bulk approve the orders, okay? So the orders are confirmed. They are in. There was one thing I had to do on the back end, and I now understand this completely. As all the orders come in, I click on them all. It makes me review them. It links the money you sent in to a Printful wallet. It holds it there. I click add money. I click basically approve of the orders once the Printful money is in the wallet, and then there you go. So this is really cool. It looks like it does not go. That's so interesting. This is such a... So, yes, I am getting some emails telling me that it's waiting to put the money into the Printful wallet. I have figured this out. Please give Tao a little patience. But, yes, this is so interesting. So, hold on, Mandy Strong. Yeah, so there's no issues at all. Just everyone understand what was happening was this is a very interesting system. Just if you want to know about what we're using so you can look into it yourself, it's called Printful. It is a drop shipper. When you order the items, they get sent into a queue in Printful. It gets charged, okay, and then it goes into a Printful wallet. I then go into Printful. I select all the orders that have come in that are pending. I wait for the charge to settle. I click approve, and then it's done. So thank you so much for your patience here. It means a lot to me that we were able to put that together in real time. First time Towels ever used Printful, and they don't exactly, I guess they explain what you have to do, but what it says is wait for your first order to set it up, and they don't, especially if you get like 10 orders in a row, I guess they don't really explain it that clearly, but I see what I have to do. So it is nothing on your end, ladies and gentlemen. It is all set up on this end, and the best part is, as orders come in, and this is something I actually have to do, I have to remember, and I'm making a note for, as your orders come in each day, I have to look in manually into the order queue. So I go over here to orders. I check their status. Hold on one second. I did do that. I see. Yep. Okay, so that's very good. And then, all right, I got it. Okay, so this is good. This is excellent. Murder by Maestro, it took me a little bit of a second to figure out the drop shipper, but this is beautiful. So you got your confirmation email on the back end. For me, it has to go through. I didn't know I had to add billing so quickly to Printful. I've added that. It's going to deal with it on Towel's end, okay? And then I go in and I manually authorize all of your orders. So, one other thing. Yeah, so I'm Christina telling everyone, I want to let you know, this is not, that's why I was so worried. I was like, what do you mean? I don't, this is not really for money for me. I don't want, I sold this literally, it's not even me selling it. It's through a drop shipper. I picked the lowest possible price they would allow me to select. So I don't want you to think that this is not for profit. I mean, in the sense that, okay, if it's like $1 or $2, but I don't want really to make money from this. That's not really what I'm interested in. What I would like you to do is be able to have it. Now, I do have to kind of hover over it. I want to change this display so you see the Call Me Hank first. But again, it's a V1. This whole experiment that we're doing here is a V1. And all I'm doing right now is double checking to make sure that the way that this process works is that I go in and then I have to select all of the orders that come in, and then once the orders come in, and I think this is how it works, once the orders come in, I click bulk approve, okay? So I have to look at each one, I have to click bulk approve, and then it actually bills this, whatever it has some kind of like account or something, it bills that. So, give me one sec while I double and triple check all this. So nope, that's not it. All right, very good. Very good. All right, so that's all looking good there. And let me double check this. I'm fascinated by how this works. And by the way, we are using Printful. So just to be completely transparent, Printful is the service that we're using. And this is Tal's first ever time learning how to use this. I am administering this on my own back end. And I have to go through each one. I have 8 orders ready for approval at this point, and I'm just waiting for the I'm waiting for this process to kind of like settle. So apparently it adds money to the back end. I go through and I approve them. Okay, good. Yes, Mandy Strong. So I also want everyone to know these are only the first 2 shirts. These are first run shirts. Okay. Dude, what tea it would be to do a white t-shirt with Hank's silhouette. A white t-shirt with Hank's silhouette. I'd love it. Like the picture of Hank on a white t-shirt. Yeah, and the other thing is if there's specific material you want the shirts out of, please let me know. This is a first edition run, so please check the material description. Please check the clothing. Don't order anything you're not comfortable with. And then please focus on, in particular, the description. So how long it takes to ship, what type of material, what size you're ordering. Know that for now it's black and blue with these 2 variations, but I do have options to make other options. Murder by Maestro has tweeted something. Oh yeah, no, Mandy Strong, please don't order. And I want to be clear, folks, these are a first run. Do not order anything you're not comfortable with. And in fact, Mandy, if there's a specific kind of material you want, just let me know. I will put a design up of a material just for you. It doesn't do anything if no one orders it. It will just sit there and you can order from it. So. Now, also, please make sure to look at the printful descriptions for shipping time. Please make sure to understand what the printful situation is. I think it's a drop shipper, so please understand that they are custom made to order. Okay, and when I say they're custom made to order, what it requires is you have to place the order, look at the shipping time. I'll look at it myself, but read the fine print. I go into the back end, I approve all the orders, it starts the process, and then they ship out when they're ready. So, oh yeah, sorry about that. So the one thing I'm frustrated with is that I am learning how to set this up still, and I set up 2 preview images, but for whatever reason it picked the sideways image as the default. I think it wants to give you this kind of like cool effect. I'm going to change this later today, but just take a look at like these Call Me Hank shirts. Please give me your feedback. Murder by Maestro, hold on. I to show the front, I kind of screwed myself to show the front of the shirt at least on the preview for that. Oh, this is so cool. You can click in. Oh, I see. So I can show the front of the shirt. There you go. All right. So there's the black version. And I'm going to check out Murder by Maestro's. Can you check out Courtroom Confidential t-shirts? Yes. Mandy Strong, can you just tell me what material they're made out of? Like, I don't know if I can buy from this, or this drop shipper is the same that they have, but thank you, MBM. I'm really proud of how this came out. And again, this is a V1. I know you all are, I can tell you all are excited there, and I just want to let you know everything seems to be working now. I figured out the system. The way that the printful system works and all these shop works, it wasn't as obvious as you'd think. But don't worry about that. I have put it all together. I have to see how this whole system like works, but I have it. I figured it out now. So merch is great, will be great. Oh, yes, and thank you. Thanks. Yes, and there are 4 different views of each shirt. It's just the preview I have on like shop.towel.com/store. It doesn't put the shirt facing front first, which I want, but I need some time to think about that. And then also, obviously, if you do get a shirt, and I don't have a P.O. box yet, okay, so I will figure out a way to, like, put one up. I will have a way for you to send it to the P.O. box, and then I will just make sure you pay for return shipping, and then I will sign it and write you a note. And you can write me a note. All right, little towels. Hold on, so I'm looking at Murder by Maestro's post. Hanksome, I love it. I love it. Did you say I can use that, Murder by Maestro? That is beautiful, though. No, you didn't say I could use it, but I love it anyway. No, so Murder by Maestro, what I'd like to do. Yes, okay, so Amber, Murder by Maestro, maybe you can help me. I want to take my Call Me Hank image and then turn it into a silhouette. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there you go. This is number 2 for you here. Take a look at this. That is the blue version. I really had fun. Yes, and then there are going to be some, V2 is going to have some GSE logos. Oh, goodness. All right, I think it's all working now. Okay, so it did all set up. Now it's doing, yes. Oh, this is great. Oh, okay, ladies and gentlemen, guess what? I have wonderful, no way. Is it really going to do it this way? Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I figured it out. Now it's all set up and everything's going to process correctly. Someone just ordered, I'm not going to say their name, but the person who ordered the unisex shirt, okay, that the black one, if you just put an order in, I can tell you your expected delivery is, and this is not me saying this, it could just change, and maybe they're saying it's more, it's going to take longer, June 20th to 23rd. Folks, this is much different than I thought. I'm not guaranteeing this because I can only see the back end here, but it looks like, ladies and gentlemen, the first one that worked with the new system will be shipping and arriving by June, will arrive by June 20th to 23rd. That's wonderful. That's in like 8 days. That's absolutely wonderful. So I think I see what I have to do here now. It actually, it seems like it bills, right away. I see what it does. I wonder if does it actually, I wish it would add money to the Printful wallet right away. I see what it does. It waits for the waits for the money to settle for the Printful wallet. I wonder if it does make me pay for them up front. Interesting. Okay. That's all right. And Tal's got plans. I'll figure this out, ladies and gentlemen. Let me go see how this actually does it. But I think the first one is confirmed and waiting for fulfillment. Let me just see how it actually does it. Okay. So it does bill the customer what it was waiting for. It was. Hold on 1 second. Let's see. How does it bill? Oh, it does. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So it does actually. I have to go through what it does. Which is so weird. It apparently makes me do it. But that's fine. So I'm going to do each one now. And then apparently I wait like a month or so. Good thing I learned how to do this. Oh, there you go. All right. So I have to do each one of these individually. So little towels. Oh, goodness. Okay. All right. Just be aware that I think this system isn't exactly what I thought. So, goodness. It actually, wow. Okay. So this is pretty serious. All right. So, I think that's ridiculous. So it apparently takes like 20 days to pay me for them, but then it makes me pay for them up front and then it pays me back or something. So I don't exactly know how all this payout is going to work, but apparently I'm responsible for paying for them and then they pay me back. Let's see. So how exactly? I'm still utterly baffled by this. But we're going to figure it out, ladies and gentlemen. Yep. So, okay. So, I think so Murba Maestro there, I think they're starting to do it automatically. I'm perplexed as to why it makes me can you explain, so I pay for the shirt, I pay for the order and then it pays me later? Yeah, so the first email that I saw, because it actually tells me when they're going to get delivered, said an estimated delivery date of June 20th to June 23rd, but I can't guarantee that. Yeah, it's real. So, Murder by Maestro, can you help me understand this? I'm using Printful, it bills me for the shirts, and the problem is, like, I can't just like keep paying for these out of pocket. I barely have the money to, go day to day. So I'm perplexed. Like, why doesn't it just bill them? Why does it bill me and not just pay? Why doesn't Printful just bill the customer? I'm so utterly baffled. And like, I see it, like the customer, like, and Printful pays a certain amount, but like, this is baffling. Murder by Maestro. No. Yeah. And don't worry about it. It's a little perplexing. I think maybe I'll just like only accept, maybe I'll only accept a certain amount of orders for now, because like, I don't know if I can like eat the cost up front. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Like, I think it makes me eat the cost for like a certain amount of time. And no, it's not a scam. I see what it's doing. And I just have to double check. It takes. I have to see how it actually processes it. But it seems like it takes. It does get paid directly. But I'm just so perplexed by it. No, they don't. So what's nice is they don't ship them to me. They go directly to you. So I'm looking at it now, and when I look at the actual invoice for the order, and don't mind me, I'm just kind of learning this, but when I look at the actual invoice, it ships it to the person who ordered it, but it bills me for it, and then I'm not really sure, does it like send me money like through a different account? Like, do I have to go over to my like Squarespace or my whatever this is called, my Stripe or however they set it up, and then the money's in there? I don't really get it. Yeah, so that's what yeah, no, don't worry about it, Amber M. And as I understand it, it's not that there is anything to get worked out. The shirts are going out, but I need to figure out like where they send the money that people are paying for the shirts, and then where I go collect that, and then why I am then paying them for the shirts. Oh yeah, no, it's charged. There's no question that it's charged. The question is, why do I have to go through and approve them? And Murder by Maestro said that this is how this Printful service works. I don't really understand it. I'm a little bit baffled by it. But apparently so Murder by Maestro is going to try to help me, I guess, but I really don't understand it at all. I understand how to get your shirts out now. Like, I go through and I approve them, but I don't understand why it does it that way. That's such like a weird setup. But anyway, apparently this is not the first yeah, so they paid Printful, Murder by Maestro, and then Printful is connected to Squarespace, which is the website processor, and then I go into Printful and I click approve the orders, and then I approve them. So I'm already starting to do it. I'm just a little bit baffled. So Jack D65. I see what it is. Yeah, I'm going to look into it. So I get it. You basically sent money through the Squarespace portal. It goes to me. Hopefully it's pretty quick. And then I go over to Printful. So that's what I get it. Some of the shipping time is going to depend, because I'm just paying out of my bank account right now, which I cannot do. Some of this is going to depend on I have to wait for the money to come in, okay, which I think is pretty instant. We'll look into it. And then I go over to Printful and I click fulfill. I got it. I figured it out. I got it. All right, hold on. I will go through your orders, and if I have to just Murder by Maestro. I feel so much better now. It's so silly to me that it wouldn't just send it into a Printful wallet, right? Okay, like everything you all send, and then I click pay from the Printful wallet. Instead, it sends it over to some other account, like my PayPal or something. I go over into the PayPal, I then collect it, and then I pay for the shirts. It's so unnecessary, convoluted. But I have excellent news. I have figured out what happened. It is not The only thing that would make this more efficient is if I could just be on the Printful site and then have that in a Printful wallet and click pay. Instead, I have to go to like my PayPal or something, take the money, put it into the Printful account, and then pay for them. That's all it is. There's no issue. I now understand what's going on. Murder by Maestro, why is it so complicated? I know you have a lot of more experience than I in this. Why would they ever design something like this? It is the antithesis of functional. It's like you literally have to like go through 4 steps to do this. But yes, I'm thrilled to announce that the first 2 items are live. I have figured out how it all works. And just be aware that I now have to start moving this over and getting this ready. Yes, no, it wasn't Murder by Maestro. It was, I waited until the end of the trial to fulfill people's request about this. It's just I didn't really know how this was even set up or how it processes or all that. So now I have figured it out. So let me see this. Let me see how this works. All right. So I think I found it. I found it, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Okay. All right. Hold on. Hold on. Everybody pause. Everybody pause. I have figured it out. I have excellent news. Okay. Here's how it works. Okay, so I want everyone to take a breath. I'm going to go through orders individually. Right now, I think I'm going to have to, I don't know if we can accept too many more orders because what it says is I have to wait 15 to 19 days before the first payments come to me. So every order sent in the next 3 weeks, I just want you to be aware, I have to pay for out of pocket. That's what this is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. So I want to be aware. Some of you have been getting your orders approved. I probably should go in and just pause orders for right now. Okay, this was our first run. I cannot pay for all of them, so I'm going to pause orders for right now. Okay, so give me 1 second. All of the orders that are in are getting sent out, but because it takes 15 to 19 days, you all have a couple choices. One, I literally, they make you pause. They're going to, yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to pause this. All right. We're going to pause this for now. So hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on. We're going to pause this. All right. And save. Okay. The first 11 orders are in. We did do a trial. Oh, Peony and Rose, that was our trial run, and I now have figured out how it works. Okay, so we aren't going to have to deal with this again. Where I'm capping this. There you go. If you got one of the 11 shirts, you're getting the shirt. Please be aware that starting on June 21st, I will be able to deal with this better. But what I've just learned is that they make me wait 3 weeks, 19 to 21 days to actually get the payments for the shirts. Okay. So 4 of the shirts I paid for out of my own money. Okay. And maybe so 4 of them have been paid for. There are 7 other orders that I won't actually get paid for 21 days. Okay. However, I'm going to approve them all this week as I have my own personal funds to do it. Okay. It's going to take a little bit. Please forgive me. This was a trial run. 11 have been ordered. 4 have been approved. I need to go through and approve 7 more. I have to pay for them out of pocket, and they won't pay me for 21 days. Once that initial 21 days passes, every payment that comes in the next day. Sorry for the misunderstanding. You're still all getting your shirts, but only 11 people were allowed to order the first run because I don't have unlimited money. Does everyone understand what has to, there you go. We are capped. There are only 11 people who are allowed to order these. There you go. That's the benefit you get because you're going to have to wait. Some of you, listen, I want to just explain. Some of you, 4 of you are probably going to get them by June 20th. Okay. Basically right away. A few of you are going to have to wait till about June 23rd to June 25th. I'm sorry for the wait. There's like 7 orders. If I went through and approved them all right now, it would take all my money, so we need to wait. However, after this initial setup, now that I realize, so it's 15 to 19 days or something, then every single shirt ordered from then on, I'm able to do it because the payment will come in the next day. But 11 of you ordered shirts. 4 have been approved, 7 are in the queue. We will have this settled by the end of the week. This is the cutoff. I cannot just accept. I wish they didn't do it this way. I think it's I want to be completely transparent. This is a very strange way to do it. Why they would ever do it this way makes no sense. I'm so glad I caught this. Do you realize that they made me set up billing? Okay. So when after the 7th or 8th order, I turned on billing. That every time an order came in, it was billing my personal account and not actually sending me any money. It wanted to wait 3 weeks. Take the money from me now for your shirts and then pay me 3 weeks from now. So I cut it off. And I have explained that 4 of you have gotten them approved, and I paid for them, and I'm not even going to get money for like 3 weeks. And the other 7 of you, please do not panic. I'm going to do this 1 or 2 days at a time. I have to absorb the full cost of every shirt ordered for the first 3 weeks because of how they set this up. So no payments actually go to me for 15 to 19 days. But if I want to authorize you to get the shirt before then, I have to pay out of pocket. But after 19 days, then every shirt payment comes in within 24 hours. Don't ask me why. Thank you, Kenneth. Don't ask me why this is the craziest setup I've ever seen. Thank goodness I was watching that in real time. I actually am very grateful that happened because it would have drained my whole bank account for no reason. I would have loved that you all got your shirts, but like, why would they ever do this? Goodness, yeah, I was going to say, no, so number 7, 8, so anyone who was after number 7, so let me just check right now. I know you're all going to be super excited. It was just a fluke, by the way. So number 9, number 10, number 8, number 9, number 10, number 11. Those are the ones I paid for out of pocket, okay? And that was like over $100. I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry. I didn't realize what was happening. Now you did all get charged, so don't think that anything went wrong. It's just they delay the first payout for 15 to 19 days. It's outrageous. Yeah, no, God bless you, Jack D65. Super towel. I am a super towel. You are all super towels. Do you know I would have had a panic attack if I wasn't doing that live with you all? I literally would have had a panic attack because I would have been like, where is it? What do I do? But we were able to figure it out. And I just want to let you know, I know some of you are okay with a little bit of lag, but it's only the first 15 to 19 days that they make you wait. Why they would ever make you absorb the cost of the orders you get during the first 2 weeks, and there's only one payout option that they have available apparently, blows my mind. Just blows my mind. No, I think they'll start with verdict 1, indictment 1. Christina Towell. I think they'll start with murder 2 and then go to indictment 2 and then 3. That would be my prediction. Oh, goodness. What a day. What a day, ladies and gentlemen. Well, that was really interesting. It was fun. We're not done yet. I just want to get everyone on the first page here. And then I also want to see if I guess there's only one way to do. Yep. All right. So I guess there's only one way to do it. Exceptionally frustrating, but at the same time, we got it done. All right. So I'm not going to say anyone's name, obviously, but the last 4 orders placed. I'm so sorry about this, Cat in the Hat, because you were so excited to be number 1. It's actually going to go backwards. Those ones are going to arrive first. Give me 3 to 5 days, and we will have all the other ones sent out. And now that is capped. No more orders are being accepted. You actually can't order them anymore because I turned the page off. So you all were the first people in the world. You got not only is it, I literally didn't mean to do this, but you all literally got limited edition shirts. Those shirts will come back online. The store will come back online. But that first run of 11, I don't know if I'm going to add my GSE logo to the next ones or if it's going to change. But those first 11, I will, as I mentioned, ship them to me, pay for the return shipping. I'll sign them. I'll do the letters. I'll do that for all merch. But those first 11 are special. I will always remember the day that we were on stream and you all helped me do this in real time. Yes. Oh, okay. So here's the only issue, Crime Cricket. The store is going to be turning back on probably in the next, I'd say 1 to 3 days. Okay. I'm really sad that I can't do it now, but if I turn this store on right now, it actually bills me out of pocket for each order and then doesn't pay me for the first 15 days or something. I would go bankrupt. Like, I would bankrupt myself to give you all shirts, and we can't do that. So I am so excited. No, listen, it is no one's fault. If anything, I am so glad that we did that together because I was able to do a little test run. I now realize a lot of you want these shirts, okay? I understand these shirts are very popular. We have this system set up. And then, as I mentioned, I want to be able to turn this store back on, but I don't want you to be in the position where you're paying for them and ordering them, and then it's waiting 3 weeks to pay me for them, and so I'm waiting 3 weeks to send you the shirt out. If I get to the point where I get a few $100s or something in my bank account and I can send out a bunch of shirts and just wait for the money to come in, we're going to do that, okay? But I'm not going to accept any more orders now. I'm not just going to have you all paying to have that money sit in an account for 3 weeks and then I'll send them out. No, I'm only going to accept 11 orders, and it's going to take me a few days to get all 11 out. We're pausing accepting of new orders. I now understand how this system works. Things will get easier in time. Just be aware, if you did get one of those first 11, you are a lucky son of a gun. And now someone may come in and say, ladies and gentlemen, oh, like, here, Grant, like, just do it. But I'm not just going to, we'll deal with that another day. I know when there's like hundreds of people watching tomorrow and they hear that literally 11 of you got Call Me Hank shirts, they're all going to want them. And then I'm going to have to be like, no, you can't order them because it's going to bankrupt me. Oh, I'm so happy. Yes, Jack D65, I will give you a signed towel certificate of towel authenticity. You got it, buddy. I am happy to do that, my towel friend. Yes, and this is, don't worry, if you want one of these shirts, like this version, you will have an opportunity to order them. I just feel really bad that the initial window I'd literally have to wait. I know some of you were like, I'll wait 6 weeks, but like, do you really, what I would have to do is go in there, turn off billing on the, and this is why I don't want to do it. I would have to go into the Printful, turn off my billing, okay? I could then accept all of your orders and leave them in the Printful queue unpaid for, wait 15 to 19 days, and then approve them. I don't really want to do that, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to do that to you. I think it's unfair, and I'm just really torn because I get it. Like, some of you were like, Grant, I don't care if you wait 6. Actually, you know what? All right, how about this? I can turn the store back on and accept your orders, but you would have to order them with the understanding that only for these first runs, the delivery time would be like 4 to 6 weeks instead of like a week. So we could do that. I have, hold on. What was the question from OMGFIGSTER? I need the question again. I'm sorry. Mandy Strong, I didn't see the question that they asked, and I can't find it and scroll back quickly. So, if you could ask it again, I'll try to see it, but I don't see it right here and scroll back. And, I see it. It was, we don't know. It was the 9-3 was confirmed. I think it was the second count. We don't know if it was involuntary manslaughter or OUI manslaughter. No, hold on. So let me check this out. I got a plan. Hold on. We might be able to do this as long as you all accept a little bit of a delayed shipping process. Yeah, and that's the thing. Even if we get them on verdict day, it's like I'm still not going to be able to get them out on verdict day. And so just be aware, the shipping time on first edition orders, I may be able to turn it back on, but the shipping time would be upwards of, it's going to let me do it, I think. Hold on. The shipping time is going to be 3 to 4 weeks. So some of you are going to get them in a week, but since we basically talked about that shipping time anyway. All right, here we go. All right, I figured it out. Okay, so good news, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry, Christina Towel. Don't worry, I'm going to get those other ones out. Good news, ladies and gentlemen. I have figured it out. I am able to turn the store back on because I just don't have to pay for the shirts until I'm ready to pay for them. I figured out a way to do that. So this should now work. I'm going to turn it back on. Please be aware, any shirts ordered during the first 3 weeks will not likely be shipped for 4 to 6 weeks. The first 11 are going to get out in the next week or two. Any shirts ordered from this point, and I did disclaim this at the beginning, now I'm formally disclaiming it. Any shirts ordered from this point on, delivery time is 4 to 6 weeks, okay? I'm turning this store back on. Any shirts ordered from this point on, please allow 4 to 6 weeks for delivery, okay? Please allow 4 to 6 weeks for delivery of all initial towel shirt orders, except for people who are number 1 through 11. People who are 8 through 11 are going to get their shirts in 3 to 5 days, maybe 7 days. People who are 1 to 7, probably a week to 2 weeks. Every order placed from now on, please be aware, I'm going to write it in the description. I'm saying it now. Ladies and gentlemen, every order placed from now on, please be aware that there is 4 to 6 weeks. Please allow 4 to 6 weeks for towel processing and delivery. That is only for the initial items that are ordered. All of them are going to have the exact same disclaimer. Please make note of it. They are available. However, it is incredibly important that you take note that it is, except for orders 1 through 9, 1 through 11, please allow 4 to 6 weeks for towel processing and delivery. Now, you might be saying to yourself, I understand towel. I understand. I still want to buy the shirt. That's great. I'm thrilled that you want to buy the shirt. You still have to allow 4 to 6 weeks for towel delivery. So I'm going to write this in right here. I'm thrilled to announce that I figured out a way to do this, and I just have to go in here and then put this at the end. Okay, hold on one second. Please allow me to edit this section, please. All right, so I'm going to edit this right here, and I'm going to write in the design. So give me 1 second. I'm going to write in all right, so it says right at the top. I'm writing this at the top. Please allow 4 to 6 weeks for towel processing and shipping on initial orders. Okay. Wait, what? What do you mean? No, Murder by Maestro. It already sent the payments to the other processor. I'm not going to change that now. I understand that's a solution, but I'm not going to. It already accepted payments via the first method. To change it to PayPal, I would have to delete it and set up another method. I'm not doing that. I'm just going to say, please allow, other than orders, I thank you, Murder by Maestro. That would have probably been ideal. It may not even accept PayPal, by the way. But anyway, it now says if you are going to place an order, please allow 4 to 6 weeks for towel delivery. Okay, so 4 to 6 weeks for towel delivery on shirts. I've turned it back on, but please allow 4 to 6 weeks for, and yes, we'll do socks, we'll do other things, but for now, every single item is going to say the same thing, which is please allow 4 to 6 weeks for towel processing and shipping on all initial orders. And I know a lot of you are excited, and I'm finishing it up now. So I'm thrilled to announce you now may go back to Towel Store. It has a disclaimer. The first 11 orders were not subject to that disclaimer, so I'm just going to figure it out over the next week. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, you have the ability to go on Towel Store. It is back up. You may place orders, but please allow 4 to 6 weeks for towel processing and shipping on initial orders. Future orders, I will change that to 1 to 2 weeks. But for initial towel orders, please allow 4 to 6 weeks for towel delivery. So there you go. It's all set up. I've turned it back on, but no orders will be shipped outside of orders number 1 through 11 for 4 to 6 weeks. That's not a towel thing. That is just a administrative hurdle thing that we have to deal with. All right, 4 to 6 weeks. There you go. It's back up. Yes, they can convict her on just OUI, but I think that's very unlikely. Yeah, no, Mandy Strong, I don't see that happening at all. I think it's very unlikely. By the way, so now that I've set it up, just be aware, the first 11 orders are still going to be limited. They are going to be special. They are going to be the ones that arrive first. Any towel orders placed after number 11, okay, allow 4 to 6 weeks for towel processing and delivery, which is really what all of you thought it was going to take in the beginning. I don't think any of you expected to get them in literally 3 days. Yes, yeah, I do think Hank outsmarted the defense, so. All right, but we're going to consider this a soft launch of the Call Me Hank shirt. Shh, don't tell them. In the sense that if you tell a lot of people, then I'm going to have this backlog of like 100 orders. All right, so there you go. That was fun. I appreciated that. We had an alternate already running to the press. Yeah, if we know that's even an alternate, quote unquote. Where'd you see that, Artima J? Oh, you're talking about this case? Thank you, Murder by Maestro. Are you talking about this time around, Artima J? I'm interested to hear more. But since we've been talking about Call Me Hank so much, we may as well switch the clip as we get ready for the day. And we're going to be back together tomorrow. I think we're all nervous, as it were. We're going to be back together, as it were. But let's look at Murder by Maestro's brilliant silhouette of Hank. This is not a towel t-shirt, obviously. It's just Murder by Maestro being a Murder by Maestro. All right, let me just make sure this is all. All right, so that's all saved. All right, so that's all set up. And then let me show you Murder by Maestro's wonderful Hank silhouette. All right, where is it? Where is it? There it is. Isn't that great? Isn't Murder by Maestro a skilled towel artist? Murder by Maestro is a binary towel who knows how to make a Hank drawing. Yes, I think it's wonderful, little towels. That Murder by Maestro is so talented. Okay, so I'm keeping an eye. All right. So we're waiting for Artima J, and then also we're going to look at the Call Me Hank clip. You know we're going to look at the Call Me Hank clip. It's literally a violation of intergalactic towel law to not look at the Call Me Hank clip when Colleen Henry is on the screen. Oh, you want to see Karen Reed getting walked into court barefoot or with like clear jellies on? Here it is. That's Karen Reed. I wish it would be a little more HD. The Twitter video player isn't always great. It like takes a second to buffer the video up to HD. But there's Karen Reed in jellies being walked in handcuffs. She's a Karen Reed. There we go. There we go. All right. And then also, let's take a look at the video from Murder by Maestro. It is the one, when did I repost it last? I think it was at some point yesterday. Hold on, ignore the, here it is, reposted it. 244 likes, 25,000 views, ladies and gentlemen. The world loves it. We love it. Colleen Henry loves it. Let's do it. Hold on. What's going on? I have volume, don't I? I clicked Murder by Maestro's profile. I meant to click my video. Where is the audio, ladies and gentlemen? I demand audio from the Call Me Hank clip. Give me 1 second. I shall make it work. All right, come on, Twitter. Maybe the audio's working. It's my headphones that aren't working. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir. I will, Hank. It was my headphones. Again. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir. I will, Hank. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. I love it. I love it, ladies and gentlemen. I love it. Yes. Yes, I would love Murder by Maestro to make Murder by Maestro. Can you please make T-shirts? Well, actually, let me rephrase that. Can you please consider making some T-shirts now that I see how difficult it is? You don't have to sell a lot of them, but can we have one of your wonderful drawing? We really like it. Yeah, Karen gets to call Hank Mr. Brennan, not Hank. I can call Hank Hank, though. He said I can call him Hank. Now, listen, today's been great. I want you to all rest up. We are going to have a big verdict watch tomorrow. I'll put up the link very soon for tomorrow. We are going to start. When do you want to start tomorrow? 7 a.m.? You want to do an extra long towel morning stream? I'm going to take the afternoon off. I'm going to recharge myself. We've had an amazing day. You now, let me just make sure it's working. You can go to shop.toweltribune.com/shop. It is now back. The link is back up. So it is toweltribune.com/shop. Please allow 4 to 6 weeks for all initial orders. Okay, so if you try to order a V1. Now, the 11 people who ordered the first edition, you are getting yours special. You are going to be the first 11 people in the world to have it. But hold on, it's not shop. It's toweltribune.com/store. If you go to toweltribune.com/store, you will see that each shirt is available to be ordered. However, please allow 6 weeks at this time for towel processing and delivery. That is a wonderful way to support Towel Stream. It makes me very happy. So I just wanted to know that you'll all be out there wearing Call Me Hank shirts. You don't understand. So again, just a reminder, you can place orders now because some people really wanted to be able to get in on that ground link, but just be aware that if you do so, it allow for 4 to 6 weeks for towel delivery. So again, that URL for the people who came in late is toweltribune.com/store. I'm going to bring it up for you right now. If you take a look, if you go to toweltribune.com/store, you can see that there's only 2 items in our towel collection right now. It is the black Call Me Hank shirt, the blue Call Me Hank shirt. When you click into it, unlike the first 11 orders, you will now see there's a 4 to 6 week processing time designated. Please allow 4 to 6 weeks for processing should you place any toweltribune.com/store orders over the next few weeks. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, by the way. I have had a wonderful day. Macy Towel, you have a great day. You know what we do at the end of these streams. Not only do I love the opportunity to say hello to so many of you all, but we also, ladies and gentlemen, get to go through the back scroll and we get to, Towel gets an opportunity. I haven't been frozen. No, I'm not frozen. Towel gets an opportunity to say thank you to so many of you who have tuned in. So allow me to do that, and give me a second while I get that ready. Any other questions, by the way, because this was your stream. You know I always love chatting with you all. But yes, Chloe hates Karen. I'm sure she does, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure Chloe does. Justice for Chloe Dog. We all love Chloe. Oh, I'm so excited, ladies and gentlemen. I'm such an excitable little towel. Oh, my word, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, I'm going to be with you tomorrow. I think we're going to do 7 a.m., ladies and gentlemen. I get the sense tomorrow could be a big day, a very big day. I'm going to be with you, of course. Now, we will, at one specific point, just do a court monitoring. I'm going to leave the feed running. I have to go to the doctor at a certain point. Don't worry about that, though. You all will have a great time. I have no doubt you can chat with each other. I won't leave something playing tomorrow for those like 30 to 45 minutes because on the off chance a verdict happens, I want you to have the full view of the court. But I will absolutely make sure the stream is running. And then, of course, 7 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow, I want to make sure we're all fully caught up and together on the same page and things like that. So, thank you for everybody's patience today. That was a wonderful towel day. I appreciate all of you who gave Little Towel some patience. I appreciate all of you who got in on the ground floor with shirts. Be aware that some of the shirts, of course, have gone out. But on the whole, I think what we're going to do is 4 to 6 weeks for initial processing, which I really just should have said from the beginning, which I did say from the beginning, but I should have clarified. But even those initial 11 orders, I know you all said be patient. I'm still going to get you your shirts within a week or two at most. I'm going to figure it out. I'll pay for myself and wait the 3 weeks if I have to. It doesn't bother me. But yes, there's one thing I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you and hello to some of you, because I was looking at 4 or 5 different screens there at the end. I think Towel's voice may actually need a rest, so maybe it's good I take the afternoon off. Mandy Strong, Misbehaving NECA B, we're thrilled to have you. Your comments were wonderful, and when you were like, why is everyone a towel? And I told you, you were like, all right then. And Whittick, Amber Am, yeah, I will see what happens. OMFGITSMIRS, God bless you. Paula, Discerning the Truth. Crime Cricket, my dear friend. Super hug. Mandy Todd, Mandy Strong, Peony and Rose. Ange Whittick, Cat in a Hat. Colleen Henry, my dear friend. Oh, you know what? Every time I see Colleen Henry's name, ladies and gentlemen, you all earn a Call Me Hank clip. Take it away, Hank. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. We love it. I can actually just let that video roll for you all as I read. That's going to be tradition. I'm going to just roll the Call Me Hank clip with no sound while I read your names. Discerning the Truth. It was great to see you. By Maestro, big hugs to you, my super towel friend. Paula. Macy, it was great to see you. You have fun with the NASCAR racist. That's awesome. I'm thrilled for you. And wonderful friend. Chloe the Dog t-shirts, you know it's incoming, Crime Cricket. It's not actually going to be Chloe's image, but it will be something that I draw up or something. Mandy Strong, Paula, oh, Colleen Henry, Crime Cricket, Peony and Rose again. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Amber Am, Artima J was here, Discerning the Truth. Oh, goodness, my dear friends. Paula, hello again. Amber Am. Towel loves all of you so much. Thank you for supporting this wonderful towel stream. Thank you to those of you who got in on the ground floor with the Towel Super shirts, all future shirts. The shop is live again, towel.com, toweltribune.com/store, but all orders from number 12 onwards will take 4 to 6 weeks, at least the initial orders for processing and towel delivery. The first 11 shirts, I'll get 4 of you are going to get them in like 3 to 5 days. The first 7 give me like a week to get them to you. Jack D65, thank you for the super towel emoji. He's a super towel. I'm a super towel. You're a super towel. Mandy Strong, God bless you, dear friend. Towel appreciates you so much. If Karen is found guilty, will she ever bail revoked? I think she'll ever bail revoked. We are all one family, says WD40. Thank you, Grant, sending love. Thank you, WD40. Towel loves every single one of you. This, I think, has been an excellent day, and Towel's been glad to be with you. Yes, tomorrow, early morning, 7 a.m. And let me conclude as I always do. If you learned something today, if you found friends here, if you benefited from this place, if you liked this place, ladies and gentlemen, there's one way you can pay it forward. Look for reasons to do small acts of service and help those around you. Look for reasons to create a world based on universal and unconditional love. Look for reasons to do things like donate to homeless veterans or animal shelters run by veterans or animal shelters in general. Look for reasons to say hello to someone on the street. Call a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while. Ladies and gentlemen, look for reasons to donate 200 tomato plants like Francis Fruchel did once and have them designated honorary towels. Look for a reason to be a beacon of hope in this world. Look for a reason to be a helper, ladies and gentlemen. And let those small acts of service ripple outwards and bring about a fundamental shift in a world defined by self-interest and greed. And change that socio-political dynamic around us from one that preserves, expands, and demonstrates power to one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in unconditional and universal love as made manifest in small acts of service. It's a beautiful thing. And maybe then the digital epic defined by Aquarius the water bearer waving his towel will be one centered on those principles of compassion, toleration, and love. I believe it's possible, ladies and gentlemen, because of so many of you here, because of so many of the towel friends, and I truly think that we will be able to do this together. So towel friends on the X, you have a great rest today. It's Sunday. I had a fun Sunday with Hank with you. You had a fun Sunday with Hank with us. I'm going to spend a few minutes with the towel friends on the YouTube, and then we're going to be out. So God bless. Be well. Towel loves you. I'll see you bright and early. Verdict watch tomorrow. We're almost there in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. Thoughts are with the O'Keefe family. Prayers are with the O'Keefe family. We're almost there. Come on, jury. Bring it home for us. God bless. Towel friends on the X. Towel friends on the Towel YouTube. It's just us. I'm back with you. God bless so many of you. Towel has had a long day. I think Towel's ready to, wind down this stream. I love and appreciate all of you. We had a great Sundays with Hank. We watched so many good clips. Thank you for all your suggestions. I'm sorry if I missed some questions while I was getting lunch or getting the shirts up. Thank you for everyone who supports this channel. Thank you for your patience. Thank you just so much for being you. Towel loves and appreciates you. Towel extends you super big hugs, of course. And we, ladies and gentlemen, we will be together again very soon. You've given me so much meaning in my life. I hope you've found friends here. I hope that you've had a better day because we're together. And we will be on Verdict Watch again tomorrow after 9 a.m. Eastern. But our stream will start at 7 a.m. Eastern. Verdict Watch in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Towel loves you all so much. Please be safe out there. Please know you're loved. You're special because you are you. And Towel will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. I'll put the stream up in the next 20 minutes so you can go chat over there. Towel loves you, friends. Super big hugs. One more. I think we can do it for Colleen Henry. One more Call Me Hank clip with voice. And then we're out. Just one more time, Hank. Will you for us? Just one more time. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir. I will, Hank. I love it. I love it, ladies and gentlemen. All right. From Towel to you, Ange Whittick, all the Towel friends, Colleen Henry, and every single person, our new Towel friend, Misbehaving Neckabee. Alex, it was great to see you. Super Towel hugs to you. Towel loves you. You're special in so many ways. This community's special. I'll never forget it, ladies and gentlemen. See you bright and early tomorrow. Towel loves you. Be safe.